The story begins with a fire in the forest, a group of people discussing that things have gone too far. The man grabbed his head and asked if even one kobold would survive. His assistant said that this magician was stronger than they thought, and whether retreat would be the best solution. Their leader turned around and told them to stop being afraid, since the fire was so strong it meant that it had not yet regained its magical power. But suddenly he saw something. A man appeared in the distance. Everyone was ordered to remain silent because he was approaching. The guy was holding someone's head in his hands and saying that it was a nasty and heavy head, after which he went further and came closer and closer to them. But suddenly something surprised the young man. Opposite him stood people who were clearly not happy to see him. The gang leader came up and said that he should have just stopped quietly. The boy grinned and heard that it would be better for him not to be stupid, to throw his head on the ground, and then, perhaps, his life would be spared. The guy smiled and said that he would do as the man wanted. Then he laid his head on the ground and activated that very magical power. The bandits were surprised and did not understand what was happening. And at that moment, one of their assistants emerged from the bushes and shot the guy right in the back. He didn't immediately notice the approaching arrow, but then he turned around and activated even more magic. Thanks to this, the arrow missed him and pierced the leg of one of the bandits. The bandit saw this and did not understand what was happening, and his leader shouted, "What are we standing there for? We have to attack him." And then everyone ran towards the magician with swords again. The young man made one movement with his foot and kicked something forward. He then created a magical sphere which made a shield appear, after which he clapped his hands, and then everything around was illuminated by a bright light. The bandit leader looked at it and thought it was ice magic. But where did it come from? And in front of him, his subordinate had already turned into a piece of ice and could not move. Then the young man walked past him and headed towards the bandits, and in doing so, he destroyed one of them by simply smashing it to the ground. The man looked at him and wondered if they were really trying to tell him he wasn't a firebender. Then those flames weren't caused by magic, but by explosives. The guy at that moment said that now it was the turn of those two bastards in the bushes. He then extended his hand forward and activated the power of fire. Spheres of fire appeared in his hands and filled everything around. And thanks to this, the fire spread, and new fires appeared. The gang members ran away from there and begged for help, but it was already too late. Finally, only the main character and two opponents remained on the battlefield. He approached one of them, who was already scared, and asked him not to come closer. The guy immediately put his hand to his head and literally burned the man from the inside. Their leader watched from the sidelines and knew he was next. Then he raised his head and said that this was incredible, but how could this be? The man looked him straight in the eyes and asked if this man could really possess the properties of flame and fire at the same time. The boy then leaned over and decided to show him clearly, after which he waved his sword and said that he was a damn outsider. That was the whole secret, and only red jam splashed around. After some time, the guy came to the village and delivered the monster's head. The bartender looked at him with a surprised look. Then he exhaled and attracted the attention of everyone present. He looked at the severed head and noted that he was truly surprised, after which he looked up and added that this man had actually destroyed the monster. He had not expected this, but he thanked him. At that very second, the guy thrust his sword into the wooden bar counter. The man immediately recognized this sword and realized that the mercenary had encountered the vigilance. In response, he heard that it was true. He came after he killed them. There are those here who can also be killed. The old man lowered his head and said that he shouldn't worry. Then he raised his head and shouted to the whole tavern that these bastards do nothing but eat meat and wash it down with alcohol, asked if that was true. One of the men raised his hand and shouted that this was the case, that these people and ordinary robbers were no different. And the guy exhaled when he heard that everyone, as one, began to support him and shout that it was good that those bastards just up and died. At that moment, the main character saw a status window, which said that the additional quest had been successfully completed. The boy looked around and thought that he still hadn't received his compensation, so he asked the bartender if he had forgotten about the request fee. The man looked back and said that he was given free room and board at their tavern for the rest of his life, and asked if he needed anything else. In response, he heard that it would be better to prepare hot water for the bath right now. The old man agreed and said that he would do everything now, and when the young man was already leaving, he asked his name, and he replied that his name was John. Then he turned around and said his full name, Ian Hope. This world is a game called Aqualone, which was illegally downloaded from a community. A semi-open-ended dark fantasy game full of intrigue and conspiracy. Now the main character is Ian, a character in the game that he leveled up before he became one himself. A mixed-type mage. Initially, only one branch of power could be developed here, since this way one could cope with the difficulties in the second half of the game. But the main character didn't follow this method of leveling up. If he needed stamina, he developed it. If he wanted to wield a sword, he developed it. This man ended up being an outsider in the game, and when he realized that he was a mixed-type mage, he decided that he wanted to delete the character in order to level it up again. He clicked on delete, but the last thing he saw was a flickering monitor screen and pop-up messages about how he was being watched, that they wanted to destroy the world, and so on. And when he came to, he found himself in the middle of a swampy area, teeming with monsters and enemies. Right inside the game, the so-called training zone greeted him in all its glory. It was unclear what he had done wrong, and what the hell had happened, since he found himself in the middle of such a place, but unfortunately he could not think for long. He had to fight, and immediately they attacked him and shouted that they wished him death. And he understood that if he thought about it, he would die here, after which he managed to defeat his opponent thanks to his skills. Blood was spilled everywhere. The 6 months he spent in this swamp were enough to adapt to this dark world and also find a new weapon. So a year passed. Now the guy was in the tavern. He suddenly turned around and noticed something, immediately grabbed his sword, and when he pulled it out, he realized that it was the servant who came to him with water. The girl got scared and said that she just wanted to add some hot water. So the guy put his sword away and said he thought he was going to be attacked, and then apologized. She started pouring water and said that she would just add more water and leave. Then she looked up and added that if it gets too hot. But then, oh my God, she stared at his pumped-up torso. The boy closed his eyes and told her to put away her dirty thoughts. In response, he heard that nothing of the sort had happened. Then he clutched his head and thought about how he had managed to survive in the training area at all, only thanks to his abilities. And despite this, the essence has not changed. This player is still an outsider. The world expanded, enemies became stronger, villages and people he had never seen before appeared, and monsters were plentiful. There were no problems with the villagers he had met before, because there was a big difference in strength between them. But if we left things as they were, any such fight could have ended disastrously. He would die. He sat in the bath for a while, and thought that he needed to become at least a little stronger. It would be great to find something useful from the monsters. After which he returned to their village and decided that he would have to ask the village idiots for help in searching. Active people studied their things and thought whether they could really take it. The other replied that the master had told him to bring only what seemed valuable, and that everything else could be taken away. At the search site, quarrels even broke out when people argued and discussed who saw it first and would take it. The young man himself was walking somewhere nearby. He looked around and thought that he didn't know if these people would do as he ordered. Then one of the people approached him and said that he had removed all the armor from this monster just as he had said. And on his chest he had a strange crystal. Maybe that's what he needs. The protagonist took out his sword and came closer. And then, thanks to him, he was able to pull the crystal out of the monster's body. The bartender came up to him and asked what it was, if it was some kind of cursed stone. And it really did look like it. The boy looked at it and said that it contained dirty magical power, and there was a lot of it. After which the old man came closer and asked if their leader had used black magic. In response, he heard that the stone had most likely been enchanted by whoever set it in place. Then it was unclear what happened to someone possessed by the stone. Meanwhile, one of the search party entered the tent and turned to his comrade, asking if he had been searching from that side. The young man himself was sitting there with some kind of stone, and immediately heard the question, "What is it?" The guys were inside and were discussing how beautiful the crystal was, and where he got it. "Right here?" The boy smiled and said that he would take it to his mother. Then the young man turned around with wild eyes and asked, "What will happen if I eat it?" In response, he heard from Jan that he would become a puppet. The boy grabbed the crystal and explained that it would be a new puppet for the bastard who created this stone. There was a house somewhere nearby. Inside, a guy stood and looked at the collected things. and said that not everything was so bad. He looked at the mana stones, the bloodshot eye necklace, the silver coins, and wondered which of these were in the monster's hut. Then he picked up the ball and thought that, compared to the others, this was the biggest catch, and the most contaminated. After which he pulled him towards himself, and he thought that if he cleaned it, it might be useful, so he put it in his pocket. Then he turned around and thought that it was a pity there was so little space, but this would do. When he woke up in the game, the skills of this character were at the same level, but everything else was reset to the starting point of the game. But for some reason, his level and skills didn't reset. Someone didn't want his character to disappear without a trace. Whoever brought him here. So the guy turned around and thought he would thank him for that. It would be much better if he got some extra points. Then an old man came up to him and asked if he could really keep the armor. In response, he heard that there was no need to worry. It wasn't free anyway. The young man smiled and said that he would talk later, but now it was time to go back. He needed to check if his people had coped. After some time, all the workers were gathered in the square. The guy came up to them and said they did a good job. Then he looked at everyone and thought that, even though they didn't put much effort into searching, he still had to check them and activated his magical vision to detect traces of magic. After which he began to scan one after another, while everything was going by in passing, until he had to stop at one of the guys. Something brightly glowed in the worker's pocket. It was hidden in a pouch hanging from his belt. The boy came closer and asked if this man was really that stupid. Gigi took out his sword and ordered him to quickly take out the contents of his pocket. The townsman was a little confused and asked what was the matter, but immediately after that he began to transform. The player saw this and was surprised, and a second later, this man almost completely turned into a monster. The others looked at this and did not understand what was happening to their friend. His body literally flew up and began to glow brightly with dark magic. The protagonist stepped back and asked if he had been consumed by the curse. Then he swung his sword and thought that this was not the person he had spoken to earlier. To his surprise, the man grabbed his sword mid-flight and prevented him from cutting off his head. Then he smiled and said that his opponent was a hot-tempered guy, and decided to cut off his head right away. The boy looked him in the eye and said that it irritated him. He then took a step back and said that he thought he had been consumed by a curse, but it turned out to be an imposter. The blonde continued to hold his blade and said that he had ruined the field where he had planted his seeds, and he had hidden them, hadn't he? The guy immediately understood what was being talked about. He thought that he was talking about the infected magic that he placed in the subspace. He also imagined the monsters and thought that, if it weren't for his intervention, the tribe would have attacked the village long ago. Then he smiled and said that he could see that he was in a hurry, wasn't he? He frowned and added that the magical power he had created would be put to good use, and called him a black magician. The same man began to transform. His hands were replaced by paws with claws, after which the same paw was able to cut his sword in half with one press. The guy stepped back and said it was a good sword that he had only recently gotten, but there was no time for lamentation, because the monster was already approaching him. The boy decided to fight with what was left of his sword and struck, and then he skillfully dodged the enemy's blow. However, the monster was getting closer and closer to him, and said that it seemed like he had no strength. After which he smiled and added that he would make him understand who he decided to open his mouth to. However, this monster did not notice how a fireball suddenly flew towards him, and then there was a loud explosion. The young man immediately activated fire magic and decided not to delay the attack. When the monster knelt down, he asked what the hell. There was surprise in his eyes. Could this man really do this? Then the young man swung and shouted that his opponent was talking too much. A moment later, he delivered several more fiery blows. The rest of the people sat to the side and asked what was going on and what was this. The protagonist was still trying to destroy his opponent, and he continued to launch fiery projectiles at him. The monster's body was almost burned, but it was still alive. He landed on the ground and screamed that this guy was just pretending since he was a mage. The monster would definitely find him again. His last words were to remember that his puny soul was trapped in this body for centuries of suffering. And after this, the young man took and cut off his head. And he did it with such force that the head bounced off like a ball. Then the guy squatted down and said that it sounded like a conversation between the murdered man and the murderer. And right after that, he stuck his hand right into his chest. He managed to get the same sphere as before. He thought that this ball was smaller than the leader's. Then he stood up and said that he now wanted to ask a question. He drew his sword and asked if anyone would like to surrender voluntarily. Some time passed. The bartender continued to go about his business in the tavern. At that moment, the boy came in and looked around. The man brought him a drink and asked if he had really fulfilled this request quickly. He also added that no matter how you look at it, he didn't look like a magician. The young man exhaled and replied that he should be more careful with his tongue. The bartender could tell that he was hiding it because magicians were not liked and always whispered behind their backs. The young man then created a fireball and repeated that the old man talks a lot. The man also said something else was bothering him. It seemed the dark wizard held a grudge against him. The boy listened attentively at that moment, and when he finished drinking, he said it was better to stop. The black magician would die anyway. By the way, he completed all the additional quests of this city that he received from the bartender. He figured the problem was that he still didn't have enough experience points. It seemed like it was time to leave. Meanwhile, a horse was approaching the city. A knight sat on top, and his assistant sat behind him. The boy approached the knight and told him that, as expected, the predictions had come true. They were discussing that it seemed like the person who destroyed the monsters was in this village, and this was our main character. The scene flashes back to the past, and we see legs in armor. The knight held a sword in his hands and actively killed his opponents. There was blood everywhere. Parts of their bodies flew in different directions. On the ground lay only the corpses of the fallen, and the knight fought alone against a whole crowd of opponents. This is the bloody avenger, Maeve Laurel. The girl is a former knight of Eglin. She has successfully dealt with all enemies and won everywhere, and she is also the boss of the mid-level and the first chapter of the game. One day, a girl broke into the palace with the intention of killing the king of the city. Despite the fact that many soldiers stopped her, she managed to break through and deal with all the opponents. The battle was crushing. For a mid-level boss and a first chapter boss, she was very strong and commanded respect just by her appearance. Suddenly, a young man entered the room and greeted everyone around. He looked around and said that he heard that the guy had single-handedly destroyed a bunch of monsters. Everyone turned around and looked at them in surprise. The main character didn't expect to see them. The boy came closer and asked if this was really the same man, and the boy turned around and thought of only one thing, that this hour had come. He just kept silent. Then he raised his hand and pointed to his head, hanging on the wall. The boy saw it and realized that these words were true. Then he came closer and said that this was simply incredible. Even the honorary border soldiers would not dare to do such a thing. Then he turned around and apologized for the questions, saying they just needed to make sure they had found the right one. He extended his hand to the side and said that he would like to introduce him to a follower of Ras Solera and a servant of the god Tyrone. There stood the guardian of the southern borders and the city's precious sword, Knight Maeve. The guy frowned and thought that this was already very strange, because the girl was completely different. In his eyes, she was a bloody knight, filled with nothing but anger, and now standing in front of him was a version of her who had not yet been consumed by the thirst for revenge. The boy then nodded and said his name was Philip, the escort, but greeted him on behalf of the lady and said he was pleased to meet him. The guy responded by throwing up his hands, introducing himself and saying, as expected, that he was a mercenary, and asked how he could help. There was silence in the room. The boy came closer and asked if he had found anything unusual in the monster's lair. The mercenary looked at him and asked again about the unusual thing. In response, he heard that it was about signs of black magic. Meanwhile, the young man was still looking at the knight and thinking that everything had become even stranger. The meeting with the girl, and now this. What would happen next? Then he turned around and said that even if he had found it, he was a mercenary, working on deals and for a fee. He extended his hand and said that, when it came down to it, he preferred to negotiate with the person making the decisions. While the boy was trying to calm him down and saying that this was very bad manners, the knight suddenly raised her hand. Then she spoke and said that everything was correct. The guy looked at her and was surprised what kind of voice it was. Familiar, and the girl asked him to forgive her servant. Then she took off her helmet and looked him straight in the eyes. Philip tried to object, but the lady said that she usually didn't talk to people she saw for the first time, so her assistant spoke for her. Nothing more. True, the main character did not listen to her and only thought that it was a real girl. He had never heard her voice, only a breath and a last whisper, just at the moment of battle, but he was abruptly pulled out of his thoughts and told that he should continue. The lady sat down at the table and said that she was, of course, willing to pay for this information. She placed a gold coin on the table and waited for a reaction. The boy smiled and said that it was a royal gold coin of the highest purity, and he was told that it was simply for the king. Then the guy raised his head and said that someone was deliberately breeding these monsters. He looked at the wall and added that their leader wore the essence of black magic on his chest. Then he put the ball on the table and said that it was the entity that remained from the black magician. Then he looked at the guys and said that he had ruined his plans, so he promised to come back for him. The girl frowned and replied that this was true evil. Someone in the kingdom was growing the seeds of darkness, and immediately after that, she threw a whole bag of gold on the table, adding that she was ready to give 10 royal coins for this item. The mercenary picked up the bag and said that it suited him, and then he heard that there was something else. The lady looked up and replied that, if possible, she would like him to go with her, because he was the only witness. Suddenly, a status window appeared in front of the guy's eyes. It said that a quest had opened. He needed to accompany her and kill the black magician. He had previously missed it, but now he would definitely do it. Then he smiled, and when he looked up, he said that, as he had already said, he was a mercenary. If he wants someone to accompany them, he needs a contract. The same boy ran up to him and shouted that this man had already received enough money. But in response, he heard that a contract was still needed. The lady frowned and asked if he really knew where his hiding place was. The guy raised his hand and said he didn't know, but he'd try to find out. That's how he made his living. It was a lie, he knew it. But he still smiled and said that, besides, this wizard had angered him, so he was ready to strike back. Then the knight thought. Then she folded her hands and said that she agreed and was ready to hire him, guaranteeing everything. So for her too, night came. Everyone gathered, mounted their horses, and were ready to go. The girl looked at him and said that she wanted to know if the guy was sure that the wizard was where they were going. And he looked around and replied that, most likely, this man was hiding in the Grave Forest. The Grave Forest is a place where there is an entrance, but no exit. A scary place. Recently, the main character was talking about this forest with the bartender. He looked at him and asked, "What should I look for there?" In response, the bartender continued to tell the story. And the man told him that in the forest, there was an underground tomb. It was built by fairies. They buried dead warriors there, and then ordinary people bury each other there. He also added that at some point, the fog began to thicken, and the place began to become gloomy. Then he came closer and said that no one else had seen people coming out of there, and the guy thought, I have to go there. The knight said that this was the very center of the kingdom, and then asked if he really thought that the black wizard could be there. The young man presented all the creatures he had killed before, and replied that the wizard had scattered the seeds and was waiting for the harvest. This meant that he needed a shelter, hidden from human eyes, and perhaps the center of the kingdom was the best place. He then began to move forward and added that they should discuss the details later and set up camp for now. The knight agreed and said that it was already quite late. Her assistant raised his hand and said that they could go further inland. He said that they could go further into the forest. Travelers usually settled on the bank of a stream. And the boy looked at him and replied that a pack of wolves lived there. He did not want to disturb their sleep. And then the boy became seriously scared. Then he stepped aside and promised to light a fire. The mercenary exhaled and thought that this boy was so stupid he would trample everything. And behind them some kind of rustling began. Someone was clearly watching them, and it wasn't their friends. A huge mouth appeared from behind the bushes. A moment later, a whole pack of wolves appeared there. They were led by a huge monster. After some time, the group lit a fire. The young man looked at the knight and thought that she was completely different. He looked at her and wondered where her vengeful nature was, the one that had turned the king's castle into a bloodbath. Then he closed his eyes and thought that perhaps there was a reason for it, like any madness. He had a small package in his pocket, and as soon as the boy saw it, he immediately became happy. He smiled and said that it was finally time to eat. It turns out that before the mercenary left, a maid caught up with him and told him to wait a minute. The girl became embarrassed and handed him a bag containing ham and cheese, suggesting that he take it with him and be careful. Philip imagined this picture and even felt a little embarrassed. and then he smiled and said that she had a loving look. But the mercenary interrupted him and asked whether he was going to shut up or not. The boy turned around and asked if the guy really wanted to share with him, and in response, he heard that this would only happen if he shut up. The wind around them grew stronger and stronger. The young man took the bundle and froze. The assistant then looked at him and asked what was going on. Was he laughing at him? And the guy frowned and ordered him to shut up. Suddenly, a loud rustling sound was heard around. The girl immediately put on her helmet and said that they seemed to have uninvited guests. After this phrase, the rustling became even louder. At first, the boy asked if it was wolves, why the sound was so close. But then he saw that they were already running towards them. There were dozens of burning eyes of their rivals all around. It was hard to believe that they were really wolves. The assistant began to panic and ask what they were going to do, and the mercenary grabbed his sword and said that it looked like they had no dinner today. Meanwhile, the monsters were approaching them faster and faster. The knight said that these animals are much larger than ordinary wolves. Maybe this is the work of black magic? The boy replied that they should deal with them and find out. The girl turned around and noted that he was right, ordered her assistant to mount his horse and stay behind. He agreed. She then turned around and addressed the mercenary, ordering him to do the same. But the guy frowned and said that he would refuse, and suggested that she go to security herself. The lady turned around and asked again in surprise when she heard that in such armor she would not be able to defeat the wolves. While the knight was trying to object, her assistant stepped aside and shouted that there were also plenty of wolves there. Then the boy grabbed his sword and said that there was no need to worry and follow him. There was something that only he could do. The girl simply remained silent in response. Then she turned around and told him to try not to die. The guy turned around and asked her not to die either. At this moment, the monsters had already gone on the attack. They were approaching the protagonist at an incredible speed, while he was saying that there were too many of them, and one after another they began to attack him. Luckily, the man's martial arts were enough to dodge. The guy also raised his head and noted that flame magic would have dealt with them in a minute. Then he turned around and thought that he couldn't show them. You never know who might become your enemy, so for now it's better to fight hand to hand. He needed to retreat, and then he swung his arm and said that the most invisible fight to the eye would be a sword fight. And he also activated the gray magic, the wind blade, making it the best time to fight. The wolves were already approaching. The boy thought the wind magic was giving them momentum, after which he swung and thought that if he wanted, he could turn on the gust of wind, and he transformed into sharp blades. And with one blow, he was able to knock down the first enemy. He cut his cheek and dealt him a serious blow, and a moment later he completely deprived him of his head. Another wolf tried to attack him, opened his mouth, and tried to bite the guy. But he simply didn't succeed, and there was a lack of understanding of what was happening. It turns out the boy activated gray magic, thanks to which the wind curtain was activated and the monster missed. The mercenary also turned around and asked if the wolf was surprised, as if his teeth were biting, but that was not the case, and he immediately cut off his head. A scratch appeared on the boy's cheek. While he was standing in the middle, he heard two more people behind him. The knight continued to fight there with all her might, and with one blow she was able to kill two wolves at once, thereby protecting her assistant. The mercenary looked at her and thought that they were stronger than he thought. He frowned and also thought that the battle was dragging on, which was bad. Somewhere in the distance stood their leader and watched all this, while the mercenary thought that maybe this was just his tactics. Immediately after that, he activated the search for magical power thanks to his supervision, and black magic began to appear below. The guy seemed to be scanning everything around, or finally found it. There was a huge monster standing in the bushes behind, and it was the leader. Then the young man shouted to the lady. She turned around and Gigi said that she needed to take the horse and leave, and he had to deal with the leader. The girl immediately asked him to return, but the boy no longer listened to her. He was able to jump over all the approaching monsters in one leap, and as if pushing off in the air from magical islands, I kept moving forward. It was like flying. The knight watched all this and could not believe her eyes, because her companion literally flew over his rivals. The girl turned around and asked if that was really what she saw, but she was distracted by her assistant. The boy was then lying on the ground, fleeing from the wolves and screaming that he was being killed, while simultaneously asking for help. The knight simultaneously noticed the leader and realized that she had to save her charge. Meanwhile, a chase was going on in the forest. The young man ran as fast as he could, chasing the monster, and finally he was able to land, asked if he understood correctly that the beast is a beast. After which he turned around and said that, thanks to instinct, he was simply pursuing his fleeing target. The monster continued to growl and looked at him closely. Then he spread his arms and was ready to fight. The young man turned around and answered where he got so many friends from, calling him a pathetic mongrel. And then he asked where the other wolves that appeared behind him came from. The guy smiled and said that overall he was glad to meet them. It was time to kill them all, and activated the quest. Where the cursed wolf should have been eliminated, it now became prey. The monster got really angry, and all his charges immediately rushed at the player. True, with one blow the young man activated the wind blades and killed everyone at once. He's really super. Only the blood had time to fly in different directions. And the guy continued to stand there, and said that his opponent was even more disgusting than in the game. He couldn't control his anger, and was ready to tear him to pieces. The young man smiled and asked if he was really afraid to attack alone. The monster immediately rushed towards him. He stretched out his paw and tried to hit him. Then he swung, but somehow missed, and the mercenary stood still. And he activated the barrier display case, thanks to which he was able to protect himself. And the monster's blow hit right this barrier. Everything started to fly apart in different directions. The guy raised his head and said that, apparently, this was not enough for protection. So he decided to add more power and activated magic, after which he began to attack. He put his hand forward and used blue magic, Shield of Frost. This time, he managed to completely defend himself from the enemy's attack. Because of this, the wolf jumped back and thought about what to do next. And the young man looked out and looked at him. His shield was shining very brightly, and this greatly surprised the enemy. After which, blocks of ice flew straight towards him from there. The wolf stretched out his hand and tried to hide from them, but the ice scratched his paws and, blow after blow, the ice blocks knocked him off his feet. This continued until the wolf was too far away. All his hands were wounded and bloody. The guy came closer and asked him if he had refreshed himself, and if he wanted more. The monster's eyes then changed color to red, signaling the approach of danger. He immediately jumped up and tried to attack the mercenary. He stretched out his paw and began to accumulate dark energy there, after which he extended his hand and struck back. And he even managed to land several blows at once at that moment. The monster frowned and looked at the surroundings. All the trees were cut down, and the forest was partially destroyed. However, the protagonist was safe and sound. The wolf then tried to attack the mercenary, but did not see what was behind him. The young man was able to cut off his hand with one blow. The pain for the monster was incredible. He looked at him and said that one wind blade would not be enough for such a hand. So he began to accumulate energy again and decided to strike again. It acquired a different hue, and a decision was made to change the magic. And a second later, a bright light appeared there, which frightened the wolf, and his hand immediately flew to the side. Where the elbow used to be was just mush. That's how strong the main character is. The monster screamed in pain even louder. It turns out that the mercenary, thanks to gray magic and a vacuum explosion, deprived him of all energy. The wolf had tried to attack with his paw, and now he was going to deprive him of the other one as well. Which is what he did. After this, the main wolf rolled back and screamed, and the guy in blood was slowly moving towards him. He then picked up his broken sword and said that he didn't realize how long it had been since he left the village. Meanwhile, the monster was bleeding and kneeling before him. His black magic was dissipating around, and in the blink of an eye, it filled the entire space. The young man saw this and wondered if it had already begun. Then he covered his face with his hand in the ice shield, because a bright light appeared in front of him. And even the shield didn't help him completely. He was thrown back a couple of meters. The boy also saw something. The monster jumped at the last second and tried to escape from the spot. It flew right over his head. Then he turned and looked around. His eyes glowed red, filled with anger and aggression. But then he was stopped by an ice projectile. Ice flew at him from all sides. Thanks to this, the monster was almost defeated and ended up on the ground. Then a wall of ice began to form above him. The wolf looked at this and realized that he was now completely trapped. After all, something like an ice dome had formed around it. Then the main character approached him and asked if he was really planning to escape from there, after which he extended his hand and added that he was surprised. He thought he had missed it. He then used low blue magic, activating the ice prison. But surprise, Bloody shells flew towards him, and they began to pierce his hand along with their energy. It was a counterattack that made him let his guard down. At that very second, the monster broke through the ice cave with all its might. He managed to make cracks and put all his strength into getting out of there. And then the ice prison was destroyed. When the monster thought he had managed to escape, he was asked where he was going. After which, prayer energy appeared around him again. The young man was flying straight at him from above and screaming. Did he really think he would gather his friends and come back for him? Then he swung and said he wouldn't let that happen. The last thing the monster saw was this man. Then there was a loud explosion. The lightning gradually dissipated. The wolf screamed furiously. The boy landed next to him and looked at him. He then swung and activated the wind blade. And with this blade he pierced his opponent. And then he activated the vacuum blast and directed it towards him again. It seemed that nothing could help the monster, and the end of the battle was near. He was spitting blood and couldn't even respond to the attack. And then he fell to the ground. The young man grabbed his head and said that it was difficult. His opponent's eyes continued to glow brightly at that moment, but over time they began to fade away. The corpses of other wolves lay around. The mercenary looked and said that it was finally over. True, their leader continued to twitch violently at that moment. The boy looked and wondered what was going on. Was he really still alive? After all, he was almost out of mana. Then he noticed something. The huge wolf turned into something that looked like a human. Then he looked at him and quietly thanked him. The mercenary immediately sat down and said he'd like to hear what curse had been upon him. It wasn't worth dying in vain. The man, one step away from death, only managed to say something about the old deer. And the boy was surprised and began to ask again what kind of deer it was, but his opponent was already dead. After which the guy looked at the sky and said that he probably wanted to say that he never managed to eat the deer. Meanwhile, nearby, his companions also finished their battle and lit a fire. The girl suddenly turned around and asked if there was a mercenary there. A guy actually came out of the bushes and replied that everything was fine. Philip saw a severed head in his hands and jumped back, screaming what it was. And the young man picked her up and said that this was a werewolf. He was the leader of the wolves. The lady was surprised and wondered if their companion had really managed to cope with him alone. Then she looked at him and thought, maybe this man really did have mastered dark magic. Then she bowed her head and asked why Ian attacked them first. She came closer and said that the mercenary could have died like that. Had he really forgotten his promise to get to the capital with her? The boy turned around and replied that if there had been two of them, he would have simply run away. But the girl immediately asked how he knew, since it was just his guess. The young man closed his eyes and replied that they were easy to see. They were just some small flies that even Philip could handle. And looking at the corpses of the wolves, the main character said that the strong wolves simply waited until they weakened and then attacked. Then he raised his head and said that he simply hid and waited, not at all because he was strong. And he also added that he was alone. That's why he attacked. Otherwise, he would have run away. The guys listened to him attentively, after which the mercenary turned around and added that he understood why she was worried, but he valued his life and would not sacrifice it for someone else. The lady sighed and thought that she couldn't even object. Then she looked at him and said that, however, if he had any plan, he should have communicated it in advance and not acted alone. The young man turned away and said that he agreed. Then he would discuss everything with them. He also looked ahead and said that first they need to get out of here. There are a lot of corpses here. After which the boy looked at the assistant and ordered him to bring his horse. He agreed. The mercenary stood for a while and thought that he was finished. Where was his reward? And then a memory appeared of how a status window appeared, where it was written that he was given additional points of physical strength. That was good. The guy stood there and decided to focus everything on his intellect and willpower. Otherwise, the character would be of no use to anyone as just a secondary character. Then they also explained to him that there is also a core for the cursed energy. And then another ball fell out of his opponent's mouth. The mercenary picked it up and said, did he have that too? In his opinion, he had never seen anything like it in a game before. He then lowered his head and added that it could be used as well, although usually after using such abilities, they die. And now he closed his eyes and thought that perhaps he would need this later. Meanwhile, a horse was brought to him. The hero watched as the assistant struggled to get it to move further and asked what was wrong. But the stallion had been watching his master all this time, who was literally radiating black magic. Then he jumped up, and it was unclear what was happening. Foam came out of his mouth, And a second later, the horse fell dead to the ground. The boy leaned towards her and said, "Is she really dead?" He was offended and did not understand why. And the mercenary thought, could it really be because of the blood? The assistant sat and cried because he treated her well. The lady ordered him to be careful. There were corpses all around. Then she turned around and said she was sorry and was willing to pay for the horse. The guy replied that it wasn't worth it. Then he thought about it and said that he was quite tired. The boy understood all this time that the topic was approaching something connected with him. There was a pond not far from them. Philip walked there already very tired and said that they had finally arrived. The bank of the stream in the center of the forest was right in front of them. It turned out that his horse had become a mercenary's horse, so the boy had been walking the whole time, and the young man sat on the stallion and thought that the boy's horse was quite good. Then he looked at him and said that they had indeed come, and then he threw him a bag of food, and he was delighted. The main character came down and told the boy to prepare the food, but first, to wash his hands and clean his armor. And while the boy was running away, the guy thought that it was very easy to command him. Then a knight came up to him and asked what he was doing. The protagonist then undressed and said that he would take off his armor to wash himself. He thought that all his clothes were already stuck to his body, the girl thought. Then she also began to undress and was immediately asked what she was doing. When she took off her helmet, she replied that she had also decided to wash herself. Then she looked at him and replied that it was better to do it together. The young man froze for a while, because he was shocked by such a proposal. The boys went their separate ways along the river and started washing themselves. The mercenary then thought, is this really normal for this world? He even turned away and thought that the girl was too close. Suddenly she turned to him. He asked what was the matter. The lady continued to wash herself and asked if the mercenary was wounded. Then he thought, really, decided to ask only now, and said that everything was fine. But the girl did not turn around and said that it was good, and it was surprising that the young man fought with the werewolf and did not receive a single wound. She immediately remembered how he fought and said that his fighting style was, so to speak, unique, and the guy was clearly a better knight than her. Considering how he manipulates his assistant and his wisdom, one can say that he is not just a mercenary, but maybe from a noble family. The boy turned around and asked that if he was from a simple area, he wondered if the lady was making any guesses. The girl then raised her hand and replied that she understood everything. Apparently, the guy can't talk about it. In general, she is the same, since she decided to live not as a member of the Laurel family, but as an apostle and sword of the kingdom. An apostle is one who has received a blessing from God and has become a member of his family, one who can use some of his abilities. Obviously, this is unfair power, but most likely it requires a price to maintain it, which the girl had to pay. The young man then asked what kind of goddess this was, and he really surprised the lady, even getting a question. Did he really not know? The guy was a little embarrassed and said that he was not very friendly with the gods, and thought that there were too many gods in this game. And at that moment, the lady turned around and said that the goddess was not one to be easily served, and because she was the goddess of censure, Torin. Then she introduced her and said that she was the second daughter and the sword that punishes all sins. And then she closed her eyes and added that therefore, as her apostle, she could not lie and ignore sins, because then she would lose her power. The mercenary turned around and said that if that's what they call her, then other names must be even cooler. He then continued to wash himself and thought that the main motives in the game were betrayal and moral decay, so there were other names. Then he imagined the cross and thought that, for example, another name for the god of light is blind faith. Then the girl closed her eyes and said that if the guy was talking about other names, then they certainly exist. For example, retribution. And then it dawned on the main character. The guys were there for a while and discussed that, in the end, the intersection of sin can replace someone's revenge. And sometimes, after that, he himself becomes an object together, it turns out. Another name for censure is retribution. The lady said that this righteous revenge is under the protection of the goddess. Now the mercenary understood everything. He frowned and thought that perhaps this was the secret of the blood-spilling avenger. He imagined the knights and thought that she had not simply fallen, but had gone from being an apostle of rebuke to an apostle of retribution. And he immediately remembered how the lady had said that therefore, as her apostle, She could not lie and ignore sins. If he lost her favor, then her blessing would also disappear. The young man imagined her along with the blessing, and thought that if the future apostle violated the will of God, his blessing would disappear. Knowing this, he can give a rough answer. But the question is, why did this happen? How did she turn into a demon instead? He also imagined this night during the battle in the game, and wondered if this was revenge for the death of his family, or if it was hatred towards someone. The main question was, what if it prevents her from becoming an avenger who sheds blood? And then the main character thought seriously and frowned. And I thought, no, she needs to become a bloody avenger. Only after this will the boss of the first chapter appear, and in general, he does not have enough information. So he lowered his head and said he needed to watch a little longer. Then the lady turned around and said that it seemed that her companion did not serve any god. In response, she heard that this was so, and she was not going to start, and said that apparently he had a reason for this. She also looked at the moon and added that, definitely, even at this moment, God was watching him, and who knew, maybe he was already eager to get him. In response, she heard that perhaps so, and immediately afterward, the protagonist raised his middle finger toward the sky. For some time the boys continued to wash themselves, and said that they were already hungry and needed to go have dinner. The next day they set out on their journey, and on the way, their assistant discussed how the mercenary was able to single-handedly defeat the werewolves. The guy himself then remembered their dinner, and thought that since yesterday's dinner the boys couldn't shut up, and this is a common situation. The assistant then thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, it's enough. It seems like they didn't meet that many along the way." The boy turned around abruptly and asked if it was true that they hadn't met any. He thought that when he was in the kingdom, he had met hundreds of these monsters on the way here. The knight immediately turned around and said that it was true. Usually, only goblins and kobolds were encountered on the state road. The guy was very surprised and asked again about the state road. Then he presented the map and thought that after he got out of the border swamps, he arrived in a city that was located in this kingdom, and it was there that he began his activities as a mercenary. He imagined his first battle, working as a mercenary, solving the city's problems and killing monsters, after which he covered his face with his hand and said that he was simply clearing the way for them. He also turned around and said that Philip's good days were over because there would be a lot more trouble in the kingdom than he thought. And finally, after some time, their team approached the first city. True, the young man was surprised when he saw that it had burned down, and said that he did not think that they would be found so soon. The boy exhaled and sadly asked if this could really be the work of robbers. Then he looked at the knight and said that this happens not only on the outskirts, but also on its own. But the girl couldn't control her anger, and said that she wasn't going to forgive it. How could someone destroy someone else's home so easily? The main character watched her from the side, and thought that the girl was being dramatic, but surprisingly, she was quite fair. Then he turned around and saw some people in the distance. He smiled and said he thought they would be able to find out about it soon, and the question immediately arose as to what. Then the guy pointed at these people and said that they could find out about what happened here. The knight saw them and became very tense. Meanwhile, the men were digging a mass grave. One of them took a pickaxe and said that we needed to dig properly. Then he turned around and added that it really took so long to dig just 6 graves, it was better to finish quickly. But everything had to be done correctly. Then he turned around and saw something in the distance. A horse with a knight on its back was flying towards him at full speed. The man was very scared and asked what it was. Was it really a knight? Why would he suddenly fly towards them? Then people started running and shouting that they needed to grab their weapons and aim at the horse and shoot without missing. And the girl came closer and closer and shouted that they needed to drop their weapons and fall to their knees. The boy looked at her in surprise and shouted why they needed to do this, when suddenly, one of them fired behind his back. The man turned around and shouted in surprise at this fool. He hadn't been told to shoot. However, the arrow was already approaching the rider's horse. With just one blow, the girl was able to cut her in half and dodge the blow. The peasants saw this and were very surprised. They did not understand what kind of monster it was. Then the knight swung her sword and was about to attack them. And then with one blow, she knocked down the man who shot at her. The poor guy's body literally shattered into 2 pieces, and the man remained standing and thought that it was the bastard who had caused them problems. And unfortunately, he didn't even notice how the knight suddenly appeared above his head. All three immediately fell to their knees and began to say that they had been misunderstood and that they had done nothing wrong. The lady then came closer and said that she would listen to their excuses later, but for now, Ian would look after them. And then the man looked at the mercenary. Then he was surprised and realized that he knew him. He looked at the guy and was even able to call him by name, which greatly surprised Jan. For a while, the man stood on his knees and thought that things were bad. Then he looked down and thought it was no wonder he had a bad dream last night. Then he heard that he would be heard later, but now he would be interrogated by another person. And the thought arose, wouldn't there really be some kind of interrogation about what was going on here? After which the man saw something that surprised him greatly. There sat Jan on a horse. The guy looked at him and didn't understand where this man knew him from. The man came closer and said that his name was Miguel. A hunter and mercenary, they often saw each other in the city. The main character immediately began to scroll through his memories in his head and wondered who it was. He probably saw this guy at the bar. At that moment, the girl turned around and asked if the young man really knew them. He replied that he only remembered their faces. Then he heard that the man was glad that he recognized him and said that it was better that way, and promised to answer all the questions. The guy looked at him and thought that he was ready to tear out his limbs one by one. But he didn't pretend to be familiar any longer. That means he's smart. So he turned around and said that in that case we need to answer. What happened here? Then the man began his story, introduced the soldiers and said that this happened even before they arrived here. The whole city was burned down, and the soldiers began to kill. The old men begged them to let them go and asked why the great king was allowing this to happen. But the guard turned around and said that this was the king's order. He raised the torch and added that the order to resettle all residents into the city had already been issued, so they needed to move quickly. And then it dawned on the girl that the king was not a good guy. Marquis Burchard? An assistant ran up to her and shouted that this couldn't be. Why burn the village? And she lowered her head and said that, most likely because of the war, preparations for war were underway throughout the city. The mercenary understood what was being said and thought that labor forces were being collected from all over the kingdom and sent to the main base. Then he came closer and added that if a war began, it would not be possible to defend all the territories of the kingdom. The place would have been plundered anyway, so the king decided to do it himself. The boy listened to all this and was in complete shock, and the boy closed his eyes and thought that the Marquis's true motives were quite different. There's still one more question. Then he looked at the man and asked what kind of corpses were being buried now. He turned around and explained that this was the family of the village elder. They had been against the resettlement until the very end, and had been executed for it. And he remembered how, when leaving, they met the residents who had moved. They gave him some coins and asked him to bury them. The guy came closer and asked what else. In response, he said that that was all. And there was a slight pause in the air. The man could not stand it and began to shout that it was all true and that he was ready to swear to God that he had told him the truth. The mercenary clutched his head and thought it was all in vain. Apparently it was true, since the quest window didn't even appear. At that moment, the lady asked the guy about this man, and Ian replied that he believed him. Then she looked at him and said that now she understood everything. Then she would go and see if there was anyone left in the village. The boy turned around and said, "What a meticulous girl." And the man sat on the ground, and all this time continued to look at him. Then the mercenary turned around, and with burning eyes, asked what he wanted. Did he really want to die? He started saying that everything was fine. Then he said that since he was not guilty of anything, maybe they should continue doing their job. The young man turned away and said that, of course, they could, and in response he heard a "thank you." They still had their main mission to fulfill. After which he turned around and shouted to his assistants that they were looking at him and needed to move. The boy looked at them all this time and said that they probably had some important task, since there were 6 of them. The mercenary grabbed his head and said that it was a bit inappropriate to talk about it here. Then the boy asked why he was looking at the mercenary like that, and the main character said that among the mercenaries there are a lot of freaks who steal other people's assignments. Then he looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Does he look like such a bastard?" The man apologized, after which he closed his eyes and said that it was just a rumor. They said that a large pack of wolves had gathered in that direction, and that they only fed on people. After which he closed one eye and said that they had caught several people, and one of these people was the customer's son. And he is a former hunter. That's why they gave him this task. Then the man saw the boys exchange glances and asked what was wrong. The protagonist at that moment dropped his hand and said that he really didn't want to steal this task from him. After which he raised the leader's head and said that, apparently, he had already figured it out. The hunter saw this and was very surprised. The boy approached him and said it was good that he took the head with him. The main character said he would give him money. The man continued to say in surprise that it was the first time he had heard of a werewolf among the wolves, and he was doubly surprised when he heard that this coward was simply hiding behind the backs of his henchmen, just like he himself. The young man looked at him and added that it was time to get down to business. He smiled and asked in which city he took this assignment. Night fell. The girl returned and asked, "Do they really need to go to the village on the way to the Red Valley?" She also looked at the mercenaries and asked if they wanted to take anyone with them. The assistant then approached the horse and said that it would take about 2 days. The relatives of the deceased needed to know the truth about the wolves, and the player came closer and said that they should stock up on supplies before heading into the forest of graves. The girl agreed and said that all the mercenaries except Yan irritated her. They did not have faith in God. The man then turned around and said with a smile that it was an honor to walk with her. So the guy stood there for a while until the mercenaries finished. The young man was meditating at that moment and thought that the time of monsters had come. He needed to be vigilant. Then he opened his eyes and activated his magical vision. When he looked at the night, the girl was emitting strong energy, so it didn't seem like it to him. After this, the lady turned around and asked what was the matter. And in response, she heard that, apparently, the black magician had not yet taken possession of her. She immediately grabbed her bag and carried it to the bag and asked what was meant. Then she pulled the sphere out and saw that it had released all its energy outward. They looked at her for a while and discussed that there seemed to be no changes. She didn't feel them. The guy looked down and said that it was a weak magical wave, most likely a signal that attracts monsters. A second later, someone appeared nearby. The mercenary frowned and said that they had just remembered him and he had come immediately. The knight also put on her helmet and said that this was a very, very interesting proverb. Meanwhile, someone was watching them on the top of the hill. The boy also turned around and saw someone there. It was a headless horseman. What nonsense. Then he ran closer and asked in surprise who it was. The boy replied that it was probably the black magician's henchman they were looking for. Then he looked at him and said that there were many rumors about him. A headless horseman who was wreaking havoc in the kingdom. The boy was very scared and said that they had only recently encountered werewolves. So where did this monster come from? Then he looked up and said that the gentleman was right, and in this kingdom there really is complete chaos. And all three continued to look at the monster. Jan stood and said nothing. He then turned around and thought that he didn't expect high-level monsters to appear one after another. He also met a man from the first village and thought the black mage treasured the seeds he'd sown. Well, at least he didn't have to search. Then he extended his hand and ordered the young man to hand over his sword. He immediately handed it over. A girl approached them and said that she would be in front, but the boy raised his head and said that perhaps it would be better to just watch first. And Jan looked at the rider again and asked if they thought he was just waiting for them to attack. Then he frowned and added that he thought they should think about strategy. The enemy was clearly capable of changing their course of action. He looked at it again and thought that if it had two types of attacks, defensive and offensive, the smartest thing to do would be to wait for an offensive attack. That's when it will be easy to hit him. At that moment, the boy turned around and said that he agreed with the master's opinion. But the other mercenaries ruined everything. They jumped up and shouted that they were finally finished. And finally, the man said that they could now leave, and only then noticed that something was wrong. Everyone looked at him with surprised eyes, and it was not clear that he was an idiot. The rider, meanwhile, regarded this as an attack and captured the minds of some of those present. The boy looked at him and said that everything was under control, but now it was definitely not. This went on for some time. The guys couldn't do anything. The monster's magic was too strong and spread everywhere. At that moment, the knight asked what their enemy was doing. Jan replied that it was an ancient language, and he continued to watch his attack, saying that the enemy would not forgive those people who invaded the fairylands. The boy covered his ears with his hands and asked if his mercenary really understood the rider. The guy turned away and said that he understood somehow, but he himself was thinking that he had a secret skill, an ancient language of the second level. He thought that the once useless skill now played into his hands. And by the way, he is not interested in hearing stories about the monster being an ancient spirit of the swamp fairylands. Here the young man was very surprised. Then he turned around and told everyone to quickly cover their ears. The boy agreed and did so immediately. Then the mercenary frowned and added that this was not just ancient speech, it was a spell. It could not be heard. But it was too late. 2 mercenaries were already under the spell. The bandit looked at them and shouted that these idiots should have covered their ears. Didn't they hear? But at that moment, reason had already left both of them, and corpses began to crawl out of the graves. They were literally zombies. The boys saw them and were very surprised. Now their opponents were also the walking dead. These monsters approached the 2 enchanted ones and began to grab their heads. The last thing the men saw was their huge teeth, and then their blood splattered everywhere, and the bandit screamed. He had been digging graves for too long, the ungrateful bastards. And then the boy turned around and asked the master what they should do. At that moment, the knight raised her sword and said that, as she had said, she would be in front, and the boy should help the others. After which, her horse rushed forward. The mercenary didn't even know what to add here, and the boy asked the master to kill him before the monsters ate him. He smiled and said that the assistant was so worried about some zombies, and he needed to check something. The mercenary noticed the girl and said that he would finally be able to see her true skills. Meanwhile, she was approaching the enemy. His magical power was simply incredible and began to spread everywhere. Suddenly, huge spikes began to fly out from under the ground. This created a barrier that prevented her from running further. But the girl didn't lose her composure and took out her sword. And then, one by one, she started cutting them off and clear the way for further raid. The monster saw this and was even a little confused. After all, the knight was getting closer and closer to him, finally attacking him with her signature attack. The protagonist was the one who was still watching from the sidelines and was very pleased. He looked at her and said that, as he thought, she was destined to become a knight. After all, now the girl quickly cut down her opponent. He stood and said that even if he did nothing, the lady would manage on her own, while the boy was fighting for his life. Then he turned around and added that he knew about this boy's abilities. He needed to warm up a little and help him kill the ghouls. At this moment, the headless knight continued to fight with the lady and began to regenerate. And she continued to strike, and thought that it was already getting hard for her. Then she remembered the first blow and the strange glow that came out of her body, as if there was something there. Then she looked at the magical ash and thought that this rider was definitely hiding something. Suddenly, an enemy who had already fully recovered appeared next to her. The girl looked there and thought that he had returned to his original appearance. It was quite interesting. And the rider then raised his hand and began to say something again. A moment later, a stone wall appeared in front of the lady's face. The girl had to cut it all down and fight again. She managed to do it with one blow, but it was already very difficult. Even though the barrier had scattered in different directions, it kept getting bigger and bigger. At that very second, the monster decided to strike again, and he threw a huge, sharp stone spear straight towards the girl. The lady managed to raise her sword in time and parry the blow, and when she opened her eyes, she thought it was a whip made of bones. Quite interesting. And then she threw it aside. However, the rider was not going to give up and continued to strike. This time his whip flew towards her from the other side, and in a moment he was already right behind the back of her head. Then he grabbed her hand. The lady noticed this and thought that things were bad. Her hand was completely immobilized, and she thought it was some dirty, magical power that was breaking through the divine mana. The girl tried to raise her hand and said that she couldn't feel it at all. But then someone came to the rescue and was able to cut this whip. The lady looked to the side and noticed her savior. Next to her stood Jan, who helped her in difficult times. Surprised, she couldn't say anything to him. The young man himself turned around and said that he had been delayed a little in the rear. Then he looked at the rider and added that now he understood his skills. It's time to start a real battle with the enemy. Jan drew his sword and said that he must strike again with all his might. He frowned and added that this had to be done in such a way that the rider would fly out of the saddle. The monster immediately tried to attack them again. He hit them with his whip, but missed. Then the mercenary started running away from him, and he tried to catch up with them in the garden. The girl watched all this, and she thought that she didn't know exactly what the mercenary was planning, but she could trust him. Then she moved forward and said that she would gladly kill this abomination. The horse was confident in its owner, and then her sword began to glow, and complete confidence appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, the monster continued to pursue the mercenary. He tried from different angles, but still couldn't hit him. The guy turned around and realized that things were bad. He was already very close, and the rider was indeed right behind him, saying something again. The young man smiled and asked again if he really thought he had caught him, after which he apologized and said that he was actually the one who caught it. Suddenly, a horse started approaching. The rider turned around and realized that things were bad. Literally a second later, he was pierced from behind by a sword. The rider's body began to fly apart into different pieces, but after it began to regenerate, the girl thought that she had not killed it again, and suddenly her companion began to approach her. The lady looked at him and did not understand what was happening, saying that the rider would now return to his former body. And the young man then took a swing and replied that he already knew this, after which he cut another fragment in half. The lady was surprised, not understanding why he was cutting the air. But then it dawned on her. It was something she had never seen before, some strange piece, around which the rider's matter began to dissolve. A second later, another blow came from the same piece. The mercenary's horse lost one leg from the blow and began to fall. The young man himself turned around and said that she had done a great job. He pushed off from her and flew towards the small piece again. Jan hit him again, and it was clear it was not in vain. The knight was still watching from the sidelines all this time and did not understand what was happening. But someone's skull began to appear in her eyes, and then he fell to the ground. The girl was surprised and realized that it was the skull of that very monster. The mercenary meanwhile continued to attack, his eyes still glowing brightly. For some time the young man hit the skull with a sword and tried to disarm it. It seemed that it was already pointless, and the enemy was defeated when he uttered his last word. A moment later, a bright red light appeared from his eye sockets, and he began to scream something again. Everyone around suddenly froze, and they realized that something strange was happening. Then there was an explosion. The girl was standing slightly behind the main character, and she asked what this paralysis was. The magic had broken through all her sacred power and paralyzed her entire body. She couldn't move any further, so she remained sitting on the horse and thinking that her comrade was also paralyzed. Meanwhile, the skull rose into the air and seemed to be completely intact, apparently about to return to his normal form. But suddenly the guy gathered his strength and decided that he needed to get out of the paralysis, after which he grabbed him right by the head. The monster had absolutely no idea how he managed to escape, and then the guy smiled and said that all named monsters have one way to escape a dangerous situation. Then he looked up and added that he knew he had one just like her. Just a minute before, he was holding his sword and going through various thoughts in his head about strength of spirit, resistance, intelligence, magic, and will. And he thought that all the other passive abilities, which he initially considered completely useless, together became the key to salvation. Then he squeezed the sword and realized that it was not paralysis, but a very short stupor. Now he held the skull in his hands and said that in such moments, being an outsider is very useful. Then he threw him to the ground with all his might. He also smiled and said that it was time to end this, and he again approached the skull lying on the ground. However, the monster managed to jump to the side so that it flew like a ball across the field. And then the guy caught up with him and swung again. He struck him with his sword with all his might to destroy him. At some point, it became more like a mess. It looked scary. Even the knight simply watched this silently from the side, and could not comment on it in any way. Suddenly it dawned on her that the paralysis had passed, but it was unclear how. The girl immediately began to replay the moments of the battle in her head, and she said that she didn't understand how the guy could defeat such a strong monster with such ordinary physical attacks. Finally, the skull cracked. When the young man swung again, he tried to tell him something, but he was going to pierce him and did not even want to listen, only wishing for death. And a second later, he actually did it. Then, a bright light enveloped everything around. The knight was even forced to cover her face with her hand. It was so hard to watch. There was also a blast wave, and then everything went quiet. The young man was still sitting next to me at that moment and finally exhaled. Then he frowned and said, what did he care about his hatred of the magician? He looked at the broken skull and also at the broken sword. He was more upset that the sword had broken again than that something bad had happened to them. Meanwhile, the black magician in his lair watched all this and said that they got rid of all the spirits in their path. He introduced the main character and said that this man was to blame for everything. The magician threw the book aside and said that this guy was destroying the seeds he had so carefully nurtured. Then he came closer to the ball and said that he would consider this an opportunity to get rid of this freak. He extended his hand forward and added that the whole world would return to its true form, becoming what it was originally. The magician spread his arms, shouting that, as his servant and pioneer, he would cast off the shackles of humanity and be reborn as a perfect being. There was a smile on his face as he said that the time would come, and the first one to be devoured would be that vile bastard, the mercenary. Finally, the next day arrived. In one of the cities, the townspeople stood and discussed how the village elder had finally died and his only son had been torn to pieces by wolves. They also mentioned the mercenaries and asked if there was any news from them. Suddenly, someone started making noise nearby, and our people appeared in the village. The knight on the horse had the rider's skull. Everyone looked at the guys and discussed whether this was really a knight, completely covered in armor, what was going on, and what that skull was in the back. Then they noticed the man who was leading them and said that he was the same mercenary who had gone wolf hunting. They also looked at him and said that it was not clear what he was holding in his hands. Was that the culprit's head? Was that really the culprit's head? Just look at his brave face. He probably did it himself. And they also shouted that they didn't think the man would be able to fulfill the request. He is simply amazing. The hunter immediately turned around, smiled at the team, and said that they had arrived an hour early, all thanks to him, their guide. People were surprised to hear that he didn't want to carry the werewolf's head any further because it was scary and heavy. Jan threatened him. Then the guide grabbed the head tighter, and the mercenary thought that he had really become a good guide. If we go back to that night, everyone was sitting around the fire while the hunter was reburial. He carefully buried everyone, including his comrades. The boy turned around at that moment and told him to stop, but the man replied that everything was fine. He did this for his own good. Since only one survived, his subordinates could turn into evil spirits. Then he frowned and added that in any case, these people put in a lot of effort, right up until the very end. The assistant listened to him and didn't even answer. He then turned and addressed the lady, also asking what they should do. The journey was taking much longer than expected. In response, he heard that it was true, since Jan joined them, they fight almost every day, and they are only late because they lost their horses, said Jan. Philip looked at him and said that it would take at least another week to get to the grave forest. Suddenly, a man approached them and asked if their destination was really the grave forest. Then he smiled and said that 5 days would be enough for them to reach the village by the short road. Gigi looked at him and asked if he was ready to take responsibility. In response, he heard that in general, yes, although it was a little dangerous there. At that moment, the guy smiled and said that in that case he would have to take them to the grave forest as well. The hunter was very surprised and asked why him, and the mercenary tossed him a coin. As soon as the old man received it, he asked why they should go into that damned forest. But the glow of the gold coin immediately clouded his mind. The surprised man raised his head and said, "Is this really an imperial gold coin?" The main character thought that such a coin was worth twice as much. The hunter simply could not refuse. He thought that since he was only going to the forest with Maeve, it would be good if he replaced him as a witness for the black magician. While the man was saying that the tavern had pretty good food and the beer was also not bad. Then he raised his hand and added that they needed to meet at this tavern when they had finished their business. At this point, the protagonist lent the assistant some coins and told him to go to the stables and buy him a horse, and one for himself too. The girl intervened in the conversation and asked if Gigi was going to go to church, and said that she also wanted to pray, and they could go together. But the young man raised his hand and said that it would be better for them to go separately, adding that after that, he planned to go somewhere else. The girl lowered her head and said that she understood everything. Some time passed. The mercenary came to the church and thought that knights like her valued their faith and honor. Then he came closer and thought that, in other words, she was the perfect target for the priests. And did he want to lose his money if he came here with her? Of course not. It was better to refuse. Then he went inside and saw the statue. This statue stood before him and radiated some kind of divine energy. It is not mana, not light. It is a real miracle. Finally, it is possible to cleanse it from black magic. Then he came closer and was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly a priest appeared from behind and asked who it was. Then he raised his head and said that now was not the time for prayer, but anyone could come in. And then he was surprised at what he saw. The old man looked at the guy and said that he didn't understand how the apostle of the goddess of light ended up in their seedy lands. The young man asked in surprise about the apostle and did not understand what kind of nonsense he was now talking, and the priest folded his hands and said that such a thing had not happened since the arrival of the apostle of all the kingdom. Then the guy thought that the priest was mistaken, but the main character still feels something. Then he frowned and turned around, and he said that he was a simple mercenary, not an apostle, and, moreover, an unbeliever. The priest was taken aback. The boy then turned away, feeling uncomfortable. He felt as if something was watching him through the statue. The old man approached him and said that if so, perhaps this man would want to serve the sacred goddess. But he smiled and thought it was funny. He kept talking about the apostle, and then, indeed, the apostle's quest appeared. To become an apostle or not. The old man meanwhile bowed to him and said that it would be better to think carefully and make the right decision. The young man grinned in response. Then he said that he would definitely think about it, and said that he needed his help. The old man agreed to listen. The mercenary came closer and asked if it was possible to cleanse these items of their dirty magical power, handing him the spheres with dark magic. Then the priest jumped back and shouted that it was defiled by dark magic, and that it was done by a simple monster. The guy asked if it was possible to clean them. They were leaving the city by noon tomorrow, and he was told that, of course, it was possible. The old man tensed up and said that perhaps he did not have enough strength for all areas. He then took them and said that if the young man donated the coins, even if his body was sick, he would be able to purify more. At first, the mercenary froze a little. Then he turned around abruptly and saw something. He pressed the reject button on the screen and decided that he was not going to serve this goddess. And at that very moment, the divine outpouring ceased. The old man saw this and was very surprised. He did not understand where the goddess's grace had gone. After which he said that he refused. The boy turned around and asked him again, and the priest bowed and said that he was mistaken. He can only help someone who is under the protection of the goddess. But surprisingly, after this, grace returned again. The young man literally glowed with this grace and told him to try harder. Maybe then the goddess would appreciate his devotion. Finally, the old man agreed. After some time, the guy came to the tavern, and his friends met him there, saying that he had finally returned. And the boy asked if the young man had really hunted the swamp dragons, how he had killed him with one swing. The guy came up there and said that the guys had already gathered. Then he sat down at the table and asked about the payment for the request about the wolves. Philip handed over the money and said that he had also added the change from the purchase of the horses. Then, with an embarrassed face, he said that he wanted to know if the gentleman really hunted dragons. At that moment, Jan looked at the hunter, and he said that he hadn't told much. Therefore, the main character had to explain that it was not a dragon, but a specimen of a swamp drake, which had only recently become an adult. A real dragon shouldn't even be compared to this winged lizard. He thought they made him remember those disgusting times. Philip cried out in surprise. Did the gentleman really see real dragons? Even the hunter was shocked. And the boy closed his eyes and said that these two were annoying him. But the questions about the swamp did not stop. The guy said that there were rumors that only the descendants of ancient people could survive in the swamps. Gigi was just one of them. Then he looked down and thought again about the dark barrier he was able to escape because of that. If we go back to that time, the unknown black wall dividing the continent in half was the dark barrier. Most of the game's problems are usually related to the madness called the dark barrier. People and monsters alike were literally going crazy there. And the same could be said about their current target, the dark mage. Suddenly, the girl intervened in the conversation and shouted for them to stop. She said that someone had been too talkative and both were too drunk, so they should go to bed. They apologized. After which, they both jumped up and went into the room, arguing and saying that it happened because of them. While the main character was thinking that they had gotten to him, and the girl once again turned to him, she asked him if he wanted to go for a short walk, adding that she needed to tell him something. The guys went outside and started discussing something. The knight walked beside him and asked if he was okay after he received the item after defeating the rider. The guy looked up and asked if she meant the trophy. After all, If we go back to that night when the mercenary noticed that he had broken his sword again, there was something lying nearby, and this something literally shot straight at him. Luckily, the main character managed to catch this thing in time, but he was immediately enveloped in black energy. It was unclear what it was. From there, hands began to appear which said that they cursed people forever and wished him death. These demons, together with the fairies, surrounded the young man and began to curse him. He smiled and asked what was going on. Was this really madness? It was nothing compared to the life of an outsider. So he activated his magic, and with one movement was able to disperse them in different directions, after which he looked down and thought that this was all these idiots were capable of. At that moment, something strange happened in his fists. They became quieter. Feelings rushed straight into his head, as if a new body part had formed. He felt the same way when he first felt the magical power within himself, and now he felt complete submission. And then he opened his palm and saw something strange there. It was a small snake that was looking straight at him. The boy smiled and asked if she had just conveyed her feelings to him. Now he'll be her pet. Then the snake began to coil around his finger. A second later, she transformed into a ring. Swamp hatred, a snake-shaped ring containing will, can cause confusion. And now the young man looked at this ring and thought that it was impossible to use it at the beginning of the game, but he removed the restriction. After which he said that everything was fine. The girl caught up with him and said that the mercenary surprised her. How easily he kills villains and wears an ominous ring. Then she closed her eyes and said that he had gone through so many trials in the swamps. The guy did not understand why this topic came up. The knight also added that she knew nothing about it, as she was in the border zone. She was lucky to have met a man like him. She even felt a little embarrassed, and with a smile she said that she was saying all this sincerely. The guy looked at her in surprise and didn't know. He asked what she wanted to say. They stopped at the fence, and the lady said that she first learned of the existence of the dark magician immediately after she stood guard over the kingdom. She also remembered that day and said that when she was about to return, she received a letter. It was a letter from her only younger brother. When asked if she really had a younger brother, the girl remembered Vernon, and she said that he is the head of the family and protects the royal family. This position is passed down from generation to generation. Gigi couldn't remember this character in the game and said that it was strange that the knight and apostle protects the borders, and her brother is with the king. In response, he heard that if she had stayed, her brother would not have been able to achieve such success. Jan thought it was a noble sacrifice, something hard to come by in these dark times. Perhaps that's what attracted the goddess. And the girl continued her story and said that the problem was that her brother understood this too. He was trying to prove his worth. She thinks that's why he sent the letter, about the war, the seeds of darkness, and how they need to be destroyed. The boy extended his hand and asked to see it, and she was surprised that he could read. When the guy read everything, he said that her brother was very ambitious, saying that he would use the capture of the dark wizard to revive the family. And while he was reading, he thought that he wanted to save the kingdom by exterminating people without morals, and also to rule his lands. And in the entire letter, only a few words were addressed to the sister, after which he raised his head and said that it seemed like he wanted to keep her under control, so that she would not take all the credit for herself. That was true. The girl closed her eyes and added that at first, she hadn't even thought about going in search of the dark magician. Then she became upset and added that there was no response from her brother, and a month had already passed. The mercenary said that a month is quite a long time. If there are no answers from him after he went to the dark magician, then everything is bad. The lady turned away and said that she knew what he wanted to say, but that didn't mean anything had happened to him. She then added that even if her brother was in a dangerous situation, she needed to get to the bottom of the whole truth, down to the smallest details. The protagonist stood opposite and thought that it seemed like he now knew a little more about how Maeve became a blood-spilling Avenger, and he immediately remembered a passage from the game where the girl was fighting, as well as her bloody armor, and I thought that was why she broke into the castle and killed the king. And it's clear what she was whispering about. Who was the girl trying to avenge that ultimately turned her into a ghost, of course, for her beloved, and because of this, she became someone's pawn. Perhaps the game doesn't even talk about her brother's life and death. Perhaps he killed the wrong enemies, acting under the influence of corruptors. At this point, the girl said that she hoped that they could find the dark magician. This is not the only reason for her long story. She lowered her head and added that right now, they don't know who the enemy is, so she needs someone she can trust. After which, she looked into his eyes and said that it would be great if his place were taken by someone who had already fought the dark mage. Gigi frowned and thought that he was curious why she was telling this story for so long. But then he noticed a status window with new quests in front of his eyes. It was necessary to find and punish the nobles who worshipped there. So the guy said that he is a mercenary and will never take on a simple request. Even if the rewards are quite attractive, there is one thing. The protagonist raised his head and asked if they wanted to sign a new contract with different conditions after fulfilling the current request. The lady came closer and said that, of course, she promised him a decent pay or status. The guy said that the reward was not the main thing now. The guy wanted to get acquainted with the contents of the contract itself, especially the part about cooperation, after which he examined her and asked if the girl realized that she stood out a lot. Then he frowned and added that, moreover, she would have to go straight to the royal castle to prove the existence of the dark magician. He said that it would not be easy to get out, since the whole kingdom was now preparing for war. And finally he frowned and said that he wanted to split up to search for the defilers. He immediately imagined this scheme, that the lady would be inside and he himself would be outside. Jan thought about going alone. After all, he could deal with the corruptors himself. The girl was then surprised and said that, nevertheless, in order to prove the existence of the dark magician, she needed witnesses. The mercenary frowned and said that there was also Miguel. He was also a mercenary. It was deep into the night while the guys were discussing the case. The lady also said that she was only thinking about payment, which is why the guy understood her talk about noble status. The girl said she thought he could play a big role for the kingdom, and the boy said he would choose the money. The only thing on his mind was that he wanted to see the end of this world. The guy thought that helping a knight who could become the king of the kingdom would be a crazy demon, and the rest? For him, it was just a process. The main thing is to find those who called him into this world and get an answer as to why they did it. If they never get an answer, then at least teach them a lesson. Then he even got a little angry and thought that before that, he needed to somehow survive. The next day came, everyone gathered together and discussed that they needed to leave from here to the fortress in the valley, and following the guide's directions, follow the path straight to the grave forest. The girl also added that the man could start leading them, but he only looked at the guy, and I remembered the previous evening. True, the young man did not listen to him, and thought that he had finally received artifacts cleansed of black magic. He looked at these balls and thought that he hoped that he would soon be able to try them out in action, and so began their journey from the outskirts of the Red Valley. There the boy got off his horse and asked what was happening. The road was so terrible that the horse could not pass, and the man grabbed his head and said that he was sure that it had been different here before. The assistant asked when it was before, and he said maybe 3, 4, or 5 years ago, or maybe 6. The hunter turned around and said that at least it wasn't as dangerous here as it used to be, when there were a bunch of goblins and gremlins living here. At that moment, a mercenary stopped behind him and asked again about the goblins and gremlins. In response, he heard that this was their lair. The hunter also added that they even ate grass, so that the trees in those places were left without leaves. Just at that second, the boy caught a leaf. True, this petal was the only one that remained, but it was saturated with black energy. They could no longer eat them. The boy asked in surprise, "What do you mean, didn't eat?" And the guy reminded him of the living dead. The assistant immediately remembered zombies and asked if they were the ones he was talking about, and said that monsters could also become ghouls. The mercenary said that if the entire forest was destroyed by the influence of black magic, anything could happen. And I thought that, as I had previously assumed, in the game you can get a quest in the infected forest. If so, the dark barriers could also be the cause of this place's madness. The infestation began recently. The boy came closer and said that, besides the grave forest, there was also an infected forest, and they had to be careful. There were strange plants there. The hunter interrupted them and asked in surprise if these were the plants they were talking about. A strange, large tree appeared in front of them. The boy looked at it and thought that its fruits were less ripe than those he had seen before, and said that it was better not to approach them. The hunter turned around and asked what would happen, and in response he heard that he would be eaten like fried chicken. The mercenary explained that they just needed to stay away from the fruits and quickly pass by, so the man went ahead. And so their quest began. The boys walked carefully under the tree and watched the fruits closely, and the young man walked behind and pulled the horse, saying that everything would work out. Then one of the fruits moved. The guy looked at him and was very surprised. And a second later, this fruit latched onto his horse. A second later, he bit it off completely. Everyone turned around and looked there in surprise. The guy was also surprised and clearly did not expect this. Not even a day had passed since he bought this horse. Then he looked up and realized he had to act quickly. He activated his inner magic, and then he headed towards the fruits of this tree. Then he ran up and asked where it was going after killing his horse. It must pay for it. Everyone stood and watched in shock. With one blow, he was able to cut off this fruit and take its life. At that moment, the guys were standing nearby and saw not only the fruit itself, but also the horse's head inside. Not the most pleasant sight. After which the hunter came closer and said that it seemed like the mercenary said that if they were left alone, everything would be fine. And he thought so too. But it seems the tree reacts to external stimuli, such as sound, which is even better as it no longer has to listen to their chatter. That's why the boy and the hunter immediately fell silent. And the main character told the knight that he would defend the front and the rear with her, and also whether it would be possible to hang the luggage on her horse. The girl agreed. Then she extended her hand forward, and suddenly I felt some strange tingling in my wrist area. The boy turned around and asked if she really had any problems, but in response he heard that nothing had happened. And the knight turned around and asked if the mercenary could find the source that polluted this forest. He stopped and asked if she was serious about asking this question while her own brother was in a dangerous situation. Then he looked back and thought that he wanted to do it anyway. He wanted to check this road, because even its structure seemed suspicious to him. Also, is this dangerous, infected forest really located near the path leading to the grave forest? Someone is blocking him from getting there. The man asked what they were talking about. He was hired as a guide to the grave forest, and now they wanted to go deeper into this devilish forest. But the knight apologized for such a sudden decision and is ready to pay him good compensation later. He will not die. The man became embarrassed and said that if the lady knight asked him for such a thing, he could not refuse, and asked if they knew how to find this polluting source. The young man then activated his magical vision to detect magic, and activated his sixth sense. Literally everything around him was like an X-ray. So the guy went ahead and told me to follow him. Along the way, they encountered various monsters, which the mercenary killed with ease. And then the evening came. Monster after monster, they got no further. They were already walking with a torch and did not understand what lay ahead. The young man then frowned and said, "I wonder if they came out to greet them personally or what, because it's in the roots and the ground." Some strange green monsters appeared. The hunter was very scared and shouted that these were goblins and kobolds. It was unclear. Were they zombies? And the lad had already pulled himself together and said that they really did look like those bastards. Suddenly a girl came up to him and said that she would deal with them, after which she swung her weapon. But Gigi turned around and said that he should have used it earlier. At this time, the monsters were running towards them at full speed. The lady was surprised and ordered everyone to lie down on the ground. The boys immediately obeyed her order. The girl launched her signature attack, and almost all the goblins were exterminated. The boy realized that divine magic works against the forces of darkness. Then he turned around and thought that now it was time to deal with the remaining monsters. But he noticed something. The girl initially radiated strong energy, very bright, and then gradually began to fade away. A second later, she started spitting blood. Then she fell to her knees, and a boy immediately ran up to her with questions. The boy immediately understood everything, grabbed his head, and said that everything couldn't be that simple. Then he stood up and told Miguel to bring him all the oil and hold the horses. He agreed. Finally, he brought 4 bags, and then he looked up and said that he just shouldn't have said what he was about to do. Gigi interrupted him and said that he should leave him the torch and go to the others. He was surprised and asked what about him. The mercenary picked up one of the bags. Then he turned around and said that he was going into the very heart of the forest. Miguel followed him and asked if he was really going to go into the heart alone. In response, he heard that it was enough to ask the same thing. The man tried to object, but behind him he heard the cry of a boy trying to bring the lady to her senses. He turned around and said that he understood everything, and asked him to be sure to return alive. And the young man continued to walk away and almost disappeared. Miguel was already running to help, but in the end he looked at them and said that they better take care of themselves. He hoped that they both would take care of Maeve. He then sprinkled some powder onto his torch and said that he needed to attract the monster's attention first. The young man turned around and asked why the fire was so strong. Then he took out his own sword. He frowned and said that would be enough. Meanwhile, the boys gathered together and decided that they needed to get ready. From that moment on, they were left alone in charge of protecting the lady. The monsters turned around and followed the main character. At some point, a young man ran past them and attracted more and more attention. He quickly went deeper into the forest and asked where these creatures were heading, and at the same time he chopped them into pieces. This happened to everyone in turn. Finally, the main character reached the killer tree. Of course, it immediately tried to attack him, but the mercenary used a unique concentration skill and was able to literally dodge the blow with one movement of his head, after which he frowned and said that they don't even give experience points for this. Then he continued killing monsters, and he shouted that I needed to stop irritating him already. Finally, the battle was over. The young man smiled and exhaled. Then he looked around and said that he was really so upset. Well, how about turning regret into anger? And when he turned around, he added that he had only just begun to act. Thus, the main character moved through the entire forest, thinking that the rules of all players are to let weak mobs pass. At the same time, zombies were moving and chasing him right behind him, and more new ones emerged from underground. Finally, a huge earth monster appeared before him. It seemed stronger than the others. The boy jumped. He pushed away from his shoulder, simultaneously asking why he was making so much noise, and flew behind him. The monster turned around and decided that now he had to be killed, after which he struck, thereby breaking the guy's torch. When Gigi landed, he said that it was some kind of mid-boss and that he no longer had a torch. And then he saw something before his eyes. Thanks to his skill, the sixth sense, he was able to notice that he could now clearly see everything that was happening around him. Then he frowned again and said that he had finally found the root of the pollution. The boss was a twisted, ancient tree. He studied the fruits and wondered why the tree was so big. He then took out the purified sphere and said it didn't matter. He needed to follow the plan. He could finally try out the purified artifact in action and immediately raised it in front of him, adding that the artifact attracted his magic like a magnet. Well, then he noticed something right above his head. Suddenly a fruit appeared from the tree that tried to kill him, and they all rushed towards him. Then he left, ran away from there, and shouted that he was not even given time to think. It was quite unpleasant, and the fruits were getting closer and closer to the top of his head. They had only one goal: to kill the mercenary. Then another obstacle appeared, already sticking out from under the ground. Huge roots began to emerge and try to pierce the young man. He climbed into his storage and thought that now he could fight. But there was no need for that. He had to think of something. And he took out some kind of bag to spray it on the fruits of the tree, after which he actively began to run away from there, so fast that the ground flew out from under my feet. Then he activated his fire magic and decided to set it all on fire. The bags began to glow in his hands, which he sent back at the monsters like bombs. And then everything around started to burn. The monsters literally burned before our eyes. They screamed in pain, but could do nothing. Meanwhile, the young man simply watched from the sidelines and said that everything went according to plan. The fire engulfed the tree. It turns out the root of the pollution was finally ablaze. The mercenary thought that if he only learned the strategy, he wouldn't have to teach the character useless gray magic and waste skill points. But then he noticed something. If he thought about it, he was still making do with this useless magic, and found something. There was another weak spot that was literally saturated with black magic. The boy immediately jumped up, pushing off the ground, saying that he did not understand why he was placed so high. But it turned out that he did not have time to grab this source, because the tree began to collapse. There was also a blast wave that threw the guy back. He had to land and think about how to fix this situation. And he also noticed how at that moment the fruits of the tree attacked him again. All the survivors had the goal of killing him. Then the guy smiled. And he said that he was interested when the tree used its steam technology. If a tree is in danger, the tree steam technique used to extinguish the fire releases steam, and then uses a powerful long-range attack using all of his heads. The important thing is that this period takes some time, which means that now is the best time to use magical skills. So the guy hung his head, and then he began to use a flamethrower of low-red magic. He decided to enhance the spell with a magical artifact, and the light became brighter. The flamethrower became stronger, but the young man was surprised why all this did not stop. Something was clearly wrong. The light grew even brighter. The mercenary realized things were bad. The sphere was draining his magic more and more, and this wasn't in the game. The ball seemed to absorb all his power, and then his face just blinked as a flash of light came over him, and a second later, some kind of magical explosion occurred. All this time, the main character tried to contain this magical power. He frowned and focused all his energy into stopping the explosion. After some time, he still managed to stop the blast wave and simultaneously destroy the tree. After which he grabbed his head and said that his eyes hurt, and most likely the tree simply absorbed his magic and strengthened it. And when he looked up, he added why it was so different from the game itself. He imagined his hero, and thought that if in the game he was fully armed with magical weapons and artifacts, they controlled magic. When he looked at the sphere, it turned out that the concentration of magic had become lower, and he was going to use it more than 50 times, after which he looked at the burning tree and said that it turned into coal. It was necessary to try to use magic before setting it on fire. However, the center of black energy was still intact. The guy came closer and said that he even felt sorry for the poor guy, and that he had had enough. Let him rest in peace. Meanwhile, pulling out his sword from subspace. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a hunter was waiting for him, and he wondered what the hell the mercenary had done with that oil. As he was leaving, there was an explosion, so the man turned around and shouted that the column of fire that had recently shot up into the sky was indeed the work of Jan. He then became seriously scared, and thought that there were still ghouls left. He needed to continue working. And at that moment, the main character appeared there, who said that it was him and that he could relax. The man asked if everything was okay. The main character replied that he needed to dry himself off, but otherwise, everything was fine. And while he was drying himself, he thought, who would have known that such horror would happen? He then had to climb a tree and fight his way through the remaining monsters. This happened after he struck the weak spot with his sword. The pieces of falling coals created an explosive chain. Now the guy stepped aside and said that his friend had better stay where he was and deal with it if anything happened. But he needed to go wash up. A boy and a knight were sitting by the fire. The mercenary approached them. The guys were glad to see him, but the main character immediately asked if the lady was okay. The girl lowered her head and said that this had happened to her for the first time, since she had no illnesses. The boy came closer and added that it looked like she was poisoned, and the mercenary said that since she was an apostle, it wasn't just a spell. Philip heard this and said that he could help her, and began to take out his sword. The main character asked what he was going to do. The young man replied that they needed to cut the wound open and remove the infected blood. They had already done this several times. Then he covered his face with his hand and thought that their level of medical knowledge in these dark ages was just terrible. Asked him to stop. Then he looked at the girl and thought that he felt something in her left hand that was causing discomfort. Could it be contaminated magic? Then he turned around and said that the armor needed to be removed from the lady's left hand. The boy agreed, and when he took off his armor, he saw a swollen, damaged hand. The assistant was very surprised and screamed. The boy said that, as he thought, it was because of the injury he received from the rider during that battle that he immediately remembered it. Then he looked at the girl and thought that it was quite strange. No matter how strong the curse was, it could not overcome the divine power. He had thoughts about divine power. He remembered the situation in the church and wondered if he could just pray then to help his friend. He'll have to send her a love message. He doesn't want to, but the situation demands it. So he folds his hands and begins to pray. Suddenly, some kind of inscription appeared next to him. It was unclear what it was, and they asked if he could absorb this feeling. Then he looked at his hand and thought that the swamp hatred had stirred up. He needed to absorb the curse. There had been no information about the ring like this before. He smiled and thought that a similar ring did not want him to turn to God. It was the rider. He wasn't the only one who hated all this. Then he folded his hands and told the boy to hold the lady's hand tightly, and he would begin to heal. He then removed his glove and released his ring. When the snake began to move, The assistant became very scared and asked what was happening. In response, he heard that it was the mercenary's pet. Then the boy screamed even louder. Is it really possible to call this monster that? A lady should stay away from such a thing. But Gigi turned to him and rudely told him to follow the order if he respected and believed in it. After which the guy came closer and said that then he should shut up and hold her hand. If he says one more word, he will do to him whatever bad thing comes into his head. So the assistant simply took the lady by the hand and started helping him. As soon as the boy brought his hand to her hand, the snake slid off his finger and bit her. And then she began to suck out the black energy from there. The assistant was very surprised when he saw that everything worked out and the hand returned to normal. The black mark disappeared, and the snake was clearly pleased with itself. The boy was happy and said that this monster was really able to heal her, and the mercenary said that now she was in no danger. But then something happened to the snake. She turned around and tried to attack her owner. The guys retreated and did not understand what was wrong with her. It was difficult to draw any conclusions. But the guy smiled and told her to climb back, his eyes sparkling so much that even the snake itself was a little scared. Then she simply obediently lowered her head, after which she climbed onto his finger and curled back up. And when the protagonist put on the glove, the boy asked, "What kind of glove should I wear?" It turned out that even domestication hadn't changed the snake's nature. Then he looked him in the eyes and said that now it was time to start treating her for real. So he had to shut up and bring him a dagger, bandages and alcohol, and activate the first aid skill. Some time passed. The lady finally began to come to her senses. The guys saw this and were very happy. The main character immediately asked if everything was okay, and she raised her hand and replied that she was receiving help from him again. She had decided to find the root of the contamination herself, and in the end, that's how it all ended. The mercenary then jumped up and said that he had already solved the problem with the root of the pollution, and everyone else there was surprised. The knight turned away and said that everything had happened like this again, and added that the defiled magical fact had taken possession of her. He was very surprised by this phrase, and the assistant was also surprised. He immediately asked how it was. The boy also added a question. Is he really saying that a dark wizard tried to defile her? The lady introduced a certain entity and said that, strangely enough, he only sent a warning. He said that it was brazen to use red magic, and that this man would soon pay for everything, and then disappeared. She then frowned and added that he probably meant a specific mage. It might help if they knew who they were talking about. When asked if he had a guess, Jan smiled and said he wasn't sure. Then he looked away and thought that this meant he had been noticed. The next day came. All the boys came to the ominous tree and said that this monster was finally eliminated. The man was busy digging something nearby, and he said that the dark wizard needed to be found first and foremost, and as quickly as possible, while they were wasting time searching for the cause of the forest's infection. The mercenary looked down on him and said that digging was his unique ability. He could also use the whiner's power, and the others stood below and said it was good that the fire had not burned it completely, because it had previously been a fairy forest, and as is well known, a fairy forest practically does not burn. People even lived there before. So many of the kingdom's fortresses were built in the forests where the fairies themselves lived. The girl also added that the mercenary probably knew about this when he started the fires, although this was not true, and the guy thought that he was hearing about it for the first time. Then he smiled and found something. There was an ancient tree seed hanging in front of him. An extra skill point was guaranteed after eating it. This thing didn't burn out. Of course, he immediately picked the seed and put it on himself, thinking that he would not eat it now, but would simply put it in subspace. Suddenly, someone shouted to him from below. The boys then immediately approached the hunter and asked what had happened, and then he saw the skeletons of people and said that there were corpses under the roots of the trees. The young man came closer and said that it looked like a sacrifice. He asked if this meant that the dark wizard had sacrificed people to him. Just then a knight approached them. She asked in surprise if this man really did sacrifice people. And then she remembered their conversation with the mercenary about her brother, and that a month is quite a long time if there are no responses from him within a month after that. When he went to the dark mage, and how she said that this child always tried to prove his worth, even if he got into trouble. Now she was overcome by very scary thoughts, which the girl tried to push away, and thought that this was impossible and simply could not happen. Of course, the mercenary noticed her strange state, and he gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the hunter continued digging. Everyone came up to the pit and discussed that this simply couldn't happen. There were many dead people in front of them, and under the roots of the tree there were so many corpses that they couldn't even be counted. The boys were discussing that they were all killed for sacrifice. The boy was frightened and thought that perhaps it was the lady's brother, with whom contact had been lost here. But he immediately rejected the news and fell silent. Then he looked at the lady and saw her worried look. At that moment, the girl did not hear or see anyone around her. She looked at one of the dead men, who looked so much like her brother. And then I immediately remembered him in that garden. She was overcome by terrible thoughts that this was the body of her brother, so she thought that this simply could not be. It would have been better if he had died when he bravely fought the darkness. He died in vain, being sacrificed to the monster tree. Then she looked at him again and thought, what if it really was so? After all, his outlines were so similar. What if he was trapped in the darkness and became part of one of the monsters? The lady squeezed her hand, and she thought that if that were true, she would risk everything she had to get revenge. Her eyes filled with a bright light. Suddenly, a mercenary approached her and said that the more he looked at it, the more he was convinced that this did not look like the methods of a dark magician. A boy approached him and asked in surprise if it was really a dark magician who had arranged the sacrifice. In response, he heard that the method was completely different. Then he imagined the monster's magic ball and thought that this person was using contaminated magic. There was no such thing in magical power before that required sacrifices. Then he raised his hand and said that, moreover, it looked more like the bodies of prisoners being transported by the city's regular army. And then he picked up the handcuffs. The boys examined them, and they had a picture of deer antlers on them, a sign that says, Regular Army Soldier Orendel, and the name Dave. An assistant immediately came up and said that it was true. Here are the handcuffs of the kingdom and the identification cards of members of the regular army. And the guy then looked at them and said, why would a hiding dark mage attack an army? Why take such a risk? The boy suddenly jumped up and said that it was true. The gentleman was right. But the lady stood there, wondering what this meant, that her brother wasn't among them. And she felt sick with her own worries. Then a mercenary approached her and said that the purpose of the next contract, after defeating the dark mage, was determined. This is the city where the Marquise's estate, Orendel, is located. And he also said that even if all this has nothing to do with a dark magician, it could be the work of an immoral person. So he decided to go there and check for himself what was going on. He also asked the lady what she thought about it. She understood everything and said that we could go. The assistant was shocked by the new contract, but Mrs. Knight said it was necessary. The mercenary interrupted him and said that the lady had given her consent, so stop talking and bring the horses, or he would saddle the boy. While the assistant ran away, saying that it turned out he wasn't joking and was looking for the horse, her gaze was directed at that very dead man. She seemed to be outside of space and time, on her own, alone in her thoughts. But suddenly she was distracted by the main character. He came closer and asked if she could pray for all these people and looked at the corpses. The boy explained that, in his opinion, it would be better if the gods would calm their souls. She really liked this idea. The knight said that he would definitely do it, after which she sat down and began the process of prayer. Divine energy began to envelop her, and the boy wondered if he should rejoice. She had recently shown signs of losing her divine power. He also imagined her hand, and thought that since it happened once, it could happen again. And this is a temporary solution to the problem. But perhaps divine power can curb her madness. The lady herself then read a prayer and asked the goddess to take care of those who suffered on this earth. She prayed and thought that there was still no proof that her brother was already dead. But why was she so worried? She thought back to his training and wondered what her brother was doing now. In her mind, he seemed to turn around and say he had something to prove. Then he turned away again and said that he would prove that he could surpass her and lead the entire family. The knight jumped up and asked why her brother was talking like that, since he had already done enough. But the young man did not turn around and asked if this was so. In response, he heard that yes, he did not need to try so hard. Her brother said his sister knew nothing at all. This surprised the girl. After which he turned around and, with blood coming from his eyes and mouth, said that his sister did not know that he was already dead. At that very moment, The lady came to her senses and became very scared. Then she grabbed her head and thought, "What was that? Was it really a dream? What kind of crazy dream is this?" Everything around her looked strange. The cart, the guys in front. She looked and realized she was now lying in the cart. Then the young man turned around and said that the girl had finally woken up, and the lady herself got up and asked how long she had been sleeping and where she was. In response, she heard that, apparently, she did not remember anything. Some time ago, the whole company was walking through the forest and found an abandoned cart along the way, so it was decided to use it. The lady thought she couldn't remember anything because she was so absorbed in her emotions. And then she heard that she had woken up just in time. She was surprised that the boys would soon arrive in the grave forest, so she jumped up and asked if it was really that soon. Then she turned around and asked why they couldn't wake her up, why they didn't warn her in advance. But no one could answer this question. Here the mercenary interrupted her and said that it was he who asked them not to tell, because if she had found out earlier, she would not have been able to rest. And he added that if she had nothing to say in response, then she could rest a little longer. So she just nodded her head. And then she looked and said that she agreed. This time she would give in to him. But the main character himself sat in front and thought that now he was ready to gouge out the hunter's eye. At some point, the cart stopped. The man asked why there was a stop, and the mercenary explained that the problem was that the horses refused to go any further. The girl behind her also stood up and said that there was an ominous magical force everywhere, similar to the one contained in the infected artifact, and before them was that very forest. This was the place where the lands of evil began. At that moment, the boy raised his head and asked what kind of lands these were. Did they really want to say that they were cursed, that's all? The mercenary immediately began to explain that these lands were cursed and defiled by the influence of the Dark Wall. Even the laws of nature were different here. It was impossible to say exactly what might have mutated, but people kept dying and disappearing. They say that those who enter this forest never come out. What if it really were impossible to leave it? At that moment, the lady stood up and said that it looked like they would have to leave the cart here. They must take everything they needed with them. And the man told her that they had just said that whoever enters the forest will never come out. The boy came up to him and said that it was okay. If he killed the dark magician, the curse would probably be lifted. And the hunter was very worried because the guy was absolutely calm. Miguel also said that if you think about it, his job was only to lead them to the burial forest. The main character immediately said that he could just kill him. But in response, he heard that this was not what he meant. He wanted to show loyalty. Finally, everyone got off their horses and cart. They stood together and looked at the path ahead. The boy exhaled and said that he was ready for it but was still very nervous. The hunter added that in the end, he would have to go there too. The boy looked at them and asked if everyone was ready. The knight replied that of course they were. Then she frowned and added that it didn't happen there. She wasn't ready to back down. And then, the mercenary immediately activated his magical gaze. A huge silhouette of a black magician appeared right in front of him. Then the guy smiled and thought that perhaps he had noticed his presence, and that it didn't change anything. Apparently he wasn't ready to welcome guests, but still, it was nice to see his stupid face. Ian raised his head and thought that he would have to pay for his torment. He needed experience, points, and rewards. Some time passed. The boys continued to move through the forest. At some point, the boy turned around and said that he didn't understand if they were going the right way, and the main character replied that everything was correct and asked how many more times he was going to ask. The assistant became even more upset and thought that he had asked in vain. Then he remembered how they had stopped in the evening and discussed whether the dark wizard was really in the grave forest, whether it would be a waste of time. In response, he then heard that if he was just scared, the boy shouted that he himself would lead them through this forest. And now he realized that he had not even suspected that he would actually be allowed to lead them. Then he looked at the lady and thought that all this was for her. Then Philip gathered his strength and decided that he needed to pull himself together and went on. And the mercenary walked behind and thought that the assistant was not so hopeless. He frowned and felt some strange sensation. He didn't understand what was happening here. There was some kind of green, strange slime everywhere. Contaminated mana can't flow endlessly, but that's what it looked like. Suddenly, their guide came out of one space into another, and then the remaining guys walked through this wall and started discussing whether they really came out from there. The assistant and the hunter were literally glowing with happiness, and said that they didn't think that they would actually succeed, and Jan said that the guys were happy in vain, because everything was just beginning. After which, he looked around, and it dawned on him that they were finally there. This was the entrance to the dungeon. Everything around was destroyed and quite gloomy, and at the very far end was that very crypt. As they got closer to it, they began to discuss that it was now clear where this place was, and that their journey would not end. Then Jan lowered his head and said that from now on, he would lead himself. The man looked at him and asked if he was really going to go there right now without even giving him time to think. And when everyone came to the very edge, the guy replied that they had to decide before they entered these dark lands. And so they went. There was a very long and deep staircase below. The boy carried a torch, and at some point he even got tired of descending. As a passage finally appeared before them, they apparently arrived. The mercenary walked ahead and entered the room first. There was a huge room around, full of ruins. They walked forward and discussed how huge the space was underground, and it was also very dark there. The girl immediately approached Jan and apologized, saying that she thought she should say a prayer before moving forward. He turned around and asked, "Is something wrong?" The lady raised her hand and replied that ever since they had entered here, her stigmata had been weakening. The mercenary immediately asked in surprise what it was. The knight introduced the goddess and said that this was a brand, which was placed on her soul at the moment when she was chosen as an apostle. Thanks to him, she can communicate with God and receive divine power. And then she looked up and saw the surprised face of the protagonist, who at that moment was thinking, "Doesn't this sound like a slave contract?" He immediately replayed in his mind several moments when he almost mortgaged his soul twice without even realizing it. In this damned world, you can get stabbed in the back, even by the gods. So he turned around and said that she could pray now. Then she took out her sword, and with all her strength, she thrust it straight into the ground. Her energy began to appear around her, and then a bright light appeared. While the girl was praying, the hunter looked around and said that, by the way, they say this place is very empty. A boy came up to him and asked what he was talking about, and he explained that the place was called the Grave Forest. He had heard that there were hundreds of bodies buried here. It was strange that they had gone so far and not found any remains. Suddenly they were distracted by a friend who asked if the boys still hadn't understood anything. The mercenary stepped forward and said that they needed to see it with their own eyes. He then activated his gaze and added that this bastard was ready for their meeting. They immediately asked what was going on and started looking around. Suddenly, the door closed behind them. The boys ran to the gate, but it was too late. There was nowhere to go. And strange symbols started appearing around. Later, these symbols turned into whole sentences, and they filled all the walls around. The boy began to study them and assumed that it was some kind of ancient language. But there was a mercenary standing nearby and said that it was a spell that made all of you in the tomb start functioning. Then he looked ahead and said that, as he had said before, now everything would begin. A whole crowd of living dead appeared before them. All these monsters were actively approaching them. There was nowhere to go. So the guy got his gun out of storage, and he said that he could also put up an advertisement saying that he is a necromancer. A huge, terrible weapon was already in the hands of the gentleman. Everyone else saw this and was surprised, asking where he got the mace from. But there was no time for talking, because they were attacked by skeletons. The mercenary jumped forward and shouted for them both to protect the lady. His partners were shocked by Ian's solo actions. And then, jumping from place to place, the young man changed his location. He literally broke through all these monsters and killed them one after another. It wasn't difficult to beat them, but nevertheless, there were a lot of them. And thanks to the weapon itself, it was possible to smash their skulls with one blow. That's why the monsters fell like seeds. However, this did not make them much smaller. It was decided to activate his gaze. Thanks to gray magic, it was possible to activate a rotating barricade and kill several opponents at once. And then he swung again. And again, thanks to gray magic, he activated another barricade. First, a shadow from the weapon appeared over the monsters. Then she smashed their heads with a loud bang. This went on for a while. The guy remarked that it was quite good. Then he looked at his weapon and said that this is what it means to use a wind blade with a mace. It is like a hammer. After which, he noticed an interesting character somewhere behind his back. He looked at him and thought that the magician was hiding and watching them like a rat. Then he looked back and decided that it was not time yet. The more of these monsters there were, the higher the chance that one of them would die. and what he needed to do right now was attack again. So he turned around and asked, "What is the mage afraid of?" He smiled, waved his weapon, and said that he would smash their skulls in an instant, as if they were toys. It was a provocation. The wizard became angry at what he heard and ordered everyone to get out of his way. Then he assumed his true form and screamed. The guys saw this and asked what was happening. It was unclear. And the monsters began to part and make way for the mercenary. Jan continued to fight, saying he was grateful to the wizard for getting angry. Now it was time for their fight. The battle began, and such a battle that dust flew in all directions. At that moment, the boy looked at the man and asked if they needed help. There were too many enemies, and he replied that he had really forgotten that he had been told before that he needed to protect the lady, because the girl herself continued to pray at that moment. Her eyes were filled with divine energy and magic, and she finally came to her senses and ordered everyone to get out of her way. The skulls flew in all directions. The boy destroyed one after another and continued moving towards the magician. Suddenly, someone started approaching him, and it was a lady. She ran closer and was very determined. And the young man noticed her and said that she was a little late, but he couldn't say anything more because she simply flew past him. For some reason, the girl grabbed the sword by the blade. Then she threw it forward, and, like a boomerang, he killed everyone who was present there. Their bones began to fly apart in different directions, so that it would be impossible to collect them. Then she grabbed the sword again and went to kill the next batch. This went on for some time. The genocide of skeletons. The mercenary stood nearby and thought that he felt so insignificant every time he saw this. But what could he do? Then he saw that they were trying to attack her from behind. He managed to push the monster away and thought that he couldn't just stand and watch. He needed help. And then the guys looked at each other. Their weapons acted as if they were working together, and it looked quite impressive. And the guys started killing at double speed everyone who tried to kill them. Philip still stood to the side and watched all this with surprise. Miguel approached him and asked why he was standing there. He should have followed him quickly. And the assistant finally came to his senses and began to move forward. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The guys tried their best, but the girl was already a little exhausted. The young man looked at her and thought that one of her weaknesses was low stamina, but that was not strange. Then he imagined her again and thought that it seemed like her divine power had weakened quite a bit. Perhaps the connection with the stigmata had weakened. The hunter, who was standing next to the boy, asked if everything was really clear ahead and if he could move there. But the mercenary himself became wary and wondered what was happening. Magical power began to flow through the spell's targets. And then the room became very bright. No one understood what was happening. The bones of the corpses seemed to begin to return back on their own. They even had to retreat in surprise so that no one would get hurt. And all this was collected in one part of the room. The result was some kind of immortal scum, one big monster from the remains of many others. Ian saw this and wondered if he had already appeared, even earlier than in the game, whether it was because he had collected enough corpses or something else entirely. Meanwhile, the monster was already approaching them. The hunter ran to the other wall and shouted that, as he thought, the gate was closed and there was no exit. Then he smiled and asked if he was able to get out of the room because the door opened. After which he joyfully shouted that the gates were opening and the exit was free. But new monsters were waiting for them there, and it seemed that there were even more of them, and even armor appeared. The guy immediately introduced the magician and thought that he was well prepared. Then he looked around and realized that they were now trapped by the monsters. At that moment, a girl came up to him and said that it looked like they would have to fight this huge army of monsters. He replied that there was no point in trying to kill them all, but simply to stop them and clear the way. She immediately rushed forward and said that she understood everything. Jan also rushed forward. The battle began. Everyone fought and tried to achieve their goal. More precisely, almost everyone, the guards and the boy, simply watched from the side and tried to survive. But the mercenary was actively killing all the monsters. The girl did the same, and meanwhile he was thinking that everything was like in the game. The broken skulls were absorbed by this huge monster. Then he looked back and said that the supply of magical power was not infinite, so he had to act quickly. Ian looked at the approaching monsters and thought that everything had been going more or less smoothly up until now. And when he raised his head, he thought that although there had been some changes, if everything continued according to his plan, there would be success. Although something did surprise him, some kind of spirit appeared above It is unclear what it was doing here. It was a lake ghost that lives near lakes and possesses men, absorbing their energy, and also lures women. The question immediately arose, weren't they supposed to meet him later? Was he also enslaved by that dark magician? The ghost seemed to stand at the head of the advancing monsters, and he pointed them straight at the mercenary. But he was fast enough and fought off all the monsters. The guy continued to fight him quite effectively, and the ghost itself was still flying above and watching him. Then he tried to reach him, but the ghost dodged in time and flew away from there. The guy turned around and saw something behind him. It turns out that this monster switched to those who did not fight at all. These were Philip and Miguel. His claws were very scary and dangerous. The monster immediately began to accumulate energy to destroy the boys. The guy turned around and thought that, at that moment, he felt something. The ghost screamed with the sounds of death throes and flew right over the boys. He had an ability that not only dealt damage, but also placed a confusion debuff on enemies. As soon as the boy heard this, he understood everything very quickly. Meanwhile, the knightess tried to cut down this large monster, and the mercenary thought that if he didn't stop everything that was happening, their assistants would simply die. He didn't hesitate and immediately shouted for both of them to cover their ears. His eyes began to take on completely different shades, and the main character screamed that this needed to be done right now. And then he activated his fire magic. Everyone turned around and was very surprised at what they saw, because finally the main character showed that he is a magician. He began to destroy all the enemies around him with fire, including the ghost. He was not injured, but was completely destroyed by the explosion, and the huge monster died from the same explosion. The boys still covered their ears with their hands and did not understand what was happening. Then the mercenary landed. Everyone turned around, and they began to discuss that this could not happen, but they suddenly woke up when the guy asked why they were frozen. I had to get ready quickly, because this wasn't the end yet. Then he turned around and walked back. He also smiled and said that he wanted to hold back this trump card, but now that he used it, he feels great, and he began to use fire again, because now he had nothing to hide and could fight without any embarrassment. Now, explosion after explosion, he could destroy his opponents, and everyone else just followed him. The lady was shocked and now realized that everything fell into place. She hadn't expected this, as he didn't look like a magician at all. But nevertheless, she kept going over all sorts of moments in her head. When the guy talked about the grave forest, he also knew about monsters. She also remembered when he even talked to them and showed that he could read. His intelligence, education, and insight were clearly not just for nothing. Even when the young man said that we should follow him because only he knows the true path, it was strange. Or, for example, when the lad himself eliminated the root of the pollution, this person is cautious and has a secretive character. And he is the very red mage the dark mage is looking for. She ran after him, but then the ghost caught up with them and again attracted their attention. The girl grabbed the sword and thought that she ended up in his debt again, so she needed to help. And with one blow, she cut off the ghost's hand. She then landed down and shouted to Ian that she had managed to deal with him, and the guy turned and shouted that from now on, they must not lose sight of him. There would be a fork in the road ahead. The lady was still running and thought that he was talking as if he had been here before. And that was also due to the fact that he was a magician. Interesting. But suddenly, something happened. A headless body appeared in front of her. She immediately remembered the silhouette of her brother and realized that it was the armor of a royal knight. With trembling hands, the girl grabbed the cloak and wondered if this was really her brother. But the tag said it was a royal knight under a different name. She exhaled and thought that thank God it wasn't her brother. Otherwise, she would have already gotten scared. At that moment, the black magic in her chest began to intensify. The lady thought that the artifact's contaminated magical power had suddenly increased. She didn't know why, but it felt like it was the magic of another person. And then some strange rift appeared, and then everything around began to change. Thoughts arose that the artifact resonated with the magical power flowing along the fork in the path. Apparently, someone was calling it. But then, a mercenary shouted at her and told her to be careful. After all, a huge monster appeared behind her. As if he had become even stronger, he attacked her and threw her aside. The boy immediately ran closer and asked the lady if everything was okay. The hunter was also in shock. The boy stood to the side and shouted why they were stuck there. Everyone should run to him and quickly. He frowned and shouted that they had to come here quickly. Well, And then something terrible happened. Only the guys raised their heads and looked at him. The gates closed right in front of them. It turned out the team was cut off from each other. The main character was left alone and said that he did not understand what the knight saw to make her behave the way he thought. They separated at the fork. Then he turned around and said that nothing could be done about it. There was a crowd of monsters in front of him, and meanwhile he was saying that first they needed to kill the dark magician. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the hunter was very angry and shouting all sorts of nasty things, and the boy asked the lady what they should do. After all, this huge monster was approaching them from behind. The knightess turned to the rift and thought there was no other choice. She would have to go where the energy was calling and lead those two out. So she got up and went there, said that she would clear the way, and they should follow her. The boy ran after her and offered to work together, and the man asked her not to leave him alone and ran after him. They moved like this for some time. The lady actively killed everyone who got in their way. The guys were also surprised and asked why the girl sped up so much. They offered to work together, but she didn't answer. She just walked like a tank. Suddenly, all three entered some strange room. There were monsters standing around, but they weren't moving. It was unclear why they weren't attacking. And suddenly they were ordered to step aside, which the skeletons did. The team was shocked. A silhouette in armor stood before them, who said that the boys had come to the right place, then greeted the knight and called her by her full name, after which he lifted his helmet and said that he could probably just call her sister. Miguel and Philip in the background were very surprised. The boy even recognized the voice, and the lady even said, "Is this really true, that such a thing can happen?" But it was indeed her brother who stood before her. Then he put his helmet back on and asked why she was here, but he didn't wait for an answer, and immediately decided to attack his sister. The girl blocked his attacks in every possible way and asked why. She looked at his sinister smile and asked why he pointed his sword at her. The man continued laughing and asked if the girl still didn't understand. And when he hit her again, he said that the time had finally come when he could surpass her. Then he swung and added that now he was strong enough to kill her. The main character was also actively fighting at this moment. He defended himself against his opponents and said that it was already irritating him. Then he simply threw his hammer at them and ran away, offering to take it for himself if he wanted. Somewhere in the distance, a statue appeared in front of him. He finally found this puzzle. The young man ran as fast as he could and was already very close to her. Then he pushed off the ground, and quite masterfully he flew to the very top. He managed to land right on the hilt of the statue's sword, and the sword from below began to pierce the earth. There a secret door opened, a descent into the earth. The main character landed and remembered that there was a hidden passage here, which was used after killing the dark mage. He also thought that he knew about the existence of this place. But what was the point of leaving here if he only managed to kill the mid-boss? He didn't even suspect that at that moment, a knight was stubbornly fighting in the next room. Then more monsters came up behind him. It seemed as if there were no fewer of them. The guy smiled and asked if they were going to go outside and gave them permission to do whatever they wanted. And then he started jumping along the walls of the descent. As he flew, he thought that even the king of the kingdom did not know about the existence of this place underground. It was a temple where ancient fairies prayed to the god of death. And then he landed. In front of him on the throne sat that same black magician. The man smiled and said that Gigi had gone too far, but this was his territory. Then he raised his staff and added that this was the cursed land that he had created with such trepidation. He went on for a while about how he would enjoy dealing with him with all the magical power he possessed, thanks to the cursed land. And he started to tell him what was going on here, but suddenly, everything went up in flames, because the guy couldn't take it anymore and threw a fireball at him, after which the young man smiled and said that this man does not learn from his mistakes at all and continues to talk nonsense, although they have already fought. After which he looked at his ball and thought that if this continued, there would be no problems with using the purified artifact. Suddenly a scream was heard. The magician was furious and tried to get out of the rubble. First his hand appeared, then the upper body and a bestial grin. The old man rose up, his body completely charred, screaming about how he would kill the main character. Here he is, the dark mage of the grave forest. He smiled and said that he talks a lot, and he hasn't even taken his final form yet. He then activated his magic power again and added that he should come closer if he was not afraid. Of course, the monster couldn't take it anymore and started screaming that he was going to kill him now. He then raised his staff and directed his black magic forward. The old man shouted that they must answer his call, and all the skeletons began to rise and move forward, accompanied by the magician's cries that the ancient fairies were supposed to kill him. The magician remembered the situation with the weapon and said that, in addition to red magic, this guy uses gray magic and also brought artifacts with him. But now that he has lost them, he is incapable of anything, and he will be forced to realize how insignificant he is. And then they launched some kind of magical ghost at him. This huge silhouette was heading straight towards the guy, just like the skeletons. The old man was clearly happy and already felt victorious. He looked at the mercenary and shouted that his body was probably frozen with fear. True, he didn't calculate that the young man would jump up right away. So he looked at him and asked what was going on, how he could take off so quickly. Jan himself extended his hand and activated fire magic again, thinking that he was using this skill for the first time, and pumped it up to level 2. Since it's new, it'll be difficult to aim. But that's not really important since enemies are everywhere. And a second later, he literally created a rain of fire. It was red magic and the effect of dancing flames. All the skeletons were shocked and watched. Meanwhile, fiery shells were flying at them. And a second later, they began to break and destroy them. The old man became very angry when he saw all this, and began to ask what kind of childish tricks these were. The mercenary himself was already approaching him. The dark magician immediately took out his staff and tried to attack him, after which he activated a protective barrier and a ghost wall, saying that now the enemy would definitely not be able to escape from him in the air. But it's not that simple. The main character has collected a lot of fire in his hand. Then he threw the projectile and flew in the other direction. Because of this, an explosion immediately occurred right behind him. The old man saw this and was surprised again, not understanding how the young man was able to fly away using the recoil from the explosion. Then Jan decided to surprise him even more and took out the next weapon from the storage. Then, his eyes glowing, he swung. And a second later, he created some kind of shining whirlwind. Everything started exploding right in the air. Thanks to this, the mercenary was able to fly to his enemy. He covered his face with his hands and tried to defend himself from the blow. And he didn't notice how Jan was already next to him, ready with a weapon. He immediately cut off 2 of the magician's hands. There were still 2 left. It was very painful. The magician's face twisted in agony. Gigi landed softly on the ground, took a stronger weapon. Then he picked it up and blew on it like a revolver, saying that he had clearly missed. Then he came closer to the enemy. He swung again and said that, as he thought, the thing was difficult to use. He remembered how he managed to escape and thought that it was worth continuing to study various combinations in combat. He then looked at his opponent and said that if he had not been an outsider, he would not have had to study. Then the old man said that he was surprised that he had more than one artifact of gray magic. Jan had deceived him and let his guard down. The dark mage was furious. The main character simply threw up his hands and said he was caught, even though he wasn't, adding that he had something special prepared for him. This is a lie. At that moment, the wizard raised his staff and said that he recognized that this man was no small fry. From now on, he will fight him and use his full strength. He then launched electric projectiles throughout the room. The bones started to come back together again and create a huge flow, accumulating in one place. The guy said he wasn't very happy that they were going straight to phase 2. And then the hand of a huge monster began to appear nearby. Then the head formed. It looked like the devil from hell. The guy raised his head and said that now his weakness in physical defense was completely predictable. It would be difficult to win. And the monster himself raised his hand and told him to look. This power was obtained by him from the abyss of emptiness, and dark energy began to accumulate in his hands. After which the skeleton swung and added that he would make the enemy understand that death is a blessing. And a moment later, he launched a powerful stream of energy at him. Miraculously, the young man managed to dodge and shouted that it was very fast. Then he turned around and started running away from there. But the shells were everywhere, and he had to do something urgently. The old man was confident of his victory and added that the boy should run and hide like a rat. But Jan just thought that this bastard was also enjoying himself, as he thought, the game strategy works here too. Then he looked around and thought that he needed to go around it like this and close the gap. The mage will not hold this technique all the time. Then he actually did just that. All this time, the mercenary miraculously dodged all the blows, and thought that there was still a little time left. Once the magician weakens the technique, it will be possible to act. And finally, this moment has come. The young man then activated fire magic, a form of dancing flame, and fired at the monster from all sides. The mage started laughing and asked what had happened. Had he aimed the attack downwards? Was he not strong enough to aim properly? Then he became even bigger and added that he would finish with him quickly, and he began to attack him again, without even noticing that the mercenary was already at his feet. And it was unclear at what moment he managed to do this. Ian destroyed the magic ball and said that he had used it all up, so he threw it away and the pieces fell on the floor. And he himself decided to slide along the floor right under his opponent. The monster turned around and did not understand how it happened. He looked down and said he couldn't move his legs, but why? What happened? All this time his legs were engulfed in flames. Because of this, the wizard became frightened and thought that this simply could not be. Then he started exploding again and screamed that he now understood why they were aiming at his legs, to tie them up. And a moment later, the energy of the protagonist appeared above his head. Gigi extended his hand and said that the old man guessed quickly, but he had enough time to prepare mid-level magic. Then he struck and added that it was too late to rush about now. The skeleton turned around and asked what kind of gray magic this was. How could he use magic and an artifact? The young man asked if it mattered now, and continued to build up energy for the strike. The light around the monster became brighter and brighter, and the eyes of the main character acquired more and more new shades. This was already mid-level gray magic. Thanks to it, it was possible to activate a chain of lightning and strike the enemy from all sides. Lightning and debris flew through space. Gray smoke emanated from the decrepit skeleton, and the teeth and bones began to crumble. Ian stood next to the crumbling monster. Covering himself from the shreds, the guy cursed. When everything fell apart, a one-armed figure was left lying on the floor. Debris flew past the wall with inscriptions. Jan shook his clothes and cursed at how disgusting it was. The monster, lying on the ground, asked how he could use magic of different colors. Taking out his sword, the hero asked, "He is almost dead, and now he is interested in this." The armless monster stood up, regretfully saying that if he had more time, he would have been able to use the magic given to him. The guy stepped on his body, saying that it would not console him in any way. But, swinging his sword, Yang continued that even if he had more time, he would not have learned the whole truth and would not have been able to achieve immortality. Looking with contempt, he called his name Cunard. The monster opened his mouth in shock, screaming that this couldn't be happening. He turned his head questioningly and asked how he knew. A bright flash drowned out the words, his name. The bald head flew off to the side. After hiding the sword, Yang wondered why there were so many questions. He wouldn't have understood even if he had been told. Suddenly the boy touched his eye. He felt unwell, and the hero said that he had overdone it again with the use of magical power. He was almost exhausted. There was a staff lying on the floor near the head. The hero thought that he should take it and use the head as evidence of the murder. A purple haze began to emerge from the monster's eye. A dark spirit came out of the mouth of the severed head. Looking at this, the guy thought that this was the spirit of a dark magician, which means he has 3 phases. The spirit's eyes were glowing, and the guy exclaimed that this was not in the game. Suddenly the monster rushed to attack with a roar. Jan summoned fire and was very unhappy. Blue cracks appeared above the spirit's head. A magical portal appeared in the resulting hole. The monster turned around in surprise. The dimension began to pull him in. He moved into it in the form of a purple snake made of smoke. The spirit of the dark magician almost disappeared into the crack, after which the fragments returned to their place, closing it. Jan looked at the bright cracks. He watched carefully, wondering if this was really that emptiness, imagining sectarians in cloaks who prayed and said, "Emptiness, the chaos of the beginning of time, the abyss." The guy threw up his hands and said that he wanted to go into the abyss, so he went there. Looking at the purple writing, the guy asked why the spell continued to work. Ian stood in the ruins next to the body and wondered if it really hadn't stopped working even after the dark mage's death. The scene changed to the walls of another room. There was a passage inside. Ian stood by the pedestal with the sphere hovering above it and said it was hidden behind the altar. All the spell's chains were gathered here. Looking at the book, this magician kept his diary notes like some kind of madman. I should really read it. A glow emanated from the purple sphere. The hero asked if this was the source of the energy. Looking at it, he said it was a dark entity. He had never seen one so large before. Observing the surrounding glow, the hero thought his power was different from the contaminated artifacts. It was too pure. Yan scratched his chin and said it was a shame to simply destroy it. Should he trust his inner resistance? Looking at his palm, which was enveloped in blue light, the boy said he would try to gather some magical power. He reached out his hand to the sphere, and she pulled his hand inside. The hero was amazed. A bright flash appeared beneath his curses. She became brighter and brighter, and finally, it shrank to a spark. Ian seemed to float among the planets, mentally asking what was happening and where he was. He floated upside down, amazed, thinking that he didn't know what it was, but it looked amazing. There were different planets in front of him. The darkness was surrounded by a bright light. The hero wondered if it was a black hole. Everything was moving towards darkness, and the guy realized with amazement that he was being sucked in. He froze in surprise, holding out his hand. Looking down, he wondered what it was. The guy seemed to be in the center of a huge pupil. The sphere was reflected in his shocked eyes. Suddenly, he fell on his back. Turning around, he covered his mouth with his hand. He felt sick involuntarily. Wiping his mouth, he loudly called up the status window. With a trembling finger, he touched the mental power icon. The guy was kneeling next to the information window. Wiping his mouth, he said it was dangerous. He almost went crazy. Looking at the screen in surprise, he asked what was going on. He used 9 points. But in any case, he had developed other necessary skills. The screen showed that the additional quest had been completed. He had managed to return the fragments torn from the chaos of the beginning of time to the abyss. The reward was a fragment of chaos. Looking at this, the hero thought, how could he complete it if he didn't even take the quest? He looked at the inscriptions and asked, emptiness and fragments of chaos. Remembering the black hole, he wondered if that meant it was empty space. Remembering how he hovered there, he thought that this creature meant the most ancient deity. He imagined the silhouette of a creature with bright eyes, deciding that he could only think in that direction. Conard may have seen it too, but if he had, he wouldn't have survived. Holding a shining purple shard in his hands, Yang said that this was also a reward, a chaos shard. Looking at the purple flashes, he remembered that he felt something inside himself. The same magical power emanating from him as from a large energy source. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in realization. He said chaos. Could it be that it was the power of chaos? A bright lightning appeared behind him. Fawn said it couldn't be the force of chaos. Jan turned around abruptly. Jan said that this was a familiar wave. A wave of confrontation between divine power and polluted magical power. Somewhere the blade suddenly pierced the body through and through. The girl looked at the blood splashes, and the hero wondered if Maeve was really wounded. The scene changed to the past. The residents were discussing that this time Lady Maeve was chosen as an apostle. She is amazing. Her brother was standing on the training ground, and the girls were saying that the girl was better than her brother. Suddenly, Maeve looked out from around the corner and called Vernon. Looking at him, she said she was glad to see how hard he was training. Coming closer, she said that she needed a sparring partner. They hadn't fought for a long time. What did he think? The guy remained silent. And then, smiling slightly, he said that he was not ready now. Maybe another time. This is a story about the events of their youth. The scene changed again. There were purple writings on the wall. Bright flashes of attack collided together. The eye in the slit of his brother's mask was wide open with hatred. The girl closed her eyes from the blow that knocked her helmet off. Philip exclaimed, and Miguel asked if she had used up all her divine power. She was barely able to parry the blow. Vernon laughed darkly and asked his sister what was wrong. Was she really only capable of defending herself? Suddenly, in the main character's room, a bright glow of light broke the chain of the skeleton. The guy looked there sharply and felt that someone had died. Maeve held the sword and called out to her brother. He stared forward in amazement, saying that this feeling, the energy of the Lord, had disappeared. The heroes looked at him in shock. Philip asked if he meant the Black Mage. Ian had probably killed him. The girl exhaled, thinking that he had done it. Lowering her sword, she told her brother that, if that was the case, they didn't need to fight any further. Looking at him resolutely, she called him to return to their house. Vernon smiled under his mask when he heard that even though his body had changed, there was probably a way to return it to its previous state. She was shocked to hear him ask what nonsense it was. The one who was holding him back was dead. His eyes shone brightly, and he said that he was completely free. Vernon said the first thing he would do was burn the damn kingdom to the ground, and then he will take everyone's lives and become stronger. He imagined people bowing before him and said that he would become the greatest warrior of all time. He imagined a black barrier. He introduced black multi-eyed monsters. The eye in the slit of the mask shone brightly. He said that all this would begin after he killed his sister. Maeve stood there, confused, her sword lowered. A bright lightning appeared. The man with the sword froze. The comrades looked at this in surprise, exclaiming about the chains of spells. Miguel exclaimed to look there. There was a dazzling glow around the lady. He said that it was the lady's divine power. The girl's look was very surprised. She said that divine power was overflowing her. Her brother laughed and said that the goddess was probably angry that her beloved apostle had first broken off contact with her and then restored it. Vernon clutched the sword, saying it was excellent, and he quickly rushed into the attack, shouting that then they would fight each other with full force. Maeve cried out in fear, trying to stop him. This is all pointless. Why doesn't he understand? The swing of the sword left bright marks. The girl clenched her teeth. Holding her sword resolutely, she called out to her brother. He glared at her from under his mask, and, jumping up, he raised his sword. A second later, the lady's entire face was covered in blood, and a completely bloody blade came out of the back. The boy with the torch said in shock that this couldn't be happening, and the man called the lady. The blade was visible from under the armor. There was only one scratch on the manhwa. It turns out that Maeve pierced her brother's body, and a cry was heard that the lady had won. Vernon dropped his sword. The girl said no, in fear. She remembered her brother attacking, his hands clutching his sword, and she thought that at the very last moment Vernon failed to point the gun at her. Her eyes widened when she heard that his feelings had prevented him from delivering the finishing blow. Brother said he would always be a weakling. He said he hated her, that she smiled at him without even realizing that she had everything and he had nothing. He remembered her watching him train. He said, "No, really." The leg turned. We are again in memories. Then the boy wiped his face and noticed his sister with surprise. He tried to reach the girl, surrounded by a bright glow, and said that he wanted her to acknowledge him. Vernon, in bloody armor, said that in the end he was never able to surpass her. His sister screamed his name. Looking at her from under the mask, the boy said that he was still happy. He recalled a dialogue from the past, saying that he wanted to fight her. Maeve caught her brother as he fell into her arms. Her eyes were wide open and she kept repeating his name. A frightened Miguel extended his hand, telling her to calm down. But instead, the crying girl screamed. She hugged her brother, spreading a bright glow around him. It became simply blinding. The energy spread throughout the room. Meanwhile, Jan quickly ran forward, thinking that he was so distracted by the power of chaos that he didn't notice how the spell was lifted. He imagined her in armor and thought that she could be the cause of all this. Was a death knight. Stopping abruptly at the turn, he thought that this was the boss knight's room. He froze, looking at the blinding light. His eyes widened in shock as he wondered what had happened here. Looking at all this divine power, one could say that Maeve had won. The girl stood with her brother in the middle of a bright beam. Looking at this, Philip spoke with a trembling voice about his poor mistress. The man turned to Jan, who asked what had happened to them, and exclaimed that he was back. The body, surrounded by radiance, hovered above the ground. And then the heroine hugged her brother and said that she wants to hug your brother's body. She removed the helmet from his bloody face. Without turning around, she told Ian that he was back, and then thanked him. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to get this far. But they can't continue the journey together, and the GG asked what she was talking about. Looking at the wounded guy, she said that Vernon was dead. He was here. He was already killed and forcibly brought back to life to manipulate him like a puppet. The guy was struck by the idea that Maeve's brother was a boss, a death knight. He couldn't even imagine. The comrades were astonished to hear the news that she had prayed to the goddess to save the soul of this defiled boy. But the goddess did not answer. The girl in armor said that if she wanted to avenge him, she would answer. The hero remained silent. He asked the heroine, surrounded by a red glow, if she meant that she would kill everyone who was involved in this. Maeve turned around, looking at her with glowing red eyes, and said that this was the revenge she wanted to take. Jan looked at her. Then he touched the hilt of the sword, and, having exposed it, he apologized. saying that he would not allow this to happen. The girl turned around, hearing the hero say that he would not allow her to do this. Turning around, Maeve asked what he meant. Looking at her, Jan asked if there was a contract between them. Philip and Miguel stood behind him, and the man said the contract hadn't been achieved. The woman then asked for it to be terminated. The young man shook his head, saying that until now he had never terminated a contract at the request of a customer. Not even once. Moreover, the customer who unilaterally terminated the contract or failed to pay compensation. He never left anyone alive, so she would have to fight him. Surrounded by a red glow, Maeve considered his offer. The hero said it wouldn't be difficult for her. She'd soon kill a lot of people anyway, so she could add him to that list. Or else. Maeve's hands shook when she heard that either she would die or she would die. Miguel shut Philip's mouth when he tried to calm them down and said that he didn't understand the situation and therefore shouldn't interfere. The girl turned to him and, looking wildly, she asked, "Is he going to kill her?" Jan stood silently behind. Maeve's eye glowed red. The boy's blue eyes had a determined look. The girl lowered her head and exhaled. Touching her brother's body, she said that today she had already lost someone dear to her. Her eyes returned to normal, and she said she didn't want to lose another one. The boy standing behind her clarified that she meant she wouldn't be terminating the contract. The priestess replied that, yes, the contract was still in effect. However, she will exact her revenge. Jan said he would hinder her, but the chances of success were slim. Maeve turned her head and asked if that meant her path was unjust, or that she couldn't take revenge alone. The main character replied that it was both. He sheathed his sword when he heard the question, what if he helped her take revenge? Looking at the girl, Jan said that in that case the story would be different. The writing on the wall stopped glowing. The hero said they would talk about this later. After some time, the heroes stood near the cart. Nigel, sitting by the fire, told Ian that he was amazing. Ian asked what he meant. The man held the food, telling him not to pretend, because he knew that the lady would not kill him, despite the fact that she was not herself. The boy looked at him in confusion and asked, what if not? The man was surprised, and Jan said that regarding exceptions, once you start making them, there will be no end. The contract rules are immutable. He looked down, thinking that even though he didn't want to kill her, as he imagined Vernon's headless body, he thought he planned to force her to submit, even if he came to rip her arm off. But obviously, in that state she would go crazy and eventually die. He didn't want that to happen. The hero recalled the enraged girl, thinking it was surprising she'd even grabbed a sword. Madness raged within her. Sitting by the fire, the boy thought that, in the end, he could not stop her from becoming an apostle who brings vengeance. Philip came up to him and asked if he had any boundaries at all. Nigel shoved a skewer of meat into his mouth, telling him that he didn't understand anything and that he should eat it instead. Looking sideways at the girl, Jan asked if she had mourned her brother. In the darkness stood a cart covered with a cloth. She replied that yes, thanks to him. 4 heroes were sitting by the fire. Maeve was surprised to hear the question, is she okay? Looking at Jan, she asked him what he meant when he said that she had become an apostle who brings retribution. It seemed that a lot had changed in her. He imagined red flashes around the red-haired woman and thought that the red divine power was different from what it was before. He remembered how her eyes glowed under her mask and thought that now she had definitely become an avenging apostle. Just like in the game, Maeve looked at her palm and said that now the goddess grants her the power only to carry out revenge. Ian imagined the figure reaching out to her and thought, extreme limitations. However, when it came to exacting revenge, she could gain even greater power. Tolerating injustice, the constraint that the apostle of vengeance had to observe, disappeared. Now, for the sake of revenge, anything was possible. Maeve clenched her fist and declared that she did not regret the choice she made. However, she will regret for the rest of her life that she was unable to kill the dark magician with her own hands. She imagined her freezing body and how her comrades held her, and she continued that, driven by personal goals, she missed the main goal of revenge. A bag fell to the ground in front of her. Jan waved his hand, saying that this was the head of that bastard. He could take it with him. Unfolding the cloth, she saw a head with a tattoo, and heard that the battle with him was completely ordinary. Maeve looked at her silently. Philip folded his hands into fists and cleared his throat. Looking at the hero, he timidly asked, did he kill him with magic? Jan wondered why he hadn't asked before. He replied that yes, That seemed to be the case. Miguel facepalmed and said that he was giving Philip advice because he was worried about him. He should think before he spoke. He said that Ian had hidden his magic. He didn't want it known. But to protect them, he had to reveal the secret. They should be grateful. Let him just pretend he didn't see it. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and then he bowed and asked for forgiveness and to accept his gratitude. Jan winked when he heard that his assistant would take his secret to the grave. Sitting opposite, Maeve said that she owed him additional compensation for killing the dark mage. What does he want? Jan held the meat and said he'd initially wanted to take the entire haul for himself, but had eventually made concessions. He just wanted something decent. The redhead touched her chin thoughtfully. Something worthy. Fast movement. She suddenly took her weapon from her belt. She handed it to the hero, and she asked if he could take it then. Philip, in amazement, shouted to the lady that it was a sword made of imperial steel, and she said that yes, it was a very worthy reward. Jan looked at him excitedly. Taking the sword, he thought that he would never have thought that she would give it up, and promised that he would treat it well. The system reported that it was a weapon of an unusual class. The guy was surprised because the item's name and its abilities were different from those in the game. This one was better. It was the Sword of Vengeance from the game, with divine power, which was defiled by the blood of innocent people and could not be repaired. He pulled out the sheath, thinking it was a trophy in the game that could only be obtained by killing Maeve. Now, since it wasn't corrupted, there were no restrictions other than the cooldown. He heard the girl say that this sword had been with her for a long time, and although it was not so famous, it would still be useful to him. The hero objected. He held up the shining weapon and said that the sword was amazing. Ian realized it was heavier than it looked. He couldn't swing it as easily as Maeve. He'd have to use a couple of strength points. Suddenly he heard his name being called. The girl sitting across from him said that from now on he would be temporarily replacing her. She hoped he would be able to get to the bottom of the tree's truth. With a determined look, Maeve asked him to come back alive. He unsheathed his sword, telling her that the only thing she needed to worry about was herself. He confidently said that if she wanted revenge, she would have to be extremely careful. No killing or feelings until Ian returned. The heroine bowed her head when she heard that she had to stay alive. Someone would have to pay him for the information he learned. Maeve looked down and said it was true. She swears she won't make any noise until he returns. The stars shone in the night sky. Nigel coughed into his fist and asked if they had finished discussing important matters. He rummaged through his bag and said that they had all suffered. So he pulled out the keg with a big smile and asked, "How about a drink?" Philip was unhappy. Jan thought in bewilderment. He entered the dungeon with a barrel. How did it even remain intact? Maeve nodded, saying she wasn't a fan of alcohol, but she wouldn't mind a drink today. They'd been through a lot together and survived, it had to be said. Jan smiled slightly, thinking that on a day like today he could have a drink. Alcohol was pouring from the barrel. Straight into 4 mugs, Philip saluted with his mug. Miguel smiled widely, and then he raised his hands, cheerfully telling something to the others. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. The hero held the mug and grinned. Looking ahead, he said that he could clearly see everything that was happening in this dark forest in the middle of the night, even without resorting to the use of magic. There were bodies on the ground behind him, and he thought it was all thanks to the chaos shard. One of the men stood up, holding his head. There was blood on his face. He angrily asked how he could drink poisoned alcohol and still be okay. Even an elephant would die. Turning around, Jan asked, "What do you want to know?" He had a general skill, immunity, at level 3. He'd maxed it out for Chapter 4. He stood up and came closer. The man abruptly pulled his sword from its sheath, ordering him not to come closer. Jan pulled out his. The blades of the swords collided in a blow. The enemy was surprised. His sword began to crack, and then it broke, shattering into pieces. The man fell. He held the remains of the sword and asked him to wait and listen. The hero pierced his hand with a sword. The man screamed in pain. The boy said that this was nonsense. If he plans to kill someone, he should be prepared for the fact that he himself might be killed. The guy said the poison was supposed to knock him out, and they would have simply stolen all his things. Jan reached for the mug. He sharply turned the sword in the enemy's palm. When he screamed in pain, he poured poisoned alcohol into his mouth. The bloody man began to cough. Jan, holding the mug, asked if he was losing consciousness yet. If so, he would let him live. The bandit called the main character names and looked at him angrily. Blood from his mouth splattered onto the ground. Jan hid the sword, saying that if he had told the truth right away, he would have died painlessly. Hearing someone's voice from behind, Jan turned around, and he saw how Philip pierced the enemy with a sword. His eyes were wide open and he was breathing heavily. Jan crossed his arms and said that now even his face looked more manly. The boy turned around pitifully and asked why he hadn't helped him after defeating the rest of the enemies. Jan, crossing his arms over his chest, said that he had already told him this was different from their previous walks. The boy understood everything. After leaving the grave forest, their group split into two. Maeve decided to head to the royal palace, while Ian continued on with his business. Suddenly, she turned around and told Philip to go with Jan. The boy exclaimed, "Why?" The girl said it was her request, that Jan couldn't be sent alone. Standing before him, she said that he would help him and witness what he would have to go through. The boy said that, after all, he was her squire. The redhead turned to Miguel on the cart and asked him if he would become her squire for a while. He agreed. Looking ahead, Jan thought that she did it on purpose. She needed another witness. The guy would be useful as an assistant. The hero thought that since he had made so many mistakes, he was the one repaying his debt. He said their path would be dangerous. Philip turned around in shock when he heard that he could die. Maeve smiled, saying he was a worthy warrior and squire, and also very determined. The frightened boy was shocked. She touched his shoulder and said that he could learn a lot on his journey with Ian, that he should serve him faithfully and gain experience. Philip closed his eyes in agreement. So now he looked wearily at the hero and said that nevertheless, Jan confidently said that as long as he was with him, he should be able to make at least some contribution to their common cause. Bloody bodies lay on the ground, and Ian thought that Phil was more talented than he appeared. The hero remembered how the guy himself asked to join these bandits at night. Frustrated, Philip exhaled, saying that he had nothing to say because it was true. The bodies lay by the fire. The guy said that maybe he wanted him to experience it, to see the kingdom without embellishment. Jan asked why he attached any meaning to the situation. He threw the younger one a bandage and ordered him to give himself first aid and get up. Looking at the hero, he asked if there was anything left, and he heard that the most important thing remained. Pointing his finger at the bodies, Jan ordered that the things of these bastards be sorted through. The boy asked in surprise, "Does he mean that we need to empty their pockets now?" The hero confidently ordered that this be considered a simple transfer of property rights. He had probably seen something like this in the border zone where he was with the lady. Frowning, Philip shouted that back then they had simply taken what was stolen, but now he was simply going to steal other people's things. After such a statement, a bump started smoking on the guy's head. He opened the bag of coins. Nearby, Jan thought that he was too excited, even imagining himself a knight. As a result, Philip got a new belt and gloves, a new sword and new shoes. There was an expensive chest in front of him. The boy said that this was still left. The chest was glittering with precious stones, and Yang thought that, compared to the mercenaries' skills, the chest was sealed too well. He remembered sitting with them by the fire and them talking about how they were bringing something to a client. He looked at Philip, who asked if he was the only one who wanted to open it. The hero thought that perhaps he had missed this quest in the game. It would be better to open it during the day. However, he still sat down and looked at the chest. He pulled back the edge of his clothes, and he brought the chain to the subspace. It turned out that it was repelling her. Philip watched Jan with surprise, who felt something. Taking out the blade, he asked the guy to step aside. The weapon was surrounded by a glow. The hero began to hit the chest with a dagger. The stones fell off. Finally, the chest opened. A purple haze appeared. The guy's eyes widened in amazement. The assistant called him in fear. Suddenly, gray paws grabbed the hero by the shoulders. The legs flew up. Something pinned the guy. He looked at it carefully, and he saw a sharp ear among the gray hair. Red eye with vertical pupil. Looking at the gray-haired creature, Jan thought it was an elf. The hero looked at the gray-haired girl in bewilderment, thinking that no, this wasn't a simple elf, really. Suddenly, the creature opened its fanged mouth. Philip extended his hand, calling the master. Jan quickly extended his blade. Sharp teeth closed on him, biting. A shard of blade fell to the floor. The girl spat the rest out there. Smiling slightly, she said that Jan smelled very delicious. The main character realized that she was sealed in the chest because she couldn't be placed in the subspace, since there were no living beings there. The girl's eyes were red. She was the only elf vampire in this game world. The girl adjusted her hair with a smile, and Ian recognized the one who drinks real blood, the girl Tessia. He remembered her in the cloak, and how in the future she would be reborn as the Empress, after absorbing the vampire lord of the kingdom, Lusard. She is an important boss character. Ian looked at the bodies and wondered if the vampires had really entrusted her transport to such weaklings. Very strange. Tessia said she could have easily escaped on her own, but thanks for freeing her, she would kill him quickly for that. Jan threw away the broken handle and asked if this was her usual way of expressing gratitude, biting into a man's neck. The vampire shook her head, saying that she was just hungry. In fact, she even started drooling at the sight of the guy. The guy started to pull out his sword after the vampire said that it would not be easy to catch him. The girl laughed into her palm, saying how hot-tempered he was. She turned around and promised him that she would not forget his smell because it was so sweet. Turning around, she said that they would meet later. Let him not die before then, Philip exclaimed as she quickly ran away, leaving a bright trail. Ian hid the sword, saying he didn't think she would jump out of the box. The guy pointed and asked if it was okay that they didn't chase after her. Jan responded by saying how could he catch up with her? Someday she would come to him herself, as she had promised. Standing in the middle of the dark forest, Philip said that he didn't think she was just an elf. Maybe they had released a monster. Ian replied that she would have gotten out on her own. Apparently, the mercenaries managed to catch her in daylight. Turning to the boy, he told him to forget about it and go check on the horses. The boy was surprised by such haste. He trudged sadly towards his horse, hearing the question, does he want to stay here and wait until other monsters come, smelling blood? Standing next to the horse, he said that not even a day had passed since he set out on a journey with the master. But he was almost killed by mercenaries, bandits, and this meeting with a strange monster. He smiled awkwardly, saying that nothing more dangerous than this would happen, right? I pray to God. The scene changed to the dark city of Orendel in the kingdom of Agellan. There was a two-story building in the city. The door opened. The heroes went inside. Inside, the boy with the scar turned around. It was Philip. He was looking around. The men sitting at the table noticed them. The boy pointed his finger and whispered that, in his opinion, it would be better to sit in the back of the room. Sitting down opposite, Jan asked if they had to sit like that in the very corner. The younger one whispered that if a fight suddenly broke out, it wouldn't affect them. Didn't he remember that last time he almost died like that? The hero smiled, thinking he'd never find such a demon of doubt again. They'd already passed through different places several times. He thought he'd learned a lot during that time, like when he'd been fighting the bandit and Jan had simply eaten and watched. Ian thought there were some advantages. No one around thought that the child was a paladin's squire. Phil asked what they were going to do next. Ian asked why he kept whispering. So they wouldn't be heard, Phil replied. Looking at the visitors, Jan said that he didn't mind others hearing. In fact, if they kept quiet, they wouldn't even be noticed. The assistant nodded, saying that was another thing he had taught him. Ian exhaled, wondering why he kept talking about studying. Jan looked around and said that they would stay here for a few days and see what the situation was like. It would be strange if they suddenly showed up and immediately started asking questions about missing soldiers. Meanwhile, they'll make some money. A girl came up to the table and asked what to bring. Jan asked, "What is bearable?" She replied that they didn't have anything special, and if he wanted to eat, she could bring sausages, bread, and stew. Jan reached into his pocket, ordering them to bring it all to him. He also said that judging by the large number of mercenaries, there was a lot of work here. He held out a silver coin, asking what they needed to do to get good orders. Hiding the coin in her bra, the girl said that if they received a large order at once, there would be a conflict. She said that first they need to do minor tasks, or dangerous tasks that others don't want to take. The boy smiled and agreed. Looking at the girl, he said that this was exactly what they needed, something dangerous. The scene changed. The sun was shining on the building. A dark-haired man with a beard came in, holding his head, and said that he had drunk a lot yesterday. Seeing a group of people at the table, he asked why they were gathered there. The blond man noticed Patton and asked if he would like to join their bet. The question was asked what the bet was about. The answer was that the boys who came last night had gone into the underground tunnels built by the fairies. The man imagined a toothy monster, and he asked if they really went there to catch a four-eyed, man-eating crocodile. The comrades smiled broadly. Patton said they were crazy. What's the bet? The man pointed to his comrades and said that it depended on whether they returned by midnight or not. If they come back, someone will take all the money. If not, then someone will buy everyone drinks. Patton chuckled, remembering the heroes. I remembered Jan, surrounded by radiance, looking resolutely forward. The man was asked why he doubted it. He would just get drunk for free that evening. Patton waved his hand and said he would rather bet on them coming back. He placed a coin on the table, amid shouts from the others, and said he'd make good money if they returned alive, or he'd buy them all a drink. While tying the bag, the blonde one noted that he was a really good guy, and the other one said that he and that guy were so similar. Patton smiled and said that was enough. Let them go and find another guy to make fun of. The men froze, and the blonde asked what that sound was. One of them put his ear to the floor and said it sounded like vibrations coming straight from the ground. One of them exclaimed tensely, "You can't tell me that these are those guys. What did they do there?" Suddenly there was a bright explosion. The tavern shook. The waitress screamed, covering her head from the debris. The men closed their eyes and clutched their heads. Suddenly everything went quiet. The girl peeked out from behind the bar. The door opened slightly. The man asked, "Is that really the sound?" Heroes appeared on the threshold. The monster's bloody body fell to the floor. Jan, covered in black slime, ordered the leaders to be called. The men were amazed to hear that they had caught a monster from the underground tunnels. The girl behind the counter asked in surprise, "What?" Philip asked angrily, "Didn't you hear?" And then he shouted decisively for her to quickly call the guards or the head. The boy's scream was very loud, and on the floor there was only the body of the monster. The men dragged the severed head of the monster. The villagers said they had indeed killed a crocodile monster from the dungeon. It was absolutely enormous. The men gathered around and discussed how they had probably used oil. Even the water in the drain was burning. The second one objected that they used a sledgehammer. It seemed like everything was about to collapse. A third added that he heard someone say to block the exit so that the monster would not escape. The man in armor asked in surprise, "Do they mean to say that they actually caught this crocodile?" There were plates of food on the table. Jan nodded, saying that the aqueduct had been damaged during the battle and it would be a good idea to send masons there. The man said dejectedly that the reward would be paid within 3 days. A cart was driving down the street. Curses were heard throughout the building. Jan crossed his arms and said that he had already bathed 3 times and changed all his clothes, but they still smelled terribly. The clothes were hung out to dry. The hero thought he'd cleaned the gear, but the smell persisted. What should he do? He needed cucumber soap. Phil said, upset, that such an experience was something you could only go through once in a lifetime, but no more, and that he couldn't handle a second one. Looking at the elder, he said that, by the way, the man in the tavern smiled at him, and the hero said that compared to yesterday, the attitude towards them seemed to have changed. John replied that yes, the world of mercenaries is determined by the ability to live and skills. Now no one will look at them sideways. The heroes turned around when someone called out to them. Patton smiled broadly as he said, "Here they are." Coming closer, he happily said that, thanks to them, his bet had paid off, and now he could walk and eat his fill for a whole month. Turning to the girl, he ordered that food be brought for the gentlemen at this table. He would pay for everything. The man asked if they would mind if he sat down with them. The boy replied that if he didn't talk too much, he would. Sitting down next to him, the man said that they had a cool character, just like their skills, and introduced himself. The heroes sitting nearby also introduced themselves. Philip glanced sideways at the long-haired guy who approached. Patton, looking at them, said that it was impossible that in their area they would not talk about such a talented person. Where were they from? Jan replied that it was from the swamps. Patton exclaimed that they probably didn't want to talk about it. He realized where he worked. I was sure that somewhere he was a real celebrity. Philip frowned, saying that if he was going to conduct an interrogation, suddenly he looked away in surprise. Jan also looked at it and said that he thought what he had said was enough to prove that he had no criminal past. Patton was silent, hearing him order things to get down to business, but not him. The long-haired man standing nearby heard that Jan wanted to listen to the person who had said something to say. Both boys were surprised. Philip was shocked when Jan asked why the nobleman was acting like a commoner, or was he acting like a powerful man from the shadows? The long-haired man smiled. He scratched his head, saying that he didn't think he would be found out so easily. Was his performance really that bad? He placed his hands on Patton's shoulder, who sadly apologized for letting his master down, and he replied that everything was fine. Apparently, he was one of those people who couldn't be fooled. Having sat down in his place, the brown-eyed man apologized for his rudeness, smiling. He waved his hand and said that they knew many mercenaries had dark pasts, so he needed a little background check. Ian nodded, saying that he understood and accepted his apology. Looking at him, the guy asked permission to introduce himself formally. His name is Declan Beauchard. Philip looked at him in amazement, and Ian said that he was the son of Lord Orndell. Why would he check the identity of a simple mercenary? Declan said that it was his job to manage the mercenaries of this city. Moreover, he was eager to meet talented guys like them. The hero remembered that even though there were a lot of mercenaries here, it was still peaceful. Now it was clear why. Philip asked the Lord how he had taken on such a difficult job, and if he could apologize for his recent rudeness. He replied that he was not a young lord. The boy heard him say that he was born out of wedlock. His mother was a free citizen. Sitting across from him, Jan asked if he was sure of his identity and whether further proof was needed. He was told no, this was sufficient. Declan suggested getting down to business. Sitting at the table, he asked if they would like to work together under his leadership. The heroes were surprised to hear that he wanted to appoint them as a centurion and adjutant. The boy opened his mouth in amazement, asking, "Does he mean to say that he is gathering regular troops from mercenaries?" Looking at him, the Lord's son replied that one could say so. There was a war ahead. Other lords neglected mercenaries, but he would act differently. Sitting opposite, Jan asked if he had received permission from the king. The nobleman replied that, of course, it was good for his father too. After all, they were serving at the front. Ian said he clearly enjoyed being a leader. Declan said he wouldn't deny it. If they survived, they would be big shots in this world. He smiled and asked, "Well, it's a tempting offer, isn't it?" Ian touched his chin and chuckled. He looked at the nobleman in front of him and thought that he had perfect manners and speech, surprising for a villager. He smiled slightly, and he said that he could not give him a solution right away, and he asked why. Jan replied that he still had a request that he had not fulfilled. He could not take on two serious quests at once. The brown-eyed boy raised one eyebrow, saying that he had taken on the crocodile, and then realized that they had originally come to fulfill a different request. The guy nodded in confirmation and thought it was great that he was so quick on the uptake. The long-haired boy rubbed his chin. He waved his hand and agreed. He promised that he would help them with their task, and in return they would consider his proposal. Looking at him, the boy said that if this is all he wanted, and thought to himself that it was easy. Philip apologized awkwardly. Looking at Patton, who was sitting behind him, he said that in that case, their request would be disclosed. Declan waved his assistant off and said that these were the unwritten rules of mercenaries. He asked him to step aside. He was laughing with his comrades, sitting at another table. There was a silver plaque on the table. Ian said Dave was a regular army soldier. Looking at it, you could tell he was already dead. He was transporting prisoners. Crossing his arms, Ian said that it was true. So their first goal was to find the person who gave the order for the transfer. The guy sitting across from him asked what had happened to the man. The hero replied that they couldn't provide any details. He remembered the lying skeleton and said that it had been unjustly killed. The nobleman asked if this meant that there were corrupt people in the regular army. The boy waved his hand, replying that they clearly knew more about this than the heroes themselves. What are his thoughts on this matter? The nobleman replied that he was ashamed, but he knew little about what was going on inside the regular army, and he said that it was commanded by his father and his successor, Mason. Jan closed his eyes, saying that if that was the case, there was nothing he could do. Then he opened them, hearing a denial. Declan touched the sign, saying he hadn't said he couldn't help. He was also interested in their request. Handing over the sign, he told them to wait a minute. He promised they would get what they needed. Beauchard gave his word. There was a building standing under the evening sky. People had gathered there, and someone had recognized something. Just as he had said, there was something strange here. Declan sat across from him and talked about Soldier Dave and the prisoners he transported. All the guys had a common trait. He said that each of them either grew up as an orphan or lost their family later in life. Ian held the mug, asking if that meant they were taking guys no one would look for. He heard it was true. Their brothers, sisters, and friends thought they were going to Magellan. The boy said the order for their transport had been given by a man named Bradley. He was the right-hand man of his brother Mason's commanding officer. The guy smiled and said that they had figured out what to do next. Jan said he wanted to talk to him in private. Declan looked at him in amazement and asked again if he wanted to talk to him. He looked surprised and said that Bradley was a very cunning man. Getting him to talk would be very difficult. The brunette plunged the dagger into the tabletop. Holding the weapon, he said that he knew one method to make him talk. It was magic that would make anyone talk. The brown-eyed man laughed loudly. He said he'd like to see this magic in action. Jan remarked that there was nothing he couldn't do. He had a meeting room. Standing up, Declan asked them to wait and said that when he had prepared the place, he would immediately send a man for him. The boy's face was reflected on the blade, and he said it wouldn't take long. He was very curious about the outcome of his request. The aristocrat approached other people who were having fun and drinking, and invited the long-haired man to drink with them. Jan looked in that direction and said the long-haired man would do all the dirty work for them. Philip said he had a talent for manipulation. With a serious look, the brunette told him to just continue talking as if nothing had happened, and asked if he had done what he asked. Looking at him, the guy replied that, yes, he did everything as he said. He coughed into his fist and said what he thought, and that he had talents. The boy recalled following Declan and said his route was almost identical. He also learned of his reputation. Ian smiled, saying that he was evolving, even doing something he didn't ask him to do. The assistant replied that even if he didn't want to, he had no choice but to listen. All the residents loved the master very much. He also said that he heard that his mother died several years ago. Philip said that while the Marquis considered him his son, the eldest son, Mason, seemed to just consider him a pain in the ass. He overheard the idea that when the war began, the young gentleman would be sent into the thick of it, and he would not return alive. Phil said that, as far as he could tell, the young master did not appear to be a corrupt man, and if he was, he hid it too well. Declan smiled, hugging the mercenaries. Ian said it was true, he hid it too well. But he doesn't worship darkness or chaos. Jan held the mug and said that he seemed to have smelled blood on his hands beforehand. Rays of light were shining through the window. The hero sat on his bed, thinking that after just a few days in the city, he had received the best room for the night, and the women were too friendly to him. He remembered how the ladies, laughing, waved at him. Opening the book, he said that he was feeling better now and would see if there was anything useful in Conrad's notebook. Although he initially denied it and was angry, he eventually listened to the priest's words. Everything he had previously believed to be true turned out to be a lie. Reading this, the hero said that these were typical memoirs of a psychopath. Not a single magic formula, not a single rule made sense. Closing his eyes, the brunette sighed, which at least for people from this world, and for him who studied magic thanks to experience points, was even more absurd. Holding the book, Jan thought that everything was as he expected. The one who had lured him into the catacombs was in the Magellan. He imagined a figure with a glowing staff and thought that Conrad, like his servant, were going to go out into the world when the time came to plunge it into chaos. Sitting on the bed, the guy thought that everything happened so that the creatures of the void would descend to the earth, and the ancient gods would rule it, and not the current gods and demons. Jan remembered the huge, shining eye. He winced and slammed the book shut, saying he thought he could smell vomit again. The brunette looked at his palm. Purple flashes appeared above her, the hero thought. The power of chaos. Looking at his hand, he thought, pure void energy. It feels like a very pure magical or divine power. The light reflected in his eyes, and the hero thought the power of chaos was within Magellan. It was funny that he could sense it again. It must have been a power that only a small number of heretics and demons or corruptors could use. He introduced the game's first expansion, the expansion. Many characters appeared in pairs. The knight turned into a dark knight, the barbarian into a berserker, the scout into an assassin, the priestess into an ancient priestess, and the mage into a dark mage. The hero thought that if he chose the side of decay, he could change his specialization, skills, options, and even quests. The silhouette held the orb in its palm. Only the level gained was lost, and it was unclear how the main characters would react to this. Remembering the quest information window, Yan thought that he could obtain the power of chaos without decomposition. The same thing happened during the Apostles' quest. All restrictions were lifted. Clenching his fist, the brunette thought that he was already feeling better. He should study this well, because he lacked his magical power. Suddenly the guy heard something behind him. Philip opened the door and asked if the gentleman was sleeping. He said no. He looked in and said he had been informed that the place for negotiations was ready. Jan stood up, saying that he was doing his job well. Looking away, the hero said it was time to console the one who had sacrificed his people to the darkness. With sword and fists, the scene changed to night. Patton stood with his sword next to the man taking bets. The hero saw a figure with a bag on his head. He was shaking, tied to a chair and groaning. Ian looked at Declan, who was standing next to him, and said that he had chosen an excellent place. He smiled and replied that he was simply standing and waiting for him. He had met his girlfriend, Rose, at this very spot. The guy tore the bag off his head, and then he removed the bandage from his mouth. With a sweet smile, Declan said he was pleased to meet you. Bradley shouted angrily, "What's going on? Where's Rose?" The long-haired man answered with a smile that he didn't know. He was probably sleeping at home. The man gritted his teeth, saying that he had set this trap. What would happen if the Archduke found out about it? Pointing his hand at the heroes, the guy told him to take better care of himself. These guys wanted to talk to him today, not him. Jan approached the man and said that they had finally met. He asked who he was. It was the first time he'd seen him. The guy held out a sign, sweetly saying that it was true. He was seeing him for the first time too. But that dead guy knew him firsthand, right? Bradley looked at the metal objects and asked where he got them. Frowning, he heard that this thing was given to him by a ghost. He asked him to find the person who buried him under an ancient tree. The boy grabbed the man's face when he heard that he knew nothing about it. His eyes glowed bright blue. The man looked at him sullenly. Removing his hand, the brunette said that this was the last warning. He would ask again. On whose orders were the subordinates sacrificed? Bradley turned away, saying, "Ancient tree, sacrifice. What kind of nonsense is he talking about?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He screamed when the guy broke his finger. After letting him go, Jan asked whose order it was. Receiving no answer, he took another finger, hearing if he knew who he was. The man groaned with broken fingers. Bradley turned to the nobleman and said that, although he knew he was mean and stupid, he could not believe that he had been deceived and was allowing him to do all this. The hero grabbed another of his fingers. He asked the subject gloomily what he was looking at. He should have been concentrating on their conversation. He wouldn't get away with just one broken finger. There were many more he could have broken. The sweaty man heard with fear that he would, of course, make sure that he did not lose consciousness. He would feel absolutely everything, he promised. Finally, Bradley said it was the Archduke's order. Jan leaned over the man. Declan looked at him in shock, repeating, "Archduke, his brother Mason." The man with broken fingers kept repeating, "This was the Archduke's order." Leaning over, Ian asked Mason why he would give such an order. Bradley frowned and said he didn't know either. The hero continued to break his fingers. Breathing heavily, the man said that he had ordered the road to be closed if any road leading from Magellan to Orndell was blocked. He also said that this would give him a strategic advantage in the coming war. Declan crossed his arms and repeated, "Strategic advantage." Jan jerked his finger, asking, "Of course the Marquis knew about this." The man shouted, "Yes, that's what the Marquis wanted." He said, "It won't take much time." The guy said it was a strategic advantage that wouldn't take long to prepare. He wanted Orndell's independence and the founding of a new nation. The sweaty man shouted that that was exactly what he heard. He was simply following their orders. He presented the boys' bodies, saying that these small victims, for the sake of independence and eternal glory of Orndell, nothing at all. Jan smiled, repeating that it was just a small sacrifice for a greater cause. The man exclaimed that it was indeed so. Bradley shouted out loud that he didn't want to do it, but someone had to do it. The brunette opened his mouth, answering that it was exactly like that. Standing next to him, he resolutely continued to hide the fact that he was a corrupt person by inventing a lie of such magnitude. Declan was very surprised. Bradley looked at the guy in amazement, then turned away, saying that he had started again. He shook his head. "What decomposer?" Ian took out his blade. hearing him ramble on. With a sharp movement, he chopped at the man's hand. Blood spurted and he screamed in pain. Leaning gloomily, the brunette said that the games were over. If their king was corrupt, then he couldn't help but be the same. Bradley's eyes widened when he heard the question of what he was promised in exchange for his cooperation. Immortality, strength, power. Declan looked forward in surprise when he heard him confess. Sweat was streaming down the man's face, and he asked him how he knew about it. Jan grabbed him by the hair. He smiled and asked if anyone else knew about this. The hero released the man's head, saying that perhaps he didn't even know about it. Brandishing his blade, Jan explained that he only knew that the archduke he served was corrupt, which made it clear to him that the marquis was the same. Bradley gritted his teeth as he heard him just confirm it and swore. The brunette covered his mouth with his hand, drawing his sword. He said that as a reward for his cooperation, he would plunge a blade into him up to the hilt. Declan suddenly jumped out, shielding the man, and told him to wait. Standing opposite him, he said that he didn't mind killing him, but maybe he should explain everything to him first. Frowning, he said that it turned out that his father was preparing an uprising and was even behind these murders. Looking at him resolutely, the brunette heard that they had not yet sorted out the accusations against this man. His brows furrowed. The guy looked surprised when he said, "Okay, he needs to get a promise from him." The nobleman turned around, asking what that sound was. A shadow fell across his face. More and more hands emerged from Bradley's body. Jan touched the aristocrat's collar, pushed him away, and, drawing his sword, he asked Philip to protect his master. And Phil stood in front of him, telling the aristocrat not to worry and to stick with him. The fabric tore at the monster's powerful muscles. Scars were visible on the skin. The monster raised its head and screamed. A purple haze emanated from the building. Ian jumped up, landing on the monster from above. He waved his tentacle. The hero struck him with his sword. The blade entered the tentacle halfway. Looking at him, Bradley said his punches were lousy. The monster smiled, saying that he was afraid that he would never be able to get his body back after accepting this great power. Jan, who had jumped on his tentacle, asked if he considered him a non-entity. The monster turned its head and said no. He was simply bored with him, but they shouldn't worry. He wouldn't let him go without a fight. The guy replied that these were typical words of someone who was about to die. The blade was engulfed in a blue glow. Surrounded by light, the boy resolutely clutched the sword. Declan's mouth dropped open in surprise. This couldn't be happening. The monster was also surprised. Wasn't this divine power? How could such a worthless creature have obtained it? Jan waved his sword, saying that he was speaking in typical phrases again. The blade's tip glowed brightly. Everyone around watched the boy's powerful leap and swing. The monster pointed its tentacles at him. Suddenly, strength overwhelmed Jan. The guy's eyes lit up. His attack left a bright mark. He cut his tentacles. The monster looked at the approaching glow in shock. Jan drew his sword back and quickly cut the monster in half. The tentacles fell to the ground. Bloody pieces lay on the floor. The guy came closer to the monster on the floor. His silhouette was reflected in the violet eye, and the next second, the blade of the sword was covered in blood. The monster's head flew off. Declan watched in shock as she fell. Looking at the heroes in surprise, he asked who they were. Were they simply mercenaries who had come to fulfill a request? Philip shook his head. Jan wearily touched his forehead, telling him to do what he wanted. The shining boy returned the sword to its sheath and asked to be allowed to introduce himself again. And he said that Jan is a hunter of swamp dragons, a destroyer of dark spirits. Bloodied Ian looked questioningly at the guy who listed all his many merits. The aristocrat looked at the boy in amazement when he heard that, in addition, he was the apostle of the tyrant, the guardian of the southern borders, and the sacred sword of Agellan. Phil pointed and said that this was the only true representative of Lady Maeve. He pointed to the disgruntled hero, who now looked like an angel or a god, and said that this was Ian Hope. And then he touched himself with a smile and said that he was Philip, the master's servant. After some time, it was already deep night over the kingdom. Lord Orindella, Marquis Burchard, clenched his fist in his palm and asked about the victims who would be sent to Aiglin. Were they ready or not? Young Mr. Mason Burchard, standing in the shadows, said they were ready. The transfer was scheduled for the morning. Mason stood in the moonlight opposite the Marquis and said that there was one caveat. He thought he hadn't heard from Declan lately, but said it was nothing out of the ordinary. The Marquis began to laugh maliciously from under the shadows and said that there was nothing to worry about. He imagined a black deer with antlers burning in the fire, and he explained that it was an old deer who could not leave Orndell. The scene changed. Two mercenaries immediately burst into the tavern and asked the owner if he had finished his business. The group of mercenaries were in shock, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. They saw in front of them the bloody protagonist and his assistant next to the corpse of the monster. The protagonist, all in bloody clothes, looked at them intently. Declan looked back at the mercenaries and said that they had arrived just in time and should clean up the place. Patton looked at the owner and tried to understand what all this meant and where Bradley was. He looked at the floor, saw the remains of a bloody monster, and was told that this corpse was Bradley. The group of mercenaries with the blonde man were shocked to see the decomposer and realized that Bradley was indeed him. Declan looked at the bloody Ian. A group of mercenaries began shouting that this was the same corrupted one who was spreading madness to people, and perhaps he couldn't even die. Because if the kingdom's leadership noticed, they would send their order here, which would destroy everything in the area. Bloody Yan put away his blade and was about to leave because he was already tired of looking at this blood. But he was stopped by Declan, who asked if he had any doubts about his identity now, and received the answer. For now, yes. Jan and Philip looked back at the gentleman, who asked what he should do in this case. The protagonist replied that he himself had already told him about this, because there were still rotten ones left, and they needed to be dealt with. The long-haired, brown-eyed man frowned intently, and asked if the decomposers were his father and brother. The group of mercenaries were shocked, their eyes bulging from their sockets at such news. Jan, covered in someone else's blood, said that yes, it was. The remains of a monster lay on the floor. Declan immediately clapped his hands. He continued clapping and, closing his eyes, said that this was an excellent answer. The guy in the cloak exchanged glances with his comrade and realized that they weren't supposed to hear about this and needed to somehow leave unnoticed. Philip immediately closed the door. The boys looked back at the door where the assistant stood with his arms crossed. Ian looked at Declan, who asked if he would stay for a few days until the case was completed. Jan told him to think for himself. If the feudal lord and his successor died, these territories would plunge into chaos. But that's no longer his concern. The long-haired gentleman stood in front of the protagonist and asked what would happen if he said something that would make his future job easier. And Ian was going to listen. He chuckled and said that they could easily get into anywhere, but was it necessary to act like thieves and hide forever to do good deeds? Declan extended his hand and said that they should come in through the front doors and prove themselves brave. Jan asked, "Is this an uprising?" But the aristocrat explained that he simply wanted to condemn the corruptors. Bloodied, Jan angrily asked if after all this he would take the feudal throne. Declan said he had no choice, and Ian realized the rebellion was necessary for him to take the throne. Ian tried to understand why he should do something that would only benefit Declan, and then he turned around, shook his head, and said that it seemed like it would be difficult for him to do something like that, and asked him not to forget that he was just a mercenary. Declan put his hand to his chest with a smile and informed him that he should have said so right away. If he helped him, he would pay a generous reward. Jan immediately exclaimed, his eyes wide. A system window popped up in front of him, containing a quest, the bastard's revenge, and an explanation that he was hiding the sword of vengeance within himself. The brunette immediately looked back at his assistant and asked if all this made any sense. Phil said that these lands need a lord, and if we can get proof that they are corrupted, even the king will agree with the facts. I asked Declan if he was ready to bring the heads of the Marquis and Mason. He replied that he had to kill them with his own hands. Declan immediately gave a wicked smile and said that it meant a lot to him. Jan sighed and extended his hand, realizing he didn't care, and offered to make a deal. The long-haired gentleman immediately looked back with a smile and explained that the guy had informed him that he would help him. Declan looked at his group of mercenaries and asked them to join him. He chuckled with a sarcastic smile and said that this was their chance to get a good position for their merits. The group of guys immediately started to get worried and angry with sweat on their brows. The guy with the beard immediately laughed loudly and said that the choice was obvious. Then he said with joy that this was the future he had dreamed of since he began serving him. He immediately asked his men, "What are they worth?" It was an honor to fight with warriors like Gigi and the aristocrat. These guys immediately began to rejoice, because they were already tired of being mercenaries. From now on, they would live well. They would become nobles. Ian and Philip looked at Declan closely and asked him to make sure everything went perfectly, because there would be no second chances. Declan put his hand on his belt and said that there was nothing to worry about because he had never had a second chance in his life. Suddenly, the scene changed and a bell rang. All the doors started to swing open. A group of people were walking on the ground. It was Jan and his team. The brunette looked closely at the mercenary and didn't understand why everyone was so worried. He met Declan in front of him with a group of guards, who ordered them to move without delay. Ian adjusted his bracers, closed his eyes, and said that if they were ready, they could move out, and saw that Declan was very excited. Their cart, along with a whole horde of people, was heading towards the city. Jan walked ahead, and the others followed him. The assistant walked beside him and, looking back at his comrades, said that this must not be enough, because there were only about 30 people here. Declan looked straight ahead proudly and replied that that was enough. They walked forward, and a crowd of people crowded around them. A little girl in a dress appeared from the crowd. Declan led a huge crowd of slum dwellers, and Phil noted that even those who lived outside the fortress walls were helping them. The aristocrat asked, "Is that enough?" Jan noted that half the population had come out, and they had done a good job of attracting them. Declan said it wasn't that hard, because he gave them the opportunity by telling them new facts. He explained that they had received information about whether their friends and family members were alive or dead. A crowd of residents walked forward with a little girl. Suddenly, they stopped in place. They stood in front of the huge gates of the fortress and raised their heads. From behind the fortress, an old man began to shout for the boys to stop. The old knight looked angrily at the lord and asked what was going on here. Declan and his comrades looked at Duran and told him to bring his brother and father here if possible. The old man shouted and did not understand why they came, because it looked like a rebellion against the Marquis. Declan and Ian stared up, and the latter explained that Duran was wrong, because it was the Marquis who had betrayed Orendel and the entire kingdom. Declan shouted to the knight from the tower that even the gods had betrayed them and become the decayed. The old knight, in terror, stretched out his hand and ordered them to stop, for from that moment on he forbade them to advance. Doran suddenly looked around, hearing a voice asking about the decomposers. The sound of a cane was heard. The brunette frowned slightly and realized that this was the same scoundrel, but in the game, he played the role of a benevolent father. The Marquis appeared with 2 guards. The brunette raised his head and saw all this rotten nobility in the fortress. The knights turned anxiously to look at the approaching lord. Declan bowed to the ground before his father. The lord, leaning on his cane, asked his son why he was doing this, spouting all sorts of nonsense about corrupted people, rebellion, and betrayal. Lou Solar, meanwhile, watches everything, and the lord declared that ultimately it was Declan who found himself in great trouble, calling him ungrateful. Someone began to approach. A crowd of guards ran out. From the fortress walls, archers aimed their crossbows. Mason, standing behind him, angrily asked him on what basis he was talking all this nonsense. Ian looked up and sighed, realizing the rest of the corrupted had arrived as well, and Declan replied that he was glad to see his brother. Declan explained that everyone gathered here knew everything. The soldiers were unfairly given over to the demons to be torn apart, and these people were their relatives or friends. He picked up a rolled-up scroll and declared that he even had a list of the dead soldiers. The Marquis and his son watched, and the latter said that his brother was trying to set him up, in response to his father's kindness. Declan said, "That's not all, by the way. Where is Mr. Bradley today? I can't see him." Mason realized they had lost contact with him 2 days ago and tried to guess why they needed this man. And his brothers smiled and said that they would definitely never see him again, because they brought Bradley with them. He immediately snapped his fingers. All the people moved aside, and the cart approached the fortress. The mercenaries began to unload a wooden coffin from there. They opened it, and the remains of a monster with drops of blood fell out. The Marquis and his son's eyes widened in horror. All the other guards also began to turn away in disgust. Declan shouted and ordered everyone to watch carefully. They dumped all the remains of the bloody monster on the ground and declared that this monster was Mr. Bradley. The archers from the fortress looked at what was happening with disgust and horror, and Doran realized that they wanted to say that this was the same commander, but they did not believe it. Declan said that this gentleman himself confessed everything, that he, his brother, and his father were corrupted, and what he did to the soldiers was done on the orders of his father. Mason said ironically that his brother, in desperation, dragged in the corpse of an ordinary monster and was talking all sorts of nonsense. A little girl immediately entered the dialogue with her mouth open. The crowd of residents looked with alarm at the little girl, who asked what had happened to her brother then. She held out the token with tears in her eyes and said it was her brother's nameplate. He should have been in a Agellan, but was buried in the forest. All the other residents immediately began to verbally intervene and say that their relatives also had problems, but they had not received any news. Mason immediately bared his teeth in anger at the indignation of the crowd, which was trying to get to the bottom of the truth. The head immediately struck with his cane. All the guards looked at him as he became the center of attention and said that he understood all their feelings. He looked sadly at the crowd and said that he was truly sorry, and that he wished he could understand how hard it was for them. He walked forward and looked at the entire crowd of residents, saying that if the soldiers were truly sacrificed, they would start looking for answers. He will also ask His Majesty to investigate suspicions of rebellion, absurd claims that they are corrupt. This will be decided by the court and the church of the empire. The Lord and his archers looked down on the crowd and asked if these decisions were enough to appease their anger. The villagers looked up with slight panic. Then they started looking at each other and suggested that if he did this, it might calm them down. Mason immediately raised his hand and said that if everyone was happy, then they should retreat. The residents immediately became agitated when crossbows were pointed at them, and they were told that if they remained, they would be considered traitors. Jan thought. He expected that, regardless of the worlds, politicians everywhere would use the same phrases. He realized that this was a battle that could only be overcome the first time, and that it would not be possible to gather such a number of people the second time. He imagined the demonic image of the Lord and his Son against the backdrop of fire, and realized that if they came with such speeches a second time, a bloody wind would blow. He imagined how all these residents would be executed one after another. The boy looked at the smiling Declan and realized that this was not the end. The boy approached his father at the fortress and asked again about the investigation and the imperial court church. The old man didn't understand what he was getting at. The Lord was not very pleased when he heard that Declan knew a man who met his requirements. Declan looked back at Ian and Feely and asked if they could do what they did before again. Declan winked at him and said that if possible, then with full regalia. The protagonist, bewildered, looked forward along with the worried Philip. The archers immediately tensed slightly and continued aiming. Jan stepped forward in front of the crowd, and they realized that he was the same mercenary who had been killing the monsters in the dungeon. Mason started laughing out loud, because his man was just some mercenary. Philip stood behind him and, closing his eyes, wanted to officially introduce Jan. He opened his mouth and said that he was the apostle of Torin and the guardian of the southern border, as well as the owner of the treasured sword of Agellan, which belonged to Maeve Laurel. The crowd of residents was shocked by such statements. Doran and the archers also opened their mouths, because Ian was her only official representative and judge, whom the strict goddess loved so much. Phil extended his hand, and he bowed his head and imagined Lord Yan standing there with an exhausted look. The servant himself said and declared that he was his squire. The boy looked at the smiling servant in bewilderment and realized that he had said too much. Declan pointed at Ian with an admiring expression and said that this lord had witnessed Bradley's decomposition and that he had personally condemned him. He peered out from under his eyebrows with a grin and said that he was well qualified for this. The Marquis immediately cried out in anger that this could not be. He looked at the guys angrily and said that this could not be an official representative and an apostle, because this could mean that he was a paladin. The protagonist immediately began to draw his sword. He waved it with a smile and thought that he could show them everything with the sword. And then he began to pull out his glowing blade. Yang held the glowing sword in front of him and thought that, unlike an ordinary sword, this one was filled with divine power. He then pointed the glowing blade forward. The guards were shocked to see that it was indeed a paladin. The little girl immediately fell to her knees. Mason looked at the man in horror along with his father and said that he really was a paladin. Jan began to walk forward, and then he suddenly rushed into attack with his sword. The Lord immediately shouted at the archer, "Why are they just standing there and watching instead of shooting?" They couldn't. He was God's apostle. Mason immediately pulled out his blade and, in anger, said that any guard who dared to disobey the order would be beheaded on the spot. The archers almost wet their pants at this statement. The protagonist, with a blade glowing with aura, was almost in the fortress. Mason drew his sword and ordered the archers to shoot. A barrage of arrows flew straight towards the protagonist. These arrows were aimed straight at his head and glowing eye, but he used low-level gray magic, a rotating barricade which deflected all the arrows. Then he started running along the wall. He jumped into the air with a glowing blade. Ian flew higher above the Lord and his son. Mason looked up, his eyes wide. Yang waved the glowing blade and said that the sentence passed by the goddess was death. Yan delivered a chopping blow, straight towards the knight, and then he cut off Mason's hand. The man looked forward in bewilderment. Then he grabbed his arm, screaming loudly in pain. His father was in shock. Jan climbed up the wall of the building. He began to pull off the glove with his teeth. The man bared his teeth and said in anger that the main character was a freak. The soldiers looked in confusion at the man who had ordered the boy to be captured. The fighters exchanged glances. The main character looked at the guys, telling them to stop. He held a blade out in front of him, emitting a blue aura. He said he thought they'd be limited to the blood of the rotting ones today. The knight looked ahead in bewilderment. Declan called out to Doran. The guy spread his arms out to the sides, ordering him to call off the soldiers. The captain looked at the soldiers, telling the regular guards to retreat, since this was not their battle. The fighters laid down their arms. Doran turned around and began to walk away from the main character. Mason looked ahead angrily, saying that these scum were no good for anything, and it looked like he should retreat inside the castle. The man bared his teeth in anger, picturing the castle. He figured he had allies there, so he needed to buy himself some time. The knight imagined a man and a stag. Sure enough, the old stag was on his side. Mason smiled maliciously, noting that he would send a messenger to him, since Orendel was a strategically important point, and he would have to send his troops to help. The man looked at his father with a confused smile, saying that he would go. Then his eyes widened. Black veins began to appear on the old man's neck. The Lord's eyes turned red. The old man leaned on his cane, baring his teeth. The swordsman looked at his father in bewilderment, asking what was wrong with him. The Lord looked at his son in horror, asking if he hadn't seen the sign of the shining goddess on the soldiers. Mason didn't understand what he was talking about. The Lord stood before the soldiers, whose spears and bows were imbued with divinity. The mercenary watched what was happening nearby. Then he grinned maliciously, thinking that he had succeeded. He remembered taking the glove off his hand. A black snake-shaped ring was visible on his hand. The protagonist looked at the ring with disbelief, thinking that it would be nice if he lost his temper and wondering if it would work. The snake began to move, showing its fangs, after which she bit the protagonist's finger. A black aura began to emanate from the ring, after which the snake headed towards the Lord. A black snake bit the old man on the neck, and black poison began to spread across the man's neck. The Marquis looked at the soldiers with horror, ordering them all to retreat, because this was his castle. The young man watched intently, as one of the soldiers asked what was wrong with him. Was he really rotting? The ring's stats stated that, in exchange for some life force, it could cause confusion in the enemy. Ian noted that the swamp curse skill seems useless at first glance, but it actually seems to work well. The Marquis looked furiously at the mercenary. The old man, looking at the main character with a crazy look, said that now he understood. He is a brat, not a simple paladin, the embodiment of the Tauran goddess. Poison spread across the man's face. The Lord said he shouldn't be made to laugh and he wouldn't get any punishment. A purple aura began to emanate from the old man. People watched the proceedings attentively. People in the crowd said that the gentleman was indeed decomposing. Doran watched in horror, noting that everything the young gentleman had said was true. Mason couldn't understand why he had suddenly transformed. The old man began to emit a powerful aura. The soldiers looked behind them in horror, not understanding what was hovering in the air. Purple smoke spread to the fighters, and they began to go crazy. We looked back. and they began to attack each other. The guys didn't understand what was happening and why they suddenly attacked. The maddened knights ran down the corridor, after which they ran out into the street to the people. Declan shouted that they had come this far and had to get the soldiers back. The boys began to fight the mad soldiers. Declan shouted for them to not miss a single one. Those who couldn't fight ran away. The old man smiled bloodthirstily, saying that the boy had a power given by the god of emptiness. He said it was different from the power of the false heads. The dark aura spread quickly, and almost all the soldiers had already been killed. The main character suddenly delivered a chopping blow. The old man held his hand out in front of him. The Lord blocked the attack with his hand, noting that no power could overcome the power of a true god. The old man looked at the protagonist with a mad look, noting that once they started to implement the plan, and gradually increasing their power, they would drive everyone mad. The young man opened his mouth slightly, saying that, "Be that as it may, without dialogue it is difficult to find the decomposer." The mercenary cut off the man's arm using low gray magic, a vacuum explosion. The Marquis looked at his hand in bewilderment. The protagonist appeared behind the man, holding a blade to his head. The old man didn't understand how it happened. Ian's white eyes flashed, noting that, instead of just talking, he should start taking action. The Marquis looked at the mercenary in horror, asking if it was magic and if he really was the incarnation of Tauren. Ian looked at the Lord with a horrified expression, noting that he hadn't said that. After which the protagonist dealt chopping blows to the old man's body. The protagonist cut the Lord's body into pieces. Blood was visible behind Jan's back. The protagonist put the blade back into its sheath, stating that he wanted to make everything clean. The boy looked back when Philip appeared. The squire looked at his master with a serious expression, asking if he was finished. The protagonist gave the bag to his squire, saying that he was in the process, and that it was the Lord's head, and he must not lose it. Phil looked at the gentleman with a serious expression and said that he would go help the soldiers, after which he headed to the side, attaching the bag to his belt. Jan watched Philip, saying that he was finally capable of something. At this time, Declan looked at the knight, telling him to focus on saving people and giving them commands. He then approached the protagonist, asking if he was okay. The boy replied that as far as he could see, the Marquis was dead. Declan chuckled, saying he didn't know how he did it, but it would make things easier for them. The boy looked seriously at the guy who asked where his brother had gone, and he said that the moment the Marquis showed his true form, he ran down the corridor. The boy smiled slyly, saying that the man who was the heir simply ran away without a care in the world and deserved a lesson. The narrative shifted back many years. In the memories, Declan was a young man. His mother called him. The girl showed the basket with a smile and said that the Marquis had sent an apple pie as a gift, and that he would not throw them away. There were plates of apple pie on the table. The girl swallowed the pie with a smile. The young man looked happily at his mother, thinking that she was smiling for the first time in a long time. After which, the guy began to bring the piece of pie to his mouth. The girl dropped the fork from her hand. Then she grabbed her son's hand. The girl looked at her son as blood began to flow from her mouth. The girl gritted her teeth and told him not to eat it, after which she fell headfirst onto the table, bleeding. The scene shifted back to the present. The knight pierced the man's body with his blade. Mason looked at the fighters, ordering them to quickly bring the horse Marquis. The Archduke kicked the post in displeasure. He asked if the last thing he would see in Orndell would be a stinking stable. The Archduke gritted his teeth, noting that if he ever arrived in Eglin, the man looked angrily ahead, noting that he needed to somehow meet with the old dear and gather troops, and then kill everyone there. Mason looked at the fighter with displeasure, asking what he was worth since he ordered him to bring a horse. Blood gushed from the fighter's mouth. The protagonist pierced the knight's body right before Mason's eyes. The fighter's lifeless body fell to the ground. The protagonist asked what he had said about the old deer. Ian smiled slightly, asking what he had just said, noting that he would like to listen. The men stood opposite each other. Mason asked when he had time. Declan appeared behind the soldier and attacked the fighter. Then he looked at the man with a smile, saying that he had finally found him. The Archduke asked if he thought he could get away with it after everything that had happened. Declan asked what about him. The Archduke was surrounded. Declan asked if he thought he would be safe by turning his back on God. The man looked sideways at the protagonist, asking why he had turned away from God and what kind of nonsense he was talking. After which he swung his blade at the main character, saying that all this was bullshit. The fighters' blades met, The man looked at the protagonist with displeasure, noting that he was fast and that he would not leave an empty space behind him now. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, saying that the apple definitely doesn't fall far from the tree, after which he cut off the man's hand. Mason winced in pain. Jan grinned bloodthirstily as he screamed in pain. He said he should have mutated long ago and was tired of talking. The mercenary looked at Mason mockingly, asking if someone like him couldn't use power unless they concentrated. Black veins began to appear on the knight's face. Jan immediately chopped off the man's leg. Now the mercenary stood next to the mutilated body. Declan watched closely. Jan plunged his blade into the warrior's thigh. The mercenary leaned towards the knight, saying that, although he had a desire to cut off his head, he would not do it if he answered questions. Mason's eyes widened when the protagonist mentioned the old deer. The boy remembered the image of the beastman who had mentioned the old deer. He asked whom he had meant. The Lord's son looked at the mercenary in bewilderment and began to answer slowly. The protagonist twisted the blade in the soldier's leg. The Lord's son opened his mouth wide in pain and screamed. The protagonist's eyes widened. Mason said it was Duke Regis Brandt. Declan looked at his brother in shock, asking what he said and that he was not His Majesty's uncle. The protagonist looked at the knight with a horrified expression, thinking that the deer's name had finally surfaced. Mason smiled maliciously, saying that the kingdom was in their hands, and the king was just a puppet who thought he could win this war. Ian covered the man's mouth, thanking him for the information, and saying that he no longer needed his tongue. The young gentleman sat down next to the protagonist, asking if he could ask him for something. Declan looked down and smiled slightly, noting that he would take his brother's tongue. The Archduke looked at his brother in bewilderment. He didn't understand what they were talking about. Jan said that he had just promised something to his partner. Now he would keep his promise. Declan suddenly grabbed his brother's face. He looked at him with a furious gaze. The man looked at the boy with fear. Declan said he didn't even know how long he'd been waiting for this day. Jan stated that so many years had passed since his brother gave him and his mother an unforgettable gift. The boy remembered how blood was coming out of his mother's mouth. The woman gritted her teeth in pain. Declan chuckled slightly, noting that she'd bitten her tongue to compose herself. She'd almost bitten it off. Mason looked at his reflection in the blade. Declan held the knife to his brother's face, saying that this was why he so wanted to hurt his brother like that one day. The knight looked at his younger brother with horror, asking him to wait and listen first. Then blood gushed out. The scene changed. Drops of rain fell from the sky. Declan dragged his brother's emaciated body toward the wall, behind which stood a huge crowd of people. The young lord held his brother by the hair. The little girl watched in surprise. The boys opened their mouths in surprise. The villagers looked up. The young lord said he was following the will of Apostle Tyrone. Philip watched with a serious expression. The boy said that he, Declan Beauchard, would execute the one who had turned away from God. Then he brought the blade to his brother's throat, and he cut off the knight's head. He looked at the flying head with a serious expression. Patton smiled happily, saying that their new lord had defeated the decaying ones. Declan stood on the wall, watching the crowd of people. He raised his head, exposing himself to the rain. People began shouting that it was His Excellency, the Marquis Declan Beauchard. Ian stood against the wall, watching the scene as people continued to scream. The scene shifted to the king, who sat on his throne. The man asked the old men what they thought of this. The king looked menacingly at the people, noting that he was speaking of his recent meeting with Lady Maeve. This was the king of Agelon, Erwin II. The man stepped forward, telling His Majesty that this was simply nonsense. The bearded man looked at the king with a serious expression, saying that Lady Maeve must be paranoid. He remembered how they brought in a coffin containing a man, and next to it, the severed head of a monster. Proof of the decomposer's activities. Chaos. The old man leaned on his cane, asking what he had said about paranoia, and how one could say such a thing, and whether Lady Maeve was a paladin who represented all of Agelon. The king raised his palm and declared that enough was enough. His Majesty noted that he too thought Lady Maeve was being overly dramatic, and he would order her to stay home for a while. Erwin said he understood that the old man cared about Lady Maeve, but they needed to investigate. The man squinted at His Majesty. The king told his uncle that he should understand this too. The old man agreed with Erwin. It was Duke Regis Brandt. A three-eyed deer appeared in the darkness. The The Duke was nicknamed Old Dear. A day has passed since the procedure of inheriting the title of Marquis and securing the right to manage the land. Declan Beauchard and his mercenaries have identified the corrupted among the previous Marquis's minions. They were then gathered in the square and sentenced to punishment. They essentially carried out a cleansing operation. Each of these people was brutally murdered. In the evening, the guys met and discussed how it seemed as if the smell of blood was spreading even beyond the city limits. Ian turned around and told Phil to focus on the search, and if there was no evidence of Regis's presence in the basement, they would have to go into the sewers. Phil caught up with him and said that if the Duke was decaying, no one would believe them without solid evidence. In response, he heard that this man seemed to have an excellent reputation, and, moreover, he carried out almost all of the king's duties on behalf of the king. The assistant added that he had met him a couple of times at the border, and the man seemed wise and merciful to him. He also heard that he was against the war, but turned out to be the leader of the corrupt. Suddenly, the man stopped and thought that he seemed like an outstanding person. Interesting. Then he looked at the knight's armor. He came closer and pressed the hidden brick. Immediately, the door to a secret room opened before them. Phil scratched his head and said that, as expected, the gentleman had found something again. Then he took the candle and followed him inside. The boys walked along the corridor for a while and eventually discovered a sphere. Jan's sword immediately began to ring. Apparently, it was a magic sphere, after which he thought that the engravings were there to hold the gaze of God. Apparently, they were hiding something bad here. Meanwhile, Phil came closer and said that these were suspicious engravings: scrolls, books, daggers, and artifacts. Beads. This is not even surprising. And then some kind of portal opened next to them. The boy turned around and asked if he could ask the gentleman one question. He reached into his vault and said he couldn't ask. However, Phil immediately remembered the last battle and asked if the gentleman was the red mage who used fire. He heard that mages could only use one type of magic. But how did Yang do it? The guy grabbed some chain and said that this happens, and it's not magic. Then he picked up the chest and asked if he should worry about the kingdom. The Duke would destroy the country while he hesitated. Phil jumped up and said that this was not true at all, and in response he heard that in that case it was necessary to simply take away everything that could be used as evidence. Meanwhile, the sphere became brighter and brighter. Ian thought that it was definitely not something related to chaos, and it was not even infected. All thanks to the fragment of chaos. It can determine strength. Then he thought that he was uncomfortable with the fact that he would have to meet that creature again. But should he study the power of chaos to unravel the Duke's plan? After which he raised his hand and received the magical power, and he brought it right up to the sphere. The magical power at that moment became brighter and brighter. She frightened the main character. Everything around began to shake, and then a bright light appeared. He closed his eyes and wondered if this was really empty space. Although, no, it was a little different from what it was last time. Jan felt that he was hanging in some space. He thought that this was another manifestation of emptiness, or there were many emptinesses. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. It was unclear who was there, but judging by the fact that the guy remained unharmed, it was some kind of transcendental being. Looking at all this emptiness, it seems that this is the consciousness of another, decaying. Then he thought that perhaps it was something like the Duke's personal diary. Silhouette asked the main character, "Who is he?" A dialogue began between them. The Silhouette asked if it was someone's apostle who had entered this abyss without warning. Then he flew closer and asked if it was by chance that this was the apostle of chaos. The young man was surprised and wondered what his interlocutor was talking about. Meanwhile, he was worried. The ghost said that if he had offended him, he would like to apologize. In response, he heard a question about why he thought that the young man was an apostle. At that moment, Jan thought it worked. He could transmit thoughts to him, and immediately received an answer that it was so. It all started to kind of dissolve, and tried to say that, of course, chaos and emptiness merged into one. But a second later it dissolved. The boy saw this and was very surprised. Then he raised his hand and thought, "What the hell happened?" They interrupted him in the middle of the conversation. Then he turned around and heard from the assistant what had just happened. He replied that he wanted to ask him what it looked like. He said that the magical power of the artifact surrounded, but at some point it disappeared. Then he turned around and when asked if everything was okay, he replied that, on the contrary, everything was great. He extended his hand, and thought that the fragment of chaos had become larger. It turns out that in this way one can increase the number of forces of chaos. Jan was pleased with this thought, and also thought that he had found one reason to kill the decaying ones. Phil asked if everything was okay, if he had become possessed by black magic, and the boy replied that he would be better off dealing with the evidence. He imagined the moments of the meeting and thought that he was called the Apostle of Chaos, after which Jan thought that, if he thought about it that way, it might not be entirely untrue. Some time passed. Near the castle, they met a nobleman who asked if this would really be enough. The boy turned around and said that this would definitely be enough. He was wearing new things. Ian thought that these were high-level items. In a real fight, the maneuverability would be quite good. And he also said that a new horse and gold coins were a lot, but of course he wouldn't refuse. They told him that it was a bribe, after which Declan asked if Ian could have a proper talk with His Majesty and say that the new Marquis was very deeply devoted to the kingdom. He replied that it was not difficult for him, and it did not matter whether it was true or not. He immediately heard that a man could not lie about such a thing. He came closer and said that he would like to call the guy by his first name. He turned away and replied that he had already called him that several times, but it did not matter to the Marquis Beauchard, and also asked if the guy would still like to stay here. It would be good to have him as a right hand. Jan closed his eyes and said he was sorry, but he couldn't stay in one place for long. The man looked at him with a smile and said that he thought so. Then he raised his hand and said that she was really very worried. Now that the rebellion had succeeded, the mercenaries would give him trouble. And the lad replied that if he was worried about wild dogs, it would be better to get hunting dogs so that they would fight for him. The main character introduced the captured subordinates and said that those who were abandoned by their masters, who now do nothing but wait for death. Declan realized he was talking about the commanders and officials who had survived the purge and agreed that they simply needed to find a balance with them. Meanwhile, the guy had already moved forward. His horse turned and began to move. The Marquis immediately raised his head and asked if the boys were really leaving. The boy smiled and said yes. Then, as he was leaving, he added that he wished him luck and that now everything depended on him. And Phil said that they would meet again someday, and they left. The man watched them for a while. Then a subordinate came up to him and he looked at him, and he said that it was time to go. Everyone gathered at the walls of the castle and were waiting for his speech. He turned around and agreed, but as he was leaving, he still turned around and looked after the main character. There was no one at the gate, and this man remained a mystery to him until the very end. Meanwhile, in the Laurel Estates, there was a maid standing at the door with a tray. A man approached her and asked something. His face was invisible. The question was, did the woman really refuse to eat again today? While there was no one at the table in her office, people were discussing how she had been behaving like this since her return, and all she did was look out the window. Indeed, at that time the girl was standing at the window and looking. Her eyes were full of despair and hopelessness, as if she was expecting to see someone there. Some time passed. The boys were still moving through the forest. The assistant looked up and asked if there was anything there, and the boy continued reading the book and replied that he had found something. Then he looked at him and said that this evidence would be enough to prove that the Duke was a degenerate. The boy was delighted and asked if it was true, what evidence they could find to punish the traitor to the kingdom. The main character advised him to shut up. Phil said he understood, and Ian thought that, in the end, the Marquis didn't know the true purpose of this Regis. He also thought that, judging by the fact that there was no mention of the quest he saw in the game, they were all just the old man's puppets. Jan realized that the deer had probably pushed them over the edge. By making false promises, by inflaming their ambitions, they will disappear in any case, as if they never existed. And moving forward, he thought that as long as such madmen were operating across the continent, their world would not be destroyed, and countries would think about wars. Then they distracted him, called him, and told him that there was a fork there. Indeed, two paths appeared before them. The guy looked at both and said that the road to the left turns and leads to the city of Balk, and the road to the right leads to Agellan. Then he slammed the book shut and heard Phil say that if there was evidence, they needed to get to Agellan quickly. Jan remained silent. The boy threw up his hands and asked if the gentleman really wanted to go somewhere else. He asked him to shut up and said what he thought. Then he imagined the map and wondered where the quest was, because when everything ended, like in the game, he wouldn't even be able to set foot on the city's territory for some time. And then I thought about the girl. At that moment, there was a pause in the air. Jan raised his head and said that he was ready to go in this direction. After some time, they arrived in the kingdom of Agellan. Life there went on as usual. People walked around the market, bought food, and there a man was running. He had a hood on. He was obviously looking for someone, until I noticed two guys. Then he took it off. It was Miguel, who immediately greeted them and said that they had finally arrived. He almost went crazy while waiting for them. The boys were, of course, surprised to see him. Then Philip ran up to hug him and shouted that he didn't expect the day to come when he would be so happy to meet him. Meanwhile, Jan looked at the guard and asked if they could pass now. He sheepishly replied that yes, after which a man approached them and said that the guys didn't look like themselves, and in response, Jan said that his face had become twice as big. He smiled and asked if the food was that good, and he laughed and said he would be lying if he said no, and that they had to go. They walked around the city for a while, discussing that this was far from the end of the road. Only the fortress wall remained. Then Miguel pointed to the gate and said that all this was because the estate was located in the central part of the city. And Phil walked behind and noted that their friend was already a local resident here, even greeting the guards. Miguel replied that he was very adaptable, while Jan looked around. There were some people standing nearby, all covered in blood. But the thought of how they would die immediately appeared in his head, and the whole city was cut out in his thoughts. The guy continued to look around while his comrades discussed how Phil now felt like a mercenary, although he didn't want it. Then he looked at his friend and asked, "How's the lady?" He thought she'd come out in person, but in response he heard that the girl, of course, wanted to. But the man turned around and explained that the lady was now under house arrest. Both were surprised by this news and immediately asked what was going on. There was silence between them. Meanwhile, people from the windows looked at them and whispered, and the guys continued asking questions. Ian noticed this while Phil was asking if His Majesty really didn't want to hunt down the decaying ones. Miguel turned around and Phil asked, even after he was given evidence that His Majesty did not want this matter. Miguel said that the man also testified as a witness, but in vain. The king added that, nevertheless, he himself could not believe it, but said that since the sorcerer was dead, there were no more problems. And other subjects openly insulted the lady, saying that it would be better to present facts rather than nonsense. The guy was surprised and said the man was clearly a decomposer, asking his name and what he looked like. Miguel said he didn't remember. He was very scared. There were so many of them. But the lady still remained silent. She hid the existence of Ian and Phil. She was worried that it might affect the course of the case. Then he turned around and added that His Majesty only listened to what his close associates said and ordered disciplinary measures to be taken. Philip asked in surprise if the girl was okay. Miguel said that since her appointment as head of the family, she has done a tremendous job. But in reality, he said he didn't know, she no longer shows her true feelings like before. Finally, the boys approached the estate and said that they had come instead of the appointed one, after which the gates opened, and before them lay a beautiful garden. Then a servant came to them and took the horse. And the boy looked around and said that the garden was in good condition, but there was no one here at all. Miguel replied that the former head of the house had died and had been returned to his father's house, although he would be a decomposed corpse. Then he said that no one blamed the lady, but the line of descent was broken, and the atmosphere in the estate was bad. Ian asked, "Where is the lady?" The man turned away and said that he was upstairs in the office. They should go there. Then the main character thought about it. He thought that this was some kind of sentimental mercenary. It was surprising that he was still alive. But then a girl appeared. There stood a little girl of about 14 years old. Miguel bowed and asked if she was really there. It was Miss Lucy. The boy looked at her, and at first did not understand who it was, and Miguel approached her and said that these guests had come to see the mistress of the estate. The girl took hold of the dress, and she bowed to them, after which she turned around and just ran away. Miguel looked at her and said that this was the owner's cousin. Her name was Lucia, but everyone called her Lucy. He said that in this situation, he felt very sorry for the girl, and Jan turned around and asked to just take him away quickly. He said he couldn't stand children, but to see what they do to them in this cruel world is simply unpleasant to see, and disgusting to the point of nausea. Of course, he killed that man then, and then the guys finally came and said that they were there. The man came to the door and said that her office was here, After which he opened the door and a bright light appeared. Inside, the girl stood by the window as if she had never left. The wind blew her hair in the wind, and without turning around, she said that the main character had finally arrived. Then she finally turned around and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The guy just remained silent. Then he took a step forward and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then Philip ran up to her. He was very glad to see her and said that her face had become thinner, adding that he still had to stay with her. What should he do? Did she really eat so poorly? And the guys stood aside and watched this. Then the girl turned around and said that during the time she had not seen him, Philip had matured a lot. It seemed that he even had scars similar to hers. After which she looked into his face and asked him how much he had learned. The guy happily replied that, yes, there really were a lot. And then Jan interrupted them, saying that he was no longer the boy who could be used for simple errands. Gigi sat next to me on a chair and just remained silent. At first, the girl smiled. Then she came closer and thanked him for bringing Phil back safe and sound. He then put the box with the heads on the table, and he added that the Marcus was the culprit of the incidents with the ancient tree. And his eldest son, he introduced these people and how he killed them. Miguel listened to all this and said, surprised, that the guys did a great job again. Then the guy looked at Maeve and gave her a letter, said that it was written by the new lord. In response, he heard that the guys really tried. After which, Jan raised his hand and said that the most important thing is something else. He took the book out of his storage, thus frightening the mercenary. Miguel has seen it many times, but it's still scary how he does it. And Phil then asked if Ian was keeping the diary of the former Marcus. Only the pages inside were blank. The boy looked and asked if there was really nothing there, and Jan asked him to wait a little, after which he activated his magic, and immediately inscriptions began to appear. Everyone was surprised because they shouted that these were letters, and it turns out that it was an enchanted diary. Miguel asked what was written there, and Philip replied that there were many names written in it. And one of them is the name of the Duke of Brant. Phil screamed, was this really it? Ian said that it was. It was a list with all the names of the decaying ones written down. The girl heard this and was very surprised. Then she heard Miguel's surprise that the Duke was also a decomposer. This was clear proof that they were here. Miguel said that there were many names. They were really hiding all over the kingdom. The heroes need to come to His Majesty again and convince him. The guy told them that half of them were already dead. Phil turned around and asked who killed them. And for a while there was silence in the room. It didn't immediately dawn on them that they were talking to the same person who had killed almost everyone on the list, although not on purpose. He said that they were trying to cheat him, or did not want to pay for the completed tasks. He only learned that these people were decaying just before they died, and immediately memories of these battles began to surface in his head. The boy said that the gentleman is a truly incredible person. He can truly be called the guardian of the kingdom. He turned around and said that he didn't do it for the kingdom, and in general, stop adding inappropriate titles before his name. But in response, he heard that perhaps he was destined to defeat them. And Jan, the main character of the game, the guy refused to believe it. Suddenly the girl stood up and said that the young man had really done a great job. Then she came closer and said that his story would also be long. Then it would be better to cook dinner. Then she frowned and looked at him, and Jan just remained silent, after which he finally agreed. The scene shifted to a corridor full of doors. He lay in his bed and thought about everything. There were many thoughts in his head, such luxury around for the first time in a long time. After which he opened his eyes and said, and remembered the evening dinner, where the girl said that she planned to ask for another meeting with the king. The guy sat at the table and asked what she was going to do when she asked for a meeting. She looked down and replied that they needed to uncover all the decaying ones on the list. Then she said that Ian had just said that there was a way to make the decaying ones show their true faces. Her plan was simple, to show everyone their true faces right at the meeting where the king and the others would be present. Then the wild-eyed girl said she would try to kill him. Everyone around was surprised. Had they misheard? Were they really going to kill him right in front of His Majesty? It was too dangerous, and the main character interrupted them and said no. After which he said that if he did not do this, His Majesty would simply not believe it again. He needed to be introduced to the decomposer face to face, and now in bed he thought that it was right. If they were going to do this anyway, They needed to catch Regis. Then he looked at the ceiling for a while and went over everything in his head, including their meeting with the girl, and I realized that she would still have to become a demon together. He thought about it during their first meeting when they were washing themselves. He also thought that after death, the girl should appear as a ghost, and only then would she be able to deal a real blow to the boss of the first chapter. So she was destined to die. After which he closed his eyes and thought, is it really impossible to prevent this? And it made his soul ache. Suddenly, there was a knock on his room. As soon as he approached the door, he wondered who had brought him there at such a late hour. And behind the door stood a little girl and looked at him. The boy was surprised. He thought that he had just decided to have a good rest. When she came and asked what she needed, the girl was surprised. Then she bowed, and in response he heard that enough greetings, she could just say what was needed. The girl raised her head and asked if this was the mercenary Miguel was talking about. He replied that he would like to know what they told her. The girl started telling a lot of his achievements, and the main character asked her to stop. He grabbed his head and thought that he would teach Miguel a lesson tomorrow, and said that it was really him, although he corrected it a little. The baby was even more surprised by this news, and the young man looked at her and asked what she wanted from him. They stood in the hallway. The little girl just wanted to thank him. Perhaps this man was even stronger than the curse that was on her. The protagonist immediately asked again about the curse, and the girl said that everyone she loved died. Absolutely everyone. At first the young man was surprised, and then the little girl bowed and said that he needed a good rest and wanted to leave. Then she turned around and walked down the corridor. The boy then closed the door and said that in this damned family there is not a single normal person. Before his eyes stood the image of a little girl saying that everyone she loved was dying. This worried him. Then he grabbed his head and said that such an ominous feeling rarely let him down. It would be better to prepare in advance. The morning came. All the close subjects gathered at the table. The lady introduced the main character and said that this was the assistant they had spoken about earlier. Then she turned and added that these knights at the table were members of the royal guard. He looked at them when he heard that they were the most reliable people. Because she selected them personally, they were even told their plan. Jan looked carefully into everyone's eyes and thought that there was an excess of mistrust here. Then he walked around the table, and he said that their task would be very simple. Everyone listened attentively. That the task was to protect the king if something went wrong, that's all. He also said that the king asked not to disclose the conversation that took place here. Everyone was very surprised and listened attentively. But when the guy added that if these people want to die, they can tell, they got very angry. One even jumped up and called him a vile upstart. But the old man stopped him and said that he wanted to know if it was true that there were so many decaying ones hiding in the kingdom. The boy lowered his head and said that it was true. They were hiding and keeping their identity a secret. Then he stopped and added that any of them could be anywhere. After which, he grabbed the man by the head and said that even in this room there is one such person. And a second later he smashed his head against the table. Everyone present was extremely surprised, and some even felt uneasy. Meanwhile, the man was still alive and trying to say something. But the main character didn't listen to him and hit his head on the table again. So much so that the table even broke. Then he pulled out his sword. At that moment, someone attacked him, and he threw him to the ground. The man pressed the protagonist against the wall so hard that it began to collapse. Then he swung and, calling him obscene words, tried to hit him in the face. But the boy easily dodged. Then he raised his hand, and in his other hand, he held a sword, thinking, "Does this guy really want to get a blade in the stomach?" And he swung. But I decided to spare him and just kicked him. The young man jumped back and began to ask what this force was. Then he turned around and said that they should pay attention to the fact that he warned them about this bastard. But he was very surprised when he turned around. Everyone immediately took out their swords. But someone raised their hand. The lady stopped them and stood up for the guy. The red-haired boy turned around and asked why the lady was protecting him. And the lad asked him to repeat it. Then he frowned and ordered everyone to move away. The knight turned around and asked if that idiot was barking again. Black energy immediately appeared around them. The man who was thrown against the table began to come to his senses. Then he arched back and screamed loudly. It was clearly imbued with some kind of black magic. No one understood what happened there, why all this was happening suddenly. Philip stood nearby and also did not understand what it was. He said that they needed to retreat immediately. and that red-haired knight then jumped back. But at the last second, they managed to grab him by the leg, and they began to pull me towards themselves. The old man noticed that he had been grabbed and tried to help, but it was useless. True, at the last moment he managed to throw him a blade, and he managed to grab it, and then his former comrade attacked him. Suddenly a sword appeared there, which sharply protected the young man. It was the main character who took away the attacker's arm with one blow. His sword literally glowed with bright energy. Everyone around was surprised when they saw this blue glow. They also looked at the guy and shouted, "Is he really using divine power?" Meanwhile, the boy continued to fight with the new enemy, and with one blow he could tear it into many different pieces. It was quite easy for him, and the knight, whom the young man had protected, sat behind and did not understand what was happening. After which Yan stood up and said that such freaks, in the lower stages of decomposition, sometimes show their true face, even against their will. Then he lowered his sword and said that the others could see that he could be easily killed by cutting off his head while he was in the process of transformation. He also looked at the others and said that the super decomposers can freely change their appearance and have some means of protection. So if they are lucky enough to come across them, they just have to run. With their skill level, they won't be able to defeat them. He frowned and asked if everyone understood everything. In response, he heard that everything was clear. At this moment, the trader's body was still glowing brightly. The girl grabbed her sword, then she pulled it out, and a bright red light appeared. Her eyes also glowed red. The old man saw this and wondered what kind of red divine power it was. It looked so ominous. And indeed, his mistress stood over the corpse and looked very scary, having said that I must do it. And then she cut off his head. Then she turned around and said that it didn't turn out well. She thought she had checked everything well. In response, I heard that those bastards probably thought the same thing when they sent their rat. They needed to at least somehow keep an eye on it. He also added that this is why he asked to gather everyone in this place. The lady nodded in response. Then she said, as everyone saw, "This man is a recognized holy warrior of the goddess. If he was not worthy, the goddess would not have blessed him." The knight who attacked him was still in shock at this moment, after which she said, "Now she is not the apostle of Torin, but the apostle of vengeance. All the decomposers are the target of her vengeance. And so, if anyone had any doubts about her and her comrade, she asks them to express them right here and now." The old man lowered his head and said that he had no doubt. The others did the same, including the red-haired guy who nodded right behind the main character. He thanked him for saving him and also sincerely apologized for his rudeness and said that he would accept any punishment from him. Ian wondered if the man had actually decided to turn on the knight, saying that he should just follow what he had said earlier. The guy stood up and said that of course he would, and would follow him with all his heart, calling him Lord. Jan was a little embarrassed. Then he looked at his girlfriend and she nodded at him, after which he approached the table and said that they needed to return to the main topic of discussion. He raised his head and asked what they should do after the meeting was called. And then the night came. Somewhere in the basement, members of the community gathered and discussed that the Marquis of the Order had been defeated. There were people in cloaks standing there and saying that this was bad, that it was probably the work of the Apostle Girl, even though she was supposedly under house arrest. One of those present said that, if that was the case, then someone with similar power had appeared besides her. But they should not be afraid. A man appeared with a staff and struck with it. Then he looked at them and said that the way was open only to those who does not give up. Everyone bowed and greeted him, and the man looked at them and listened as they all repeated one word: "I command." Suddenly, some kind of ball began to appear on his forehead. It looked disgusting. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that it was still early, but it was worth starting preparations. Then he thrust his staff forward and shouted that we must prepare for a night of madness. Meanwhile, the meeting room at the estate was being cleaned, and on the street, they were discussing that people would quickly understand that their protege was dead. The girl came closer to Yan and added that it didn't matter. The sect members would still gather a large meeting to check what she had planned. The guy raised his head and said that she should not let the thirst for revenge make her forget about the key figure. In response, he heard that, of course it would be so. Their leader, Duke Regis Brandt, immediately popped into her mind. And Ian said that he would not wait for them, and in any case, they would not let him go. The lady replied that she was not going to repeat the same mistake, and to betray his fate. Once too many times the young man nodded and said nothing. But suddenly he noticed something. In the distance, a little girl stood and looked straight at them. She didn't say anything, she just watched. Then she turned around and ran away from there. The girl said that she had not introduced her sister to him, and the young man nodded his head and said that he knew her. She had even come to see him. The question immediately followed, for what purpose? The guy turned around and looked at her, adding that her request was to protect the lady. The girl was very surprised by this news. She said that this child rarely showed her feelings, but in response, she heard that now she considered herself cursed. The apostle was upset and lowered her head, cursing that her dear people were dying. The young man again prepared himself for a tearful story, and said that by this time the Duke had already understood what had happened. Now he had to focus on revenge. The girl came closer and agreed, saying that she would begin to act at dawn. Ian thought that the situation was not entirely in their favor, but he had prepared in advance and met her before that old man started doing anything. The first move was for the heroes. The moon shone brighter than usual that night. 2 days passed, but events unfolded in a completely unexpected way. Someone was standing on the street and discussing rumors that the new head of the family had gone crazy. The whole town is talking about it. She killed her brother with her own hands, so there was nothing surprising about it. And they also say it was the head of the family who requested tomorrow's meeting, allegedly claiming there were cult members there. She really has gone crazy. People stood in the building and discussed that it was actually possible that the head of the family herself was a member of this sect. After which they left the tavern and offered to drink more, but the other replied that it was late and they had to go home. The guy turned around and called him a hen-pecked husband, saying his friend had changed since getting married. He probably loved his wife and child. His friend said there was no point in denying it. He was always bragging about them. In response, he heard that he did not do it as often as his friend said about the Laurel family. Then the guy said that we could forget about the meeting, and when the gates opened, it would be better to just go closer to the yard. And then the question arose why. A friend said that after such meetings they always hand out food, and they had to go there. Then he looked up and said that maybe this time they would even give him some jerky. And then he noticed something. He looked up and asked why his eyes were deceiving him. The moon was strange. His friend also asked what was wrong with it. It was as if she had acquired some kind of bloody hue. Their eyes also began to change color. The moon seemed to hypnotize them. The guy said that it was the first time he saw such a big moon. Then he grabbed his head and said that he was already late. He turned around and said that he was leaving, and asked his friend not to walk the streets for too long because he was drunk. But he didn't answer him and continued to stand. He was clearly shrouded in some kind of black energy that had already seeped through his entire body. The moonlight also penetrated through the windows of the houses. After some time, a man came in and told his beloved that he was already home. He looked around with a smile and noticed something, but there was a lot of blood on the floor, and some kind of monster was sitting there. This monster kept devouring someone. And suddenly he looked out. It turned out that his wife had eaten their daughter. The man was shocked by what he saw and didn't know what to do with it. He immediately remembered how he left his friend, and that one was hanging under the moon. He immediately opened the door and jumped out, and then he ran across the whole city to save himself. While he was running, he shouted to everyone that they shouldn't look at the moon. It was dangerous, but he suddenly stopped and noticed another mesmerized man. It was his comrade who immediately pounced on him. Suddenly, there were screams and his blood was everywhere. At the same time, the main character woke up. He stood up and said he knew that musty smell. He remembered the moment he saw the sphere and thought it was the smell he smelled after absorbing the power of chaos. Then he looked out the window and saw this huge red moon. A window also appeared in front of him, where it was written that this was a night of madness. The Duke had covered the city with a demonic field. He must be killed. He was surprised and thought that this was indeed the last quest of the first chapter of the game. Then he grabbed his sword and ran forward. He immediately jumped out of his room and started moving towards the exit. And while he was running, he thought that the quest had already begun. But it turns out that the event will soon end. He didn't understand them. They had been hiding for so long and then started acting head-on. Suddenly, he noticed something. The bell began to beat. The guards rang their bells and shouted across the city. "Don't look at the moon. Otherwise, you'll become a monster." But it wasn't very effective. Most of the guards either ran away or were already dead. The guy looked at all this and hissed. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming and moaning. It was decided to break the window and jump out using the whirlwind. After some time, the guy reached some room, and what he saw surprised him greatly. There were corpses lying there. Lots of corpses. All the knights were dead. The hero stood in shock, and suddenly a monster appeared behind him. True, the lad was able to kill him with one blow of his sword. He took his head, and that was the end of it. Suddenly a head landed next to him, and it became clear who it was. Memories began to surface that this man had taken their horse from them, probably the servants who looked after the garden and stables. And a second later, a loud scream was heard again. The young man ran out of the room. Then he saw something. There was a monster that was actively trying to bite the sword that belonged to the lady. The girl tried to escape from under him, but it was very difficult. However, she looked at the guy and said that she didn't need help. And a second later, she threw the monster back and freed herself. Then she lifted her leg and hit the enemy in the head. This caused the monster to fly back. Meanwhile, the girl grabbed her sword and swung it. Then she hit the enemy right in the back. Very cool, just like karateka's. She managed to win. Then the girl looked up and said it was strange, noting that she was so upset when it happened to her brother. She frowned and added that she didn't feel the same now. Then she turned around and said that all she could think about was the desire for revenge. Revenge on those who were behind all this. Jan said it was going to happen soon and heard something. At that moment, Miguel approached them and shouted furiously. He ran away from the monsters, holding a little girl in his arms and asking them to stop chasing him. The little girl was very scared, and the guys noticed them and realized that they needed to act urgently. A second later, they jumped up and they ran towards the monsters. They jumped on them from above and immediately began to destroy them. There was blood everywhere. The battle did not last long. The boys were clearly in the lead, and a minute later, Philip appeared there, who took out his sword and shouted that he did not understand what was happening, but nevertheless he was going to help. Miguel was running towards him. It so happened that the man tripped over Phil's foot. Because of this, he fell, but managed to lift the girl in time and prevented her from hitting herself. When the child stood up, she immediately turned to him, and Miguel said that he almost died. At that moment, Phil noticed a huge wound on his back and asked where it came from, and the man said sheepishly that it was nothing special. The girl continued to look at this and was clearly very scared, after which a lady approached them and thanked him for saving the girl, and he replied that there was no need for gratitude, and added that perhaps there were still survivors. The main character came closer and said that he was going to look for them, and the rest should put on their armor and come to them. The lady agreed with him, after which she turned around and thought that she could not become a burden again, so she asked him to take care of himself. At that moment there was no one left in the corridor. No one. Besides the mountain of corpses, the boys walked on, discussed that they needed to look after the girl and not dare to look at the moon. And then the question arose of what happened in the end. The boy frowned and said that the city was covered by a demonic field, like a forest of madness. I immediately remembered those terrible moments of their adventure, and this news made me feel uneasy. The red moon still flooded the entire city with its light, and it was clear that it was she who was infecting people. Ian asked if any of them had looked at the moon. Phil replied that he felt dizzy and immediately looked away. The boy was glad that the training was worth it. The moon did not take him so easily. At that very second, a monster jumped out from around the corner at him. Jan took out his sword and continued speaking. At the same time, he cut off the monster's head. He continued walking and said that this is not a real moon, but a curse, so that if you look at it for a long time, a person becomes defiled by this magic. Yang thought it was good that the demonic field hadn't reached its peak yet, since they weren't completely cut off from the outside world. He looked up at the sky and thought that, according to his memories, the red moon was larger and the curse was stronger. As a result, the light from the moon was so strong that the entire space was filled with it. But now it didn't look like that. The thoughts were that even this level was enough to defile people with abilities in the mental and physical plane, which is what happened to the people from the estate. Some time passed, the cleanup continued. For example, Phil was able to save the maid, And for this, and the boys stood nearby and discussed whether the maid was the only one who managed to survive. Immediately after this, screams of monsters were heard about not being able to look, and cries. The boy then stood up and asked what the Duke was thinking when he decided to commit this crazy act. The protagonist approached them and replied that when you are in a hopeless situation, sometimes the best way out is to destroy everything and start over. Jan was told that he couldn't get away with it, so Jan said that he had people who could be found guilty. The boys stood in the room for a while and discussed who was the biggest obstacle for such a person. Of course, the apostle. Then it dawned on Philip that he meant the lady. Ian remembered how people were discussing the madness of this girl and the fact that her brother belonged to this sect. Then he said that this could be a great opportunity to get rid of her. Phil ran up and said that it was the lady who exposed the existence of this sect. And Jan said that the truth doesn't matter. People will believe even a lie. The assistant was not happy with this news. He clenched his fist in anger, and the guy thought that now he knew it, and now he decided that it was enough to see the true face of the dark times. Then he imagined these people and thought that he would have enough time to raise people, and the apostle of justice cannot ignore injustice. Miguel approached him and said that they might hope that the lady would die in the fight against the monsters. Even if she survives, public opinion will be on the Duke's side. Then she will have no choice. So the boy frowned and replied that, since the apostle of justice could not harm the innocent, this could lead to some problems. The boy became even more angry and said that these people were probably using the restrictions imposed on her. How mean. Well, it immediately dawned on them. The guys looked at each other and asked if this was really the apostle of justice. Finally, the boy was pleased that they understood. A girl entered the room and said that the Duke really didn't know that she had become an apostle of vengeance. Then the lady came in and said that they had no idea that she was going to walk right up to them and chop off all their heads. The protagonist looked at her and said that this was exactly the case. In response, he heard that she would have to disrupt their plans. True, in response, she heard that this was not enough, and immediately asked again. The guy said they need to add a surprise threat to make them reveal their true colors, right? Finally, Jan made an offer. Even the lady was surprised by this idea. The guys stood around and didn't understand what they were talking about. Then the girl came closer and the others asked how to do it at all. And the girl smiled. Then she looked at him and said that she would gladly agree. This news also made him happy. Then Jan turned around and said it was time to get to work. He was interested in what kind of face this bastard would have when he saw everything. The old man himself was in the building of his sanctuary. The night went on. The huge building was painted red by the moonlight. The surviving people stood at the gate and tried to get inside, asking to open the door and shouting that there were monsters here. But at that very moment they were attacked from behind, and it was too late to save anyone. One of the guys turned around and saw that the monster was already too close, and the next moment there were screams and their blood was spilled everywhere. The old man was still watching this from above. Then he clutched his staff, and he emitted another stream of energy. Like a scanner, he was able to study the city and thought that this feeling, the extrasensory perception that appeared after the imposition of the demonic field, I still can't get used to it. And people came up from behind and said that, as expected, it was only necessary to turn the situation around by casting a demonic field. They introduced the lady and said that all that was left was to make her out to be the culprit of this mess, and the job was done. And the old man stood there all this time and listened to how, if you use the information against her, then this woman could do anything. But then he felt something strange. In the distance, he saw someone actively destroying monsters, and he does it pretty quickly. This person was under his feet from the very beginning. And it was clearly not a girl, because he was faster. Then he started looking at it more closely, and thought it looked like an extra variable. He didn't understand who it was, but he ordered the monster to chase him. And then a subordinate came up and asked if it was a woman. But in response, he heard that no, it was just a louse. Then he smiled and said that even with his keen sense, it was not easy to detect whether she was now plunged into despair over the extermination of her kind. They said it was sufficient payment as revenge for the death of their followers, but not enough to pay for the destruction of his plan. So he threw up his hands and said that her soul and the souls of her minions would be sacrificed to their god as payment for the power they had given her. Suddenly someone ran there, and they were told that there was news, and everyone immediately turned around and paid attention. There was a guard there who said that these people were in an extremely dangerous place. The old man turned around at that moment. He looked at him and said that if trouble happened, it would be difficult for him to stay away, being the servant of the brilliant goddess. The knight looked at him and thought that the Duke was so worried about the people, how hard it was for him. Then he bowed and said that His Majesty urgently summoned him. He looked at them and offered to leave there and take them to the hall. Meanwhile, all the survivors had gathered inside the palace. Finally, the Duke came to him and asked why he was called, after which he looked around, and he saw his minions from all sides. The king was clearly upset, and asked his uncle what the situation was outside. The Duke bowed and said that the soldiers were fighting on all the walls, and the people were dying. But all that remained was to hope for the protection that the goddess would give them. His Majesty said that such an unpleasant incident in the very capital of the kingdom could not just happen if rumors spread. People would think that the city was weak, but in response he heard that if he could cope with this disaster, then the strength of the kingdom could be proven. After which the man waved his hand and ordered them to stop spreading empty words. It didn't matter. It was better to return to that conversation. The subordinate looked at him and said that he believed that members of the Laurel family were behind these incidents. He also introduced the lady's deceased brother and said that he was the previous head of the family and turned out to be a member of the cult. Also, the girl who recently tried to sow discord in the kingdom probably summoned the madness of the Black Wall. Everyone around started discussing that this was so. The lady was suspicious. This had never happened before her appearance. And others also said that this could not be. An apostle of God could not be a traitor. The old man listened to all this attentively, and then he thought that public opinion was on their side for now, and said that the lady strictly followed the will of the goddess's apostle. After which he looked at the king and said that the girl was a representative of the holy knights and a saddened sister. He also added, why would she organize something like this right before the meeting that she herself requested? At that moment, the king's assistants approached him and said, why then is no one from their family present here? Moreover, where is the lady herself? And then His Majesty raised his hand and said that they should stop, not discuss the fact that a woman is fighting somewhere, but talk constructively. He closed his eyes and said that he liked these people's version better. He started waving his hands and added that an investigation should be carried out, and it would reveal the truth, and asked his uncle to do this. The Duke simply lowered his head and agreed. The townspeople were surprised that the king suspected his own knight, and it was unclear what he had in mind. They also said that it was a pity that the Duke did not rule the kingdom. The old man was very happy when he heard this, and he thought that this foolish king was proud to stand up to him. Thanks to him for that. His plan was going as planned, and the time had almost come, the day he had been waiting for. Now he only had strength for one night. But soon everything would change. Then he imagined the city, and thought that he would soon be able to offer the kingdom to their god and receive eternal power in return. He imagined himself to be all-powerful, and thought that he would then reach the level of a demigod, and be able to proclaim the true faith throughout the empire. But then someone interrupted him and told His Majesty not to worry. The king also saw someone and was surprised. She appeared in the distance. The lady came closer and closer and said that his humble servant had arrived. The old man was surprised how this woman ended up there, and the king stood up and asked how the girl entered the castle. The gates should have been closed. But the lady continued to move forward. The scene returned to the past, at Jan's suggestion. It is necessary to arrange the expected crisis. Only this will reveal their true nature. So he would prefer that the lady really looked like a ghostly avenger, mired in madness. So far, the girl had done her job well, and she looked pretty scary. She frowned and said that she entered through the main gate. Then she clenched her fist and added that there were sectarians hiding among them. How could God leave him alone in such a situation? After which, she stopped and heard from the king why the lady still continued to talk about this. The girl asked if the man himself couldn't see those who were quietly hiding, leaving the city in chaos. The Duke was very surprised when he heard this, and wondered if she had really guessed, if she really thought she knew everything. It couldn't be. And His Majesty looked at her and asked what she was talking about, and where was her family? Why was she alone? And then he heard something that scared him. All the family members were dead. Maeve took another step forward, and she invited him to see for himself right here and now. She took out her sword, and the room filled with red light, and she said that she was going to eradicate all the cultists. The man asked again in surprise, and everyone present was clearly frightened. They were simply shocked, even those they had interacted with before, and the main character was also standing behind her. At that moment, the townspeople started running back and shouting that the lady had really gone crazy. Did she really want to kill them all? The girl herself swung her sword and asked God to forgive her. Then she turned and looked at them with glowing red eyes. The old man no longer knew where to go and realized that he had been exposed. He looked at her and thought that she knew everything. She just came here to kill them, to kill everyone who remained in the castle. The main character was still just standing behind. He frowned and thought it was time to slowly begin their operation. Then he looked back and thought that the first stage would be a boss fight, the Duke. Everyone immediately started shouting that she had a sacred power of an ominous red color and that it had to be stopped. The guards were going to stop her, but the guy thought that it seemed like she didn't even notice them. Although, what difference did it make? He looked at her and thought that the girl was the embodiment of the bloody avenger he remembered from the game. At that moment, her rage was so strong that even her consciousness became clouded. All this time he thought that, from what he saw, her intentions were sincere and not a bluff. It seemed like she was going to take revenge and die, after which he came closer and mentally apologized to her, thinking that this would not happen because he still had not received his reward. Meanwhile, the girl continued to move forward. She was surrounded by guards who ordered her to stop and began to repeat that it was necessary to protect the king. And the boy carefully walked around them along the wall. His target was one of those present, and for some reason thoughts of how the little girl said she didn't know flashed through his head. It might have been stronger than her curse, but everyone he loved was already dead. So he stopped, gritting his teeth. At that moment, when he grabbed the man by the head and under, that is precisely why he does not like children. And then he sent a magical wave at him. The man's eyes lit up. He was clearly another member of the cult. He tossed it in the air and thought that, even though it was a small portion of chaos energy, he hoped it would work. And then he threw it right at the knight's feet. The man stood up and didn't understand what was happening. They immediately asked him if everything was okay, and he had already begun to turn into a monster and could do nothing about it. The guards noticed this and started shouting that the man was changing. Instead of nails, there were already long claws and sharp teeth. The sight was unpleasant. People also noticed and began to run away from there, not understanding how the Lord had changed. Had a real, rotting one really appeared? A battle broke out between him and the knights, and everyone else decided to simply flee. Jan then assessed the situation, immediately recalled the past moments, and thought that it had indeed worked. Lowers couldn't control mutation. Perhaps it wasn't just corrupted magic, but magic mixed with chaos energy that they couldn't fight. After which he continued to attack the others and thought he had an idea. He directed energy streams at them and thought about what would happen if he affected them with pure chaos energy. Jan pulled them into the wall, just as he thought. He only makes the higher decaying ones stronger. And then he noticed how the old man simply continued to stand and watch everything that was happening. He tossed the men aside and thought his plan should have worked on such lowly freaks. After which he looked to the side and ordered the guards to protect the king. The soldiers had to fight the sectarians. These people stood nearby and listened to him attentively. Then he and the redhead looked at each other and realized it was time to act. The red-haired boy turned around and shouted at the guards to protect the king. And he ran up to him and said that they needed to evacuate, promised to get him out of there. He refused and still did not believe what was happening. But later he stood up and said he understood what was happening, but he didn't believe it. However, he was quickly removed from there before the battle gained momentum. At that moment, the Lord continued to mutate, and the lady stood opposite and waited for a complete transformation. The guard stood nearby and still couldn't believe their eyes. At that moment, a huge mutated monster appeared in front of them. He immediately attacked the girl along with the others, but she continued to stand motionless. After which, she took out her sword, and with one blow the first enemy was torn in half, and the other blade was already flying further, and it went straight into the hand of one of the guards. This dagger was imbued with chaos energy, so it also allowed him to reveal his face. The others immediately pounced on Jan and asked who he was and how long he had been there. The boy grabbed a spear from one of them and said that if he wanted to live, he'd better get out of the way. At first it was unclear what it meant, But then a shadow appeared. Their comrade literally turned into a monster in a second and attacked them. Luckily, the young man managed to push him back in time and saved these people. On the other hand, the other guy was also attacked by a lady who fought and continued to kill monsters. Then Jan turned around and ran in the other direction, saying it looked like dog training. And as he ran, he thought that the reason he had given the lead role to her was not just because it was easier. It seemed to him that, apart from the employer-employee relationship, the girl was the most responsible and kind person he had met in all his time here. He remembered the events that happened not long ago, and decided that this was precisely why he simply did not want to see her humiliated as a puppet of such bastards. Having fulfilled his duty, and when the girl captured another monster, he thought that it would be better for her to show her full strength, and she confidently continued to fight and was clearly winning. Ian was still watching from the sidelines, and thought that perhaps it was because of memories of the past. After all, in real life his bosses mocked him and insulted him, and they humiliated her in the same way as they were now humiliating the lady. Only the girl turned out to be much stronger, and she was able to fight back the enemy. She could crush each of their heads with just one blow, and she looked very confident. At some point, they told her that they really didn't understand and drew attention to themselves. There, on the throne, sat the Duke, and he looked straight at her. Then he looked into her eyes and said that he thought her actions were easy to predict, but he didn't understand how the girl became so unpredictable. And the knight came closer and said that it would have been so if she had been alone. And then Jan appeared behind her. The Duke said that this was the man behind all this, the holy knight who organized the rebellion in the city. He thought it was just rumors. And Jan smiled and replied that he had thoroughly cleaned out Orendel, but there were still traitors there, surprisingly, like cockroaches. The Duke also smiled and said that it was a mistake to consider him an ordinary mercenary. Next time he would not ignore even small factors. Then the girl raised her sword and said that there would be no next time for him. Then she struck and ran towards him. The sword flew a couple of centimeters from his face, and then the man opened his eyes and began to transform. A protective field appeared around him in a second. The guys looked at it and thought that it was just incredible power thanks to the power of chaos. Suddenly, hairy legs started running. The guards were very scared when they saw this monster. And the main character was clearly not ready for this. All the remaining members of the sect immediately reincarnated, and the Duke said that it seemed the girl had forgotten that this man in the kingdom at night was no different from a god. His eyes glowed, and the strange lump on his forehead had reappeared. Everyone present was very surprised, and asked if the Duke was also a member of the sect. This couldn't be, but the man immediately stood up and raised his staff, directing magical power at them. And a second later, there was an explosion. The main character resisted as best she could, but the force was such that she was thrown back, and so she hit the wall. Smoke rose all around. Meanwhile, the old man continued to talk to Jan and said that no one else would know that he served the true God. He looked up and added that it was because there would simply be no witnesses left alive. Those present were clearly even more frightened, but the young man simply smiled and took out his sword, after which he waved it and was ready for battle. There was no confusion on his face, but the same smile. The situation was not the best, and this was a man who had already managed to deceive him once. The old man at that moment ordered him to shut his dirty mouth, and then he sent a bunch of monsters at him. The guy's eyes lit up even brighter at that moment. He began to scan his opponents, his 6 senses activated in concentration. The battle began immediately. One by one, the monsters flew back, and the guy made his way between them with such speed and dexterity that it was impressive. After which, he activated lower gray magic in the form of rotating barricades and began throwing them in different directions. The Duke was displeased, said he didn't think the man had the strength. Asked, what about it then? And then he directed an electric charge at him. The mercenary immediately raised his head and looked at him, and a second later he deftly dodged the blow, and this greatly surprised his opponent. At that moment, the boy simply stood opposite and continued to remain silent. He thought that in the game, his opponent was mortally wounded by the bloodthirsty Avenger and revealed his true form at the beginning of the battle. But now, he's still human. At this stage, you need to be especially careful if you don't know the patterns. So he took out his sword and asked if this was all, The old man seemed to be much worse than he expected. The Duke raised his hand in response and called him a little bastard, comparing him to a fly that continued to buzz annoyingly, and sent the remaining monsters towards him. And the young man actively made his way between them and was ready for this battle. His blows raised dust, and then the guards decided to come to their senses in order to fight off the monsters. The monster attacked them, but they put up with it. However, this was not necessary because the girl was able to protect them. The man turned around and saw something. Her helmet then flew off her head and smashed on the floor. The lady was able to kill the enemy with one blow. Her entire face and hair were covered in blood, and her eyes glowed bright red. She turned to the guards and ordered them to block all the passages into the hall, and asked if they could. If you imagine a diagram of the palace, it was created by reconstructing ancient ruins, so the entrance can be blocked with metal bars. The lady ordered them to act immediately, ordered them to isolate the entrances, go to His Majesty and report on the situation. And then she took out her sword and heard from the Duke that it was pointless. His hounds had already penetrated the palace grounds, and indeed there were already dozens of monsters standing behind the walls. The man added that her stupid orders would only increase the number of victims, and again directed his subordinates at her. True, he didn't notice how the main character immediately appeared behind him and asked why he was so angry. After which he tried to strike, but ran into a protective barrier, and the Duke turned and asked what was the point of paying attention to annoying flies. Immediately after this, the guy took out a magic sphere and said that he was ready to act differently. Now his eyes lit up red after the phrase that he was not the only one who wanted to remove all the witnesses. He pushed off from the protective barrier. He took off and decided to break the sphere. The old man saw it with his own eyes. After all, many fireballs were flying towards him, and each of them, one by one, began to destroy the protective barrier. The boy was thrown back by the shock wave, but was able to slow down. It seemed the boy continued to surprise the old man. When he realized that this was also a magician, he added that now his doubts were dispelled, that the red magician was definitely this man. Then he got angry and shouted that the main character had achieved all this by deception, and began to slowly release his energy. His body began to transform. Nasty tentacles appeared, and so the ancient priest approached him, and turned into a monster. For the protagonist, this was a clear success. Finally, the enemy revealed his altered appearance. Then the young man frowned and thought that, by the way, it looked disgusting. And the old man came closer and said that God creates his creations in his own image and likeness. This is proof that God himself personally created him and extended his hand to him. And then he fired several projectiles straight at the young man's feet. He noticed this and thought that something needed to be done urgently. From this moment on, a pattern unknown to him begins. So he had to improvise and dodge as best he could. The Duke continued to move towards him and said that the true void demon lurking in the depths of space was the Void Hound. Then he pointed this monster at him and added that they were on a completely different level than simple mutated ones. The guy then extended his hand and replied that he was sorry, but he didn't care about those freaks. And thanks to the dancing flame, he tried to destroy this monster. The Duke continued to hide under the protective barrier, and he said that nevertheless, the boy could only amuse him with his lights. With such a level of strength, he would not be able to penetrate the force field. However, the boy did not listen to him and continued to fight. Then he activated the lower red magic and decided to use the flamethrower. Thanks to this, he began to actively attack the protective field. And by the way, it worked. The old man was surprised and shouted that this simply couldn't be. The young man then continued to attack and thought that the biggest difference from the game was the presence of the Sword of Condemnation. Thanks to him, the battle's safety increases manifold, so much so that it will all be over quite quickly. He will send him straight to his god. A bright blue light immediately appeared in the room. The light filled the surrounding area as Yang flew towards his opponent and prepared to strike. But the old man had no intention of running away. He looked up and said he had lost sight of him, after which he took out his staff and created another barrier. Until now, there have been many changes in the game. A second later, something appeared before Jan's eyes, and from the portal a huge hand began to appear, and that hand was approaching him directly. Such changes could alter the Duke's patterns, and that would be very bad. The scene changed, and the night continued. Suddenly, an arrow flew from somewhere, hitting the monster right in the head. Then someone jumped up and flew towards him. It was the Knight Philip. The guy landed and with one blow was able to cut his opponent into two parts. He then swung and continued to kill him, shouting that he must die. This continued until the monster lost its head, after which the guy stood up and exhaled. And then he turned around and shouted at his comrade. He told him to cut off their heads. Why take more? Miguel grabbed the crossbow and replied that he thought it would be so easy to dodge its tentacles, but with this he could do it. The two guys looked around and said that, by the way, there were many more hounds chasing them. It seemed they were running towards the royal palace, and the man also shouted, "What's going on? Weren't there two friends in the palace just now?" The girl immediately introduced these guys, and I realized that they needed help. She grabbed the plate and hoped that none of them would get hurt. Meanwhile, in the palace, the battle was in full swing. The main character parried the enemy's attack as best he could, but the blows were so strong that both could not cope with the blast wave. Finally, he managed to cut off the hand of the monster that was behind the old man, and then the old man raised his staff and realized that something urgently needed to be done. At that moment, Jan tried to comprehend what was happening and realized that he had not hit very deep. The old man used this skill for defense, but in the game the enemy used it exclusively for attack. And the old man then raised his hand and said that this impressed him. He received favor. It was difficult to inflict such damage even with a covered attack. After which, he struck again and said that it seemed that was all. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with bright light. The young man didn't understand how to proceed further, so for now he simply watched, after which he smiled and realized that things were bad. A second later, there was an explosion. It was so strong that the blast wave threw the young man quite far away, and he immediately hit the wall, destroying it. It was so painful that he couldn't hold back his screams, and blood gushed out from everywhere. After which, the guy landed on the floor. There was a moment of explosion in his head. The thought that, despite the fact that he had raised his strength to the limit, it was not enough. Then he looked at his hand and realized that he couldn't even lift it properly, after which he touched his head and thought he had a concussion. Thoughts about his comrades and how irresponsible he had been began to run through his head, even though I've seen countless changes from the game, but I made this mistake. After which he saw huge claw cuts on the wall in front of him. And at the same time, magic was getting closer and closer to him. The young man raised his head and saw a translucent monster. It was a void hound. The monster was getting closer and closer to him. So the guy had to stand up and think that just once, he needed to avoid the attack, and then he could win. He gritted his teeth and thought that even if he exposed himself to the attack, he just needed to avoid fatal injuries. And he thought that if he could gain time until the dizziness subsided, then victory would be his. But suddenly he noticed how his friend stood in front and began to defend him. He was surprised by this. The girl fought valiantly and defended her comrade. There were cuts on her hands, but they healed fairly quickly, and the eyes burned brighter than before. It was quite a spectacle, and finally the blow was struck. The monster flew back and began to bleed. Meanwhile, the girl headed towards the Duke. He saw the blow coming towards him, but it was too late, and a second later, there was an explosion. Finally, there was silence. The young man sat in the middle of the hall and thought that at some point she had dealt with all the hounds. Then his girlfriend came up to him and addressed him. She turned around and said that she needed to take care of the others. The boy asked what was going on, and in response, he heard that, since he was a mercenary, she thought one request wouldn't be enough. She turned around and said she would give him everything she had. Then she looked around and said that she would give literally everything of her position, her fortune. The girl said that if he stopped, that price would be enough, and she would not ask him to stay in the kingdom. Just to be with them would be enough. The young man raised his head and replied that he did not agree. Then he saw the enemy approaching and shouted that he was already behind him. But it was too late. The lady was stabbed right in the back. Then she turned and looked at him. Then she grabbed the young man by the collar, and then she threw it quite far away. While the boy was flying, he understood that this was done to save him. And a second later, he flew out of the room, and the gate closed right in front of him. It turns out that the lady was left there alone with her enemy. She smiled and thanked him for everything. And then she turned around, and again she struck the hound. With the next blow, she managed to cut off one of the limbs, and the Duke continued to watch everything from the side and was very surprised. She read fear in his eyes. Such pure divinity frightened him. The young man watched from the corridor at the time and thought that this was the bleeding avenger, the apostle of vengeance. Then he looked at her sword and thought that the more blood she shed, the stronger she became. Literally, at the moment when the apostle of vengeance reaches the pinnacle of his power, he comes face to face with death. And it seems that now is precisely that moment. The girl turned straight to the Duke. Then she came closer and said that as a stern Tauran apostle, no, as an apostle of vengeance, she addressed him. But he didn't listen to her and only thought that this divine power had become even more powerful, and one force field would not be enough. Then he raised his staff and began to act. He tried to strengthen the defense, but then the lady ran up to him and shouted that she was going to take her revenge. The boy immediately jumped up in shock. The Duke was equally confused. The lady was full of confidence, and a moment later, there was an explosion. Finally, the force field cracked, and almost immediately after that, it shattered into small pieces. The Duke thought about how the girl had managed to break through 2 layers of his force field. Meanwhile, the knight was getting closer and closer to him. The girl took out her sword. He was burning like a flame. Then she swung and was ready to strike. The man noticed this and thought that the force field was at maximum power. He should try to activate it again. And he succeeded. But then the sword approached with incredible speed. And after the impact, everything around began to collapse. The enemies met each other's eyes but never reached each other. The lady only thought that she needed to try a little more, and then she would definitely win. But the monster was moving towards her, and a second later it grabbed her, pulling her back. The Duke saw this and shouted that his rival had let her guard down, and this was the result. This was the end. But nevertheless, the girl swung again. Then she screamed and tried to fight back. Amazingly, she succeeded. The monster was destroyed, and the protective barrier cracked again. The old man saw this and could not believe his eyes. And he didn't have to believe it because a second later, she cut him down. Then the knight landed and exhaled, after which she raised her trembling hands and could not believe that she had managed to win. But that was not all. Almost immediately, the pierced one began to regenerate. It took him about a couple of minutes to fully come to his senses, and then he turned around and said that he would make her suffer forever by sending her into the void. And then he went to her. He activated the portal again, from which several monsters have already emerged. Meanwhile, the lady got ready, and the old man shouted that the true God would personally condemn her. In addition to the hands, terrifying huge eyes began to appear from this portal, and all of them were directed in her direction. The girl stood for a while and thought about what to do next. Was this really all? In the end, she failed to kill him, but she felt her divine power eating away at him from the inside. Inside, she saw it clearly and thought that, as far as Ian was concerned, he had taken complete revenge. She imagined him and thought that was enough, and then she saw huge hands getting closer and closer to her. Suddenly, Jan appeared and said that he had not yet given any answer. This news surprised her very much. Then someone grabbed her by the waist and pulled her towards him. The main character appeared nearby, who was going to fight and was not going to give up. The girl turned and asked how he managed to get in, but the answer was simple. He had a sharp and good sword. He simply cut the bars. And the young man looked at her and said that the request would be considered accepted only after his consent, and not after his message. He understood how what was happening was different from the game, and that this was not just a pattern of behavior of an old man. Many factors were involved. For example, how the girl said that she was hiring him, then asked him not to die. She helped with everything, and fought with the bull god. Also, when they met and all the participants were killed, a desire for revenge arose. The girl turned the weapon over and asked if he would accept the sword, and the young man took it and officially received the position of her deputy. The intermediate boss of the first episode, a mad avenger, covered in blood, nothing more, nothing less. That's what the main character thought. Then he introduced her, and thought that the lady had changed too. For example, when she met him and said that she was waiting for him, and became the one who could cover his back. Now the girl stood in front of him and did not understand what was happening. And the guy took the magic sphere and thought that it didn't matter in any case if his hero accepted the task. He must complete it at any cost. He then dropped the sphere on the ground and it turned into ice blocks. The young man's eyes lit up with a bright light, and he decided that he was a mercenary, so now he had to protect his employer. Thus, the boy activated the lower blue magic, the frost shield. The ice began to slow down the attacking monster, and the old man stood behind and did not understand where the blue magic came from. There was no question of that. Hands moved towards the shield, and suddenly a block of ice starts shooting around. All the hands were destroyed. Then the girl turned around and saw the dove magic, and Yan said that he was refusing her last assignment. He then said that this is why she needs to deal with her surroundings and loved ones on her own. She was very surprised to hear all this. The guy also turned around and said that she needed to survive on her own. A second later, he jumped up and ran to fight. Meanwhile, the monster destroyed the blue ice streams and headed towards him, shouting that the true god must punish them as soon as possible. However, Jan raised the ball again and filled everything around with bright light. So bright that the monsters were literally blinded. A loud explosion also immediately followed. Everything around was filled with magic. The old man covered his face with his hands and shouted that this couldn't be. Where did this magic come from? So he grabbed his staff and thought that he needed to do something urgently. But he didn't immediately notice that his body was beginning to crumble, and for some reason, the magic no longer worked. Then it dawned on him that he had used up all his strength. It seemed impossible, but it happened. A second later, he remembered how the girl had broken him in half, and he wondered if it was the servant's fault and divine power. And he didn't even notice how the main character attacked him at the last second. The blast wave continued to approach in that direction. The hands and eyes slowly retreated back into the portal, and this portal gradually closed. This continued until there was nothing left of him. The rift has collapsed. The old man fell to his knees and asked how this had happened. Had his god really abandoned him? The boy was walking towards him just at that time. Then he raised his sword and said that his apostle was almost dead. Even at such a moment, he would just stand and watch. After this, the sword immediately began to glow with a bright blue flame. The young man replenished his energy and decided to finish the job. As soon as he approached the old man, he said nothing and simply cut him in half. He started screaming furiously, and this time he failed to regenerate. The guy continued to attack and chop him into pieces, so that the man lost not only his torso, but also his arms. After which, the main character put his foot on it and asked to let him say something. He leaned over and said that in fact this man was not worshipping the ancient god, but his dog. The old man was in shock, and his head was split in two. He lost the tentacles on his head. And then the Duke realized that this was the end. Then the guy put his foot on his face. Then he turned around and said that he thought the lady would have to do it herself. She smiled and said she would do it with pleasure. Then she approached her enemy, who was very scared. With the last of her strength, the girl swung. The old man prepared for his end. And then, with one blow, she cut off his head. At this time, there were corpses of monsters lying around. Finally, the young man relaxed and realized that he was bleeding heavily internally. Then he fell completely to the ground. He sat and thought about how much blood he had lost. Suddenly, his girlfriend sat down behind him. The girl leaned against his back and also exhaled. She closed her eyes and said that she did not want to remain in this state for long. The guy smiled and said that of course he didn't mind. He himself activated the status window and saw that the quest was finally completed. Then he raised his hand and asked if it was true that she would give him everything she had. It was very tempting. But the girl didn't answer him. Because of this, the young man jumped up and thought that things were bad. But it turned out that she simply fell asleep in a couple of seconds. Immediately, his vision began to blur. The young man realized he was losing consciousness. He tried to fight it, but his eyes closed on their own. After which his hand fell to the ground. Around the same time, the guards finally returned to the room, discussing what a terrible sight it was. So many fallen gathered there. Suddenly the guard commander raised his hand and shouted for everyone to look forward. Right in the middle of the room sat two knights, and both were unconscious, with smiles on their faces in the rays of light. Some time passed. The townspeople gathered at the palace, on the gates of which hung the head of the traitor. A little girl was walking right underneath her when she suddenly heard some screams. It was the guards who collected the corpses, asking if these were really all the ones who would be cremated. And another guard stood right under the traitor's head and shouted for everyone to pay attention. This is the traitor, the Duke. Indeed, parts of his body were hanging everywhere, somewhere his arms, somewhere his legs, somewhere his head, so that he could not rest in peace even after death. People threw stones at him and shouted that he was a terrible man. How could he be called a duke even though he was dead? The whole city was covered in blood. People were discussing what they'd thought before, what they'd all known. But no way. Just think about how many monsters had vanished without a trace. They moved towards the palace and talked about how much chaos there was and how many victims there were. It was unthinkable. And they immediately remembered that, thanks to the help of this woman, everything was resolved. What was to be expected from a divine apostle? A guy approached them and said he couldn't believe he'd abandoned such a hero and gone crazy. It was a pointless rumor. He seemed to have made it up himself. The girl followed them for a while and listened as the man began to justify himself and said that the fallen man had been killed by another man. They also introduced Yan and said that they knew him. Moreover, they called him a sword master. The girl remembered how she visited his room and spied on him until he came to his senses. Then she looked down and thought about the mercenary. And after that, she turned around and left from there, while people were discussing that someone would soon come to visit. Finally, the little girl heard them talking about the Imperials. For a while, these guys discussed that they were afraid that they would send someone again who would present the kingdoms in a better light. The other thought that they didn't even care. The little girl listened to all this and was very upset. Some more time passed. The main character's room was cleaned. Finally, the young man began to come to his senses. Despite his numerous wounds, he looked fine. He looked around and wondered why he had been brought into the family bedroom. Then he stood up and realized his whole body ached. The cursed symptoms of magic and exhaustion made him feel dizzy. And then he looked at the crystal and thought that the power that was stored in the fragment of the house had decreased by more than half. He also thought that at the last moment he had gotten rid of everything that was. Finally, Miguel noticed him. He ran up and started shouting that the gentleman had finally come to his senses. He hadn't woken up for 2 days. Everyone thought it was forever. But Jan asked them to be quiet. Then a bowl of water fell to the floor. It was already Philip, who also ran up to the master and was very happy. The boy couldn't hold back his tears and cried out that it was such a relief. But in response, he heard that the master was about to die from their screams. Phil was very happy. The guy smiled and thought that he was still a long way from becoming a mercenary. At the same time, a little girl walked past the room. Suddenly she heard a question asking if she was going to see the master. She couldn't help herself and jumped into his arms, starting to thank him for everything. The guy lowered his head and looked at her rather threateningly. Then he put his hand on her head, but the same little girl pushed him away and said that it didn't mean she liked him. After which she turned around and ran away from there again. The young man watched her go for a while, thinking that nothing had changed. And he wondered if the child could really have said that because of the curse. Philip and Miguel stood aside, shocked, discussing Lucia hugging someone. Suddenly the boy turned and looked at them menacingly, asking what they were staring at. They immediately became frightened and replied that they were not looking at anything. Then the main character got ready and left the room. He walked down the corridor for a long time. And as he walked, he thought he seemed to understand the reason why his friend had tried to take her own life. He imagined her alone in this estate, and thought that being alone in a place that was once full of those who loved you must be worse than death. Finally, he reached her office. He opened the door and looked inside. There was no one in the bedroom. The maid immediately came up to him and was surprised that he woke up, but the young man turned around and immediately asked where the lady was. When asked if they were talking about the mistress of the house, she said that she was probably at the training ground near the estate. She looked at the chopped-down tree, and she remembered the story of how her brother trained there. The lady lowered her head and was clearly upset, but suddenly she was surprised when she was asked if she had already decided to start training. Ian appeared and said that he had heard that she was not yet allowed to take up the sword. And finally, the two met again. It was windy outside that day. The girl saw him and said with a smile that he had finally woken up, adding that she had been waiting for him for so long. The boy smiled back. Then he closed his eyes and heard that they had woken up only half a day apart. A little more time passed. The reception with the king began. The man said he was very grateful to them for their hard work. There were 2 people standing in front of him, who literally saved the entire kingdom. He looked at them and called them heroes. Then he looked at the guy and asked if his name was Ian Hope. He replied that it was. The man unrolled the scroll and added that the letter from the city's new lord stated that his contribution had been extremely great. Then he smiled and said that in their time of war, such a talent as this would be useful in the kingdom, and asked what the young man thought about it. The guy said that he would think about it carefully, but he himself thought that until he was restored, he would have to stay here. There was no need to spoil his relationship with the king. Suddenly a girl intervened in the conversation and said that it was more important to discuss something else right now. She took the book and said that finding the remaining cultists was a priority. They climbed the wall and discussed that a huge tragedy had happened in the kingdom. But under the supervision of a dazzling and strict goddess, they were able to overcome all difficulties. They also added that they had found the remnants of the sectarians in hiding. These people were caught and tied up in front of the townspeople, screaming their innocence. But a second later, swords appeared above them, and a moment later, all these people lost their heads. The king smiled and shouted that this would make their kingdom even stronger and restore it to a secure kingdom, after which he raised his hand and shouted that their future would be filled only with victories and honor. And everyone supported him. The guys were standing to the side at that moment and discussing his fiery speech. Philip said the incident must have been a revelation to the king. The damage was not so great, and all those who opposed the war had fallen. He also looked up and said that now was not the time to start a war, but he didn't even know that there were many monsters and fallen outside. Meanwhile, the girl stood up and looked at them carefully. The boy raised his head and thought about the master. He then bowed to Jan and said it was time for him to go. Miguel asked if he was really leaving already, since the banquet was about to begin. But the boy turned around and said that he had no appetite, so it would be better to stay with the lonely young lady. For a while, the boys didn't understand what was happening. Then Miguel turned around and asked what was wrong with him, adding that, come to think of it, the gentleman had received an offer of a position from His Majesty. He came closer and said that this is quite good. Isn't that what he thinks? Or does he seem to have a worthy assistant? The guy raised his head and said that, in that case, he was offering him to take this position. In response, he heard that he didn't say that he wanted to occupy it. Miguel said that Jan should do it, but he replied that he didn't want to either. Then Miguel said that he had some affection for the kingdom, but he was worried about it, and the young lady, and about the lady. He looked at the girl and said that, although she had finished taking revenge, she had no will to live. And the guy then looked at him and said that all this was because the girl had finished her revenge. He thought that all this time her driving force had been revenge, and now that even that had come to an end, the need for revenge had disappeared. The king was talking to her upstairs at that moment and invited her to take her place in the banquet hall. In response, he received consent. Then he turned and asked if she was prepared for this, and then he said something that greatly surprised the girl. That soon the young lady would be sent to that family in the empire. He said he could finally get rid of this pain in the ass, meaning send Lucia to the safe empire. Then Maeve herself would be safe, right? But the lady simply remained silent, and then quietly agreed. Evening has come. The banquet has begun. The protagonist went outside and said that he could finally breathe freely, had eaten his fill of meat, and now felt his strength returning. He had also meditated in the room before and thought that his physical health had also stabilized to some extent, after which he opened his eyes and thought that the fragment of chaos was slowly being restored. The crystal grew larger and larger, and a characteristic emerged that this item increases almost all human powers. He also never thought that he would find an item used to restore the power of chaos in the Duke's mansion. Then the eye of some monster appeared in front of him, and the dog that treated the Duke came. Immediately after this, the quest Scarlet Apostle appeared, and the thought that this is an incredible offer. Of course, the young man then agreed to take it, and thought about the obligatory quest to obtain the Dark Relic. A bright light and information about the Chaos Power Seal appeared in front of him, and then the color filled the entire room around him. Now the boy looked back on it all and thought it had been incredibly difficult, but worth it. His numbers were improving. Suddenly a girl came out onto the balcony and said that she had finally found him. He turned around and said that for the main culprit of the banquet she looked unwell, and then he looked into her eyes and asked if something had happened to her. The girl lowered her head and apologized, saying that she couldn't hide her face, that's all. Some time passed. The girl told him a story about how her younger sister would soon be sent to the Empire. The guy was very surprised by this, after which the lady came closer and said that at first glance she was adopted, but in fact, she would act as a tribute and a hostage. And the main character frowned and said that the Empire should not be interested in the outskirts of the kingdom. He also introduced them and thought that he didn't think they would be interested in doing anything with another small country, although he didn't know the reason. He also thought that their only interest was in the black wall, and that anything could be hidden behind it. The girl said that he was right, but a war between kingdoms was a completely different matter. Perhaps it was at this moment that they would be able to conquer them. That is why the king imposed an imperial tribute on the feudal family, because even if there is a war, their kingdom will need an ally within the empire. The boy turned around and asked why her, and his friend introduced her sister and said that it was because she had royal blood. Her late biological mother was His Majesty's younger sister, and she died. It has now become clear that this was a political marriage. Yan said that if that was all they had, they could have refused. But the feudal family wanted her. The guy turned around and said that it looked like it was the girl herself, and the girl replied that it was, because she was a child who received a blessing from God. The young man was very surprised when he heard this, because in the age of magicians in this world, those born with the ability to control magic began to imitate the gods. It was believed that those born with special abilities received divine blessings. These guys were truly special among the rest, and among them was one god. His name was Rune Enter, the god of ardor and madness. He controlled fire, and to receive his blessing meant being born with red magic. The guy remembered that when creating his character he could have chosen this very origin. Damn, what a fool he is. The lady also said that when the baby was about 2 years old, she lit a fire in the air, despite the fact that no one taught her magic. He probably knows better what it means. The guy thought she was really jealous. Then he frowned and said that this is a very good family. They produce everyone from paladins to mages. And the lady said that it was the influence of the royal family. But the baby was not in the favor of the current king. This fact is kept secret in the family. And besides, the decline of magic is approaching. The decline of magic means that the era of magic in this world is coming to an end. After the appearance of the Black Wall, magic will begin to disappear. Now mages can no longer abuse magic. Their situation has worsened, and therefore there are especially many sectarians among them in this world. The girl lowered her head and said that's why. She looked at him and said that she had a request for him, because only this man could fulfill it. Suddenly, all those relaxing at the banquet heard, "Is this really all the gratitude?" Even one of the servants raised his glass and heard the people on the balcony talking loudly. The guy smiled and said that the girl started this long conversation to ask him for a favor. Why, when it irritates him, he can't listen to her. Then he looked into her eyes with a completely disappointed look. The lady raised her head and was even a little confused. She then tried to stop him, but Ian turned around and walked away from there. Everyone started discussing that it was not a quarrel. It seems he was underpaid. Is he really just an ordinary mercenary after all? The guy, meanwhile, approached the man and turned to him. He asked what was going on. Jan apologized, saying that he didn't think he could satisfy his desire for a quiet life. So he had to come to his senses and take this into account. He was surprised and asked why this was so. He leaned towards him and said that now they needed to kidnap the baby. Meanwhile, she sat in her room with Philip and read books. Dawn was already approaching. The chariot with Phil was approaching the exit from the city. They were met by guards and asked what kind of carriage could be leaving at such a time. And then they saw something and were very surprised. There was an apostle and a hero who saved the country, and the lady was sitting inside at that moment, waiting for her massage to be finished. The guard said they were sorry, but they needed to know where they were going at that hour, as it was now strictly regulated. Philip looked at them and shouted, "Doesn't every single case count?" Then he turned and said that the lady was not feeling well today, so there was no need to talk nonsense and open the gate. The girl asked him not to be angry, because these people are doing their duty, but despite this, they deserve praise. Then she looked at them and apologized, saying that she was not feeling well and wanted to get some of the night air. They agreed and said that they should be careful. There might be monsters outside. And then they let them out of the city. The chariot traveled for some time, and then she stopped. Phil turned around and said that they had arrived and could go out. The curtain was immediately lifted, and Miguel and the main character came out of there. They said that it felt like they had become a footstool. Phil said that everything went exactly according to Mr. Yan's plan, and the guards didn't even guess. The girl added that the good knight and bad escort strategy worked. After all, there's always something to learn. The young man lowered his head and asked what she was doing there. Let her come out quickly. And he turned to the little girl. The top of her head was dirty, and then the girl herself, only in boyish clothes and a new hairstyle. Before that, they had to cut her hair and ruin the young lady's beautiful face. Now this face had turned into the face of a homeless boy and caused unpleasant feelings in everyone. Jan said there was nothing he could do about it. She really did attract attention with her appearance, and her new one was perfect. Then he looked at her and said that it was not very good that it turned out to be a boy's appearance, but at least it was enough. Then Miguel came up to her and said that now was not the time. She needed to help him move his things to the new carriage, take clothes and food. At that moment, someone shouted to Jan. It was the lady who came closer and said that perhaps it was an unnecessary request, but she was very grateful to him. It turned out that that evening on the balcony, she said that she had a request that only this person could fulfill. She looked into his eyes and asked him to take Lucia to the Temple of the Hearth. If you imagine this place, this temple is located in the north, where the serving priests and crazy blacksmiths live. There is ongoing work. He had a chance to be there in the game. The guy turned around and asked why there and not to the Empire. The lady told how she had been studying her brother's papers and had found a document related to the feudal family that wanted to take her away. Her brother was studying the papers, and she said he seemed worried about the girl too. After all, the family knew a lot about magic. If you imagine all its members, you can understand that it often hosted talented children and young people. She's also associated with the Grey Tower. Here the boy lowered his head and listened attentively to her. The girl said that after recruiting talents, contact with them is completely cut off. There is no way to find out how the children live and what research they are conducting. Jan looked at her and asked, "By any chance is this family named Larmouth?" The girl looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew, even though this was one of the most important, influential families in the Empire. The guy got angry and thought he would be lucky if contact was lost. In the future, this family is destined to become a demon kingdom called the Mage's Nightmare, and what happens there is terrible. He immediately imagined the many murdered children, thinking that it was impossible to contact them because they had all become horrific test subjects. The girl then said that for this reason, she preferred to send her to the Temple of the Hearth, as she was the child of the god of fire. There she would be able to develop her talent. After which, she looked into his eyes and said that therefore she had no choice but to ask him. The guy was very surprised. After all, the quest, Spark of the Hearth, appeared before his eyes. After which he lowered his eyes because he came to his senses. Immediately, a memory surfaced in his mind of a little girl hugging him, and then the dead children. And then her sister said that she thought so. It's too much to ask. Then you can refuse. But suddenly the girl was surprised to hear that he agreed. The boy came closer and said that only if the reward was appropriate. After which he turned away and said that he wanted to know if the lady played well. Now he stood in the forest and said that he had made a lot of noise at the ball yesterday, so they would think that Jan or Miguel was responsible for the kidnapping. Because the young man then demonstratively left in full view of everyone. Now he said it was because the two were allegedly unhappy with the reward and wanted to sell Lucia, and they wouldn't think anything of it. Maeve stood up and, with a smile on her face, tried to find words of gratitude. But then the boys distracted them and said that everything was loaded into the new chariot. Jan came closer and said that he needed to collect his things, which the king had given him as a reward. Of course, everything was collected. So, the time has come to say goodbye. The girl approached her sister and said that it was time to part. Ian told Phil that if the lady wanted to kill someone again, he had to stop her by any means necessary. And he also added that if anything goes wrong, he should leave the kingdom because he knows that he is not attached to it. The lady must also leave. The life of a wandering knight is also not bad. The guys listened to all this and agreed, after which the girl raised her head and thought about her travels, and she also looked at him and said that she wanted to know, being a knight-errant, where the boy should go. He replied that wherever his feet took him, he would eventually go to the Empire. Perhaps he would be able to see the happy faces of the kingdom again. She was very surprised by this answer. Jan also added that if she was interested in his final destination, it would be very good if Agellan wasn't swallowed up by the Empire, and he began to prosper. Miguel said it was an honor to serve her, and she responded that it was an honor for him too. Phil asked Ian not to forget his words, and he also tried to say something. The guys at that moment were even a little confused. The boy couldn't hold back his tears and said that thanks to the mercenary he had fun. Then Miguel asked if he was really crying. He was so sentimental. The boy tried to say that it was a speck in his eye, but no one believed him anymore. The guy turned around and said that it was time for them to say goodbye. Perhaps all these people were seeing the young lady for the last time, but the girl looked at them and said that it was not the last time. She had read in a book that when her training at the temple was over, she would be able to return again, and then she ran to hug her older sister. She said that this was why they were destined to meet again. The girl heard this and smiled. Then she hugged her and agreed. Then Jan came up to them and said that someday the day would come when they would meet again. He then crossed his arms and said that it would be because he would need to collect his reward. The lady stood up and asked if Ian was sure he didn't mind getting it this way. After all, back then on the balcony, the girl thought that perhaps this wasn't the most important thing for him now. The young man whispered something in her ear, and now he smiled and said that he wanted to know if the lady understood why he had not accepted the award earlier. She simply could not die before that day, and the girl lowered her head and said that he promised to give it to her. Then she watched them leave and thought that the guy should live. Then she would live too. At that moment, Philip said that he would do as his master told him. He frowned and added that he believed that fate had linked him not to the kingdom, but to Mr. Yen. Maeve heard this and smiled. Then she raised her head and said that it was true. We must now wait for that day together. Meanwhile, the chariot continued to move through the forest. Ian was sitting inside and telling the girl that they needed to get ready. He turned and added that it would be hard for her. She would see death many times. But in response, he heard that everything was fine. The little girl looked ahead and said that if she went to the Temple of the Hearth, at least she could keep her name. And Miguel shouted from ahead that he thought he had finally settled down in one place. He couldn't believe he was returning to the north. Jan then looked at him and asked if he was really from the north. The man laughed in response. Then he raised his head and said in a sad voice that he had just thought that his days in this city were over. And the main character then smiled and told him that now everything would be different. Night has fallen. All the city's residents were busy with their own affairs. Declan stood outside his estate and looked at the stars. As soon as the first chapter ended, a new one began, and the guards reported the kidnapping of the young lady, after which this news was conveyed to the king. The boys themselves were already far away from there. Information emerged about a dark fantasy world united by betrayal and decay, rebellion and intrigue. Miguel sat at the head of the carriage. The little lady was in the back, and the main character sat next to her, thinking about the journey through this damned game, which was just beginning. His eyes were full of confidence and desire to win.